Good morning, everybody. We are live. I'm having an issue with my dog's ears. His ears are bothering him today, and I have cleaned his ears. I've used the fluid, and I've used paper towels, and I've used Q-tips. And he's still over there shaking his. Oh, here he is. Hey, buddy. I hope you're gonna feel better now. Hey. I'm sorry your ears are bothering you. I love you, bees. I'm sorry, bees. Come here, buddy. Come here. Rogan, look. Rogan. Look at this. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here, bees. I like him to be near me when he's having problems. Patrick, what's up, buddy? Turn the fan on here for a second. I got coffee. No grapes. I got coffee. Oh. Two hawks just landed on the same mole. That was funny. They both saw it at the same time. It's amazing that they can spot moles underground, dude. I don't know how they do it. They must see the leaves of the grass moving. I guess, I don't know. Or say they see the ground popping up from the mole going forward. I don't know what it is they're cluing in on. But there's two of them back here today, man, and they've just been working for the last hour. Doing some mole eradication. Let's turn up the volume here. Hey, Patrick, Sean, Jake Worthley. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I need coffee this morning. Too many days of sugar-free Red Bulls. That's not good. Red Bulls aren't good for you, man. That's poison. This has moved too far away from me. I need it closer. There we go. Turn the fan off here. That felt good. So, the biggest losers are the Trump supporters, man. And I'll tell you why. Because, everybody who's not a Trump supporter, I mean, Trump supporters are fine when they're in their own bubble and they're all stroking each other. As soon as they step outside their bubble, they can't talk to anybody else. At least they can't discuss politics or Trump. Because everyone knows that those people are losers and that it's the exact same thing as people losing sympathy for a battered woman that keeps going back to her husband, and you tell her, how many times does he have to beat you or your children or rape your children before you walk out of the relationship, right? Never. Not until they get killed by their husband, right? Trump supporters are in a unhealthy relationship with Donald Trump. It's codependent. They're in an unhealthy codependent was the word I couldn't think of. An unhealthy codependent relationship with Donald Trump. And how do codependent relationships always end? Badly. They always end badly. And these Trump supporters aren't going to know it until the contact is severed, until Trump goes to prison for years. And then they're going to start popping out of their bubbles. And then they're going to realize how dumb they were. But they're so pathetic today. While they're still waving their little, Make America Great Again. They're wearing their hats and their little Trump flags and saying Trump, 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 and all that shit. And we're looking at them like, you're beyond cult. Because at least people in a cult can be saved. They can be rehabilitated. They can be unindoctrinated. But these Trump supporters, there's no reaching them. They've gone past that point. The ties have to be severed.
My GFS dad was a police officer back in the day when if a woman went back to her abuser, he would tell her next time he came, he would arrest them both.
Yeah, good for him. I understand abusive relationships. I have a little bit of experience around that. In that, not only have I been involved in them, I went to a rehab facility where a lot of people were really into them, narcissists, delusional narcissists, and I heard them speak about, how they felt about their relationships. So I know how it is. I know about the sickness. It's as bad as any addiction. A narcissist, a codependent relationship is as sick as any addiction. You're addicted to that person, and as unhealthy as it is, you keep going back to each other. Yeah, they're past the point of no return. I've seen it. I've seen it enough times. I've seen enough of these people at the Trump rallies get interviewed and listen to what they say, and the level of deniability of denying reality is unmeasurable. There's nothing to compare it to. You can't even compare it to a cult, because like I said, people in cults can be saved. It's been proven time and time again. You can deprogram them.
I watch a lot of
Try
podcasts with
deprogramming a
rappers and
Trump
young
supporter.
celebrities, and they'll ask their guest who have met Trump, what was it like? Seems the youth love him beyond anything.
There might be Trump supporters who've come back to the center and said, I don't know what I was thinking, I was delusional or whatever. But there aren't a lot of them. You don't hear from a lot of those people, do you? Oh, well, I was a Trump supporter. How much of a Trump supporter were you? Well, I was kind of on the fence with this blah, 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 and this. Oh, no, you weren't a hardcore MAGAT, were you? You weren't a hardcore Trump supporter.
At Nay's Garden, the Trump brand and even the Republicans are brainwashed.
It's a level of brainwashing unlike anything I've ever seen before, though. Oh, wait. No. I take that back. There is something else. There is a level of brainwashing that is equivalent to Trump supporters. You ready? It's people who, without question, support Israel against Palestine. It's people who, without question, support Ukraine over Russia. And what's crazy about where this conversation just went is, I just came up with that. This wasn't planned. I didn't write notes or anything, but nailed it. I don't feel the need to pursue the conversation further than that. Comparing a Trump supporter to someone who blindly supports Israel and doesn't see the plight of the Palestinian people, blindly supports Ukraine and doesn't understand the plight of the Donbass region and the 15,000 ethnic Russians who were murdered. You don't see that. You don't hear from them. You don't hear their voices. You don't see that. Valve ZBT Dub, what's up, son? With the eyes, you got the eyes. What's up? I watch a lot of podcasts with rappers and young celebrities, and they'll ask their guests who've met Trump, what was it like? Love him beyond it. Yeah, Aiden Ross.
Do you consider the ones who are so far left to be brainwashed?
Sure, of course they are. I just said, people who unquestioningly support Ukraine. That's the far left, bro. They're psychotics too. Did you miss that? People who support Israel. There's far left people who support Israel, bro. Without question. Israel can do no wrong. They're just defending themselves. All those 2,000 children that died since 2021, they were bad children. They're bad because their parents were bad, because they were using them as human shields. And what was Israel to do? What were they to do? They have to defend themselves. They have to protect themselves. I love that.
Patrick John Welder. Aiden Ross is psychotic. The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, I used to support Israel.
Me too, blindly.
The nation went so far to the right that I have to walk away from my support.
Yes.
Socialist Zionism no longer exists.
Exactly. Willie Bragg, good for you. Me too. And you know who it was for me that brought me over? Scottish Steve. Robot arm Scottish Steve. And him and I no longer speak because of this. But he doesn't realize that he actually won me over. He won't speak to me anymore because he thinks I'm a staunch Israel supporter that won't look at the plight of the Palestinian people. Well, years later, yeah, I've completely flipped. And he wouldn't know that because he doesn't talk to me anymore. And you know what? Him and I would have still been great friends. In fact, he's got Rogan's brother. He's got one of Rogan's 4 brothers. Yeah. And him and I don't talk to each other anymore. Why? Because he disagreed with me on how I used to feel about Israel. That's it. That was it. That was the only thing. And he decided to terminate the relationship because he didn't like my stance on something. Not, hey man, I'm just going to work with you and work, because we spoke and he got me. He got through to me. He got me to start looking into it. He doesn't even realize. He was the catalyst. I get a lot of indoctrinated information from, my family. And the people who they listen to. Come to find out they're wrong. There's a better way. It's like Brant Robinson. He's always posting these Ukraine flags after he says certain things. And I think to myself, well, there's a blind spot. Even Brant Robinson has a fucking blind spot. It's amazing how many people have blind spots. All kinds of blind spots.
At Nay's Garden, Ben Netanyahu is such a terrible person. Christian Zionism is more toxic. Believe it or not, Christian Zionism is anti-Semitic too.
Yeah, that's a whole ball of wax, bro. I don't even want to get into on my show. But, yes, and I agree. It's just, we can only talk about this for so long and people just don't, they fall off. They don't want to hear it. I get it. I'm not here to bore you. I'm here to keep you riveted. All 6 of you, 8, 9, 10 of you, all 10 of you. I just love the fact that of the charges that they charged Trump with. I love that the charges are out there. Cheers, Nick. I love that the facts are out there. So anytime anybody says anything about Donald Trump, you can say, yeah, but he was charged with this. He was charged with conspiracy. He was accused of this and that and the other. Are you saying he didn't do those things? Are you saying he didn't try to stop the steal? You've got to stop the steal. And that still drives me crazy that nobody seized on that phrase and said that in itself is evidence that you were trying to overturn the election. Your little slogan that you thought was so cool, stop the steal, that's the evidence that you said that over and over, and you told people that they need to stop the steal. You incited them to riot. That was your call to action. Stop the steal was your call to action. Oh, Trump, was there not a call to action? We're all going to go down to the courthouse together. We're going to march down there. I'm going to march down there with you, and we're going to stop the steal. Boom, call to action. I can't believe these lawyers haven't seen this. And I sit back like the armchair quarter loser that I am, and I'm like, I'm fucking smarter than you. I can't believe it's like, maybe because I'm standing outside your stupid fucking bubble. I don't know. But how come I can see this and all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't fucking find a goddamn charge for Donald Trump? It drives me fucking bananas, bro. I see it. And I hope you see it too, man. And if you can see what I see, if you understand Trump for what he is, and you agree that the people that follow him, that support him, are beyond saving, you have arrived, man. You are at that level of seeing reality where I've always wanted you to be. And I just say congratulations to all of you who see it for what it is. There's still people out there who think that, poor Donald Trump is just being persecuted by the United States government. Being persecuted
Dirtbag leftist.
Because he's a white man.
Bernie Sanders is the only person that has reason to if about 2016 and 2020. not Hillary in 2016 and not Trump in 2020.
Funny how they flipped that script, isn't it, Willie Bragg? It's funny how they flipped that script after what they did to Bernie Sanders. But, you know, Bernie is spilled milk, and I'm sick of crying about it. Every politician I've ever voted for that failed is spilled milk that I'm sick of crying about it, and it's not going to do a damn bit of good.
Trump has so many indictments he's pretty much screwed for life. Inciting an insurrection is a very serious charge, plus all the other charges he's better stick up on soap on a rope, lol.
I agree. I think it's interesting that when
The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, while I am no fan of Donald Trump, at the end of the day, we must remember that Ron DeSantis is the big fascist.
Is the bigger fascist. Right. Nothing we can do about it. Willie, there's nothing we can do about it. Things are going to happen, and me and you with our little tiny pipsqueak voices that no one listens to.
It's nearly impossible to get these maggots to see truth.
The whole market moved up. That's good. All right. Have a good workout. All right. Love you.
Rocks 1 SMF. Ron DeSantis will never win the general. He's too unlikable. Seymour Cannabis.
No.
Good morning at Trendy as Dabberts and LRC.
You know, if he hired the right people. The problem is he won't hire the correct.
The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist.
You need a.
At Nay's Garden, I think Donald Trump is bigoted, but not bigoted to the level of Ron DeSantis. It's just that Ron DeSantis is smarter than Trump without the comedy show.
You're right. I mean, you want to choose the lesser of two evils, it's Donald Trump over Ron DeSantis. Absolutely. There's no doubt. But Donald Trump is at a point right now where it doesn't look like he's going to be able to secure that nomination. So the next one in line is Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis versus Joe Biden. When you really think about how dumb people are, Willie, they're not looking for likability. They fucking elected Donald Trump already. They weren't looking for likability. He's not likable. You know, if anything, he's vulgar and disgusting. Still, you know, rough around the edges, and it's what a lot of people thought, though, the big disruptor of government would be.
The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, Russell Dobular from Due Dissidents warned everyone that Ron DeSantis is poised to be our next president. Rocks 1 SMF. If they convict him on any of these recent charges, he'll be disqualified.
Right. And you're saying that Ron DeSantis isn't likable. It just takes a good public relations department to fix that image. You know, you get a couple of fucking videos of him talking to little kids, you know, being human and acting warm, and you know, you could capture those moments. These idiots don't realize that. They don't know how to put together a promotional commercial. It's unbelievable how dumb people are, and it's unbelievable how dumb the people that work for Ron DeSantis are, that they can't see how the image is the only problem with him. It really is the only problem, is his image, because nobody fucking cares about his politics, because so many racist Americans support what he does. A lot of Republicans support the way Ron DeSantis is because Republicans hate the LGBTQ community. They don't like African Americans. They don't like women. Even Republican women don't like women. So he's satisfying the little monsters that are inside them all. And that, Willie, you better not forget, bro. You think that Joe Biden's going to beat Ron DeSantis in a presidential election? I got news for you. It's just one commercial away from not ever happening. One good TV commercial is all it would take. Because that's how dumb people are. And, you know, Joe Biden is no fucking Rose. I got news for you, man. Price of gas is going up. Price of gas is higher now than it's been all year. That is not good. And if that keeps happening, if that keeps going up, that's the one thing that keeps Biden viable as a candidate, is the condition of our economy right now. That's his weather vane. That's his gauge, you know? And that's all he's got. He's got nothing else. He's got nothing to offer. And I tell you what, if I was working for Ron DeSantis right now, I'd be like, give me all the child sniffing footage, all of the human manipulating footage, his hands on women's shoulders, smelling their heads. Give me all that footage. Give me a reel, 30-second highlight reel, run it all around the country. This is your leader. This is your president. Hey, Ron DeSantis doesn't sniff kids. He could run on that and win. So don't fucking tell me that Biden's going to beat DeSantis in the fucking general without considering all the facts, bro. There's a lot to be considered here.
Stephen running.
As soon as Trump were to stop being the candidate, a lot of those people are going to go straight to fucking DeSantis. And DeSantis is younger. He's healthy. He's got leadership appearance. You know, he's strict. And people like a good fascist leader.
At Nay's Garden, Joe Biden is a mental vegetable.
And Republicans hate that weakness. They fucking hate it.
Or a woman with equally horrible politics, and he will win. It is scary as hell. Rocks 1 SMF. Ron DeSantis just emotionally abuses kids in public.
I know he does. He's a piece of shit. But if I was getting paid, $1 million from the DeSantis campaign, I could put together a 30-second video that would make him look like an angel. And that's all you need, because people are dumb. They don't do their own research. They watch the commercial and then they vote with their hearts. You know? What are you going to do? You guys don't... All I'm saying to you, Willie, you could be right, you could be wrong. But all I'm saying is, don't set yourself up for a massive disappointment. That's it. That's all I'm saying is, be prepared mentally for anybody winning this fucking election. Because as we found out in the past, anything is possible. And anything can happen between then and now. So just make sure you're mentally prepared for President DeSantis, President Trump again for 4 more years.
For minorities and Kia for Florida, because if you white and straight, Ron DeSantis will target you.
More or less, yeah, Sean. They, you know, the NAACP put out a travel advisory, and these large companies, corporations, and organizations, whatever, that have been planning things in Florida are moving to other states.
At Nay's Garden,
Billions of dollars of business.
Believe me.
At least millions of dollars of business. It's cost us millions of dollars of business, at least, for sure. I am prepared, believe me. Good. Okay, that's it. You know, I just want to make sure that if something, if that were to happen, you're not like going to be depressed about it or whatever. I want to make sure it doesn't affect you mentally. That's all. That's my only concern, because everything else that happens is out of our.
Ivanka 2024.
It's out of our control. You know, our little fucking pipsqueak fucking voices don't get heard by anybody. And so we shouldn't try to sit here and fool ourselves that people actually
SMF. True. The American Republican electorate is
give a
full of
fuck what we have to say.
Fearful racists. All the more reason to turn out en masse to give Biden a landslide win.
Meanwhile, Michael Knowles has millions of views. You know, meanwhile, Ben Shapiro is more popular than sliced bread. Candace Owens is fucking doing great. Think of all those people that just spew hate, filth, bullshit, lies, Prager University fucking garbage, racist bullshit, biased bullshit from PragerU and shit like that. Bro, they're gaining popularity. These red pill fucking cunts. They're getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
The Willie Bragg Show.
What can you do?
Dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, since Reagan, I am used to this country taking a sharper turn to the right.
Good.
Even when Democrats are in power.
Exactly. It's the downfall of mankind right there, bro. The turn to the right. Wait till one of these fucking Republicans, one of their kids, has a child that's an LGBTQ. All of a sudden they got a grandkid that's LGBTQ. Just wait. Then what are they going to fucking do? You just passed a whole bunch of laws discriminating against your grandkid? What's that feel like? What's that look like? You going to fucking put that kid on your lap and fucking tell him, you know, tell him he's fucking...
Sean the Orchid
He's got the whole world ahead of
For the
him when you're
NAACP
writing laws to
put a
fucking
travel
discriminate
advisory
against
in
him?
modern times for a state in the USA is set and makes me mad. This shouldn't have to happen in America. There is no race but the human race.
Yeah, that's what Brent Robinson was telling me this morning. He's like, I should bring it up on my show, he said, on your podcast. He said, why don't people realize that we're so similar, that we all are one race and skin color has nothing to do with it? Why is that hard for adults to realize that? I said, because they were not taught that in school. You know? That's the problem. You have people like Ron DeSantis that are determining what your children should be groomed as. Ron DeSantis is a groomer. He thinks he knows what your children should be taught and what they shouldn't be taught. That's fucking grooming. They're your kids. You want Ron DeSantis, the guy who tortured people and got thrown up on because he was force-feeding people to determine what happens with your children?
When their kid or other relative turns out to be LGBTQ.
Right.
Ross 1 SMS.
Right, exactly. The fucking hypocrites.
Have you seen
Right,
the
Willie?
Mayor of New Bern, Alabama? Black mayor locked out of doing his job.
No. No, I haven't, Rox. Alabama. No. Doesn't sound good, though. Have I not smoked yet today? 28 minutes in, no smoking. The no smoking sign has been turned off, everybody. You can also unfasten your seatbelts and move freely about the cabin.
Let me find the link.
New Bern. The mayor of New Bern. Sounds pretty small. Because I've never heard of it. See if there's any flavor left. Little flavor check.
The Willie Bragg Show, Dirtbag Leftist. At Nay's Garden, I am glad when a conservative becomes pro-LGBTQ, no matter if it is because of a relative or their demented love of the free market that they see LGBTQ benefiting.
Yeah. Yeah, every little bit helps.
Sean the Orthodox. If I can understand that there are no excuses for anybody else, we are in modern times. Race and religion and any other factor used to divide people is obsolete and we need to come together as a country.
Right? As a country or as a race? All people. Why are you letting
Rox1SMF.
Why are you letting a country separate us?
https://youtube.be/.
What about Cyber Reload, Sean? What about Ken? You know, the freaking Oracle. What about I made this in Germany? Why the fuck are you being a goddamn nationalist all of a sudden? Fuck nationalism, you fucking Nazi. Sean's like, wait. Tapping.
Sean the Orca guy. Good point, Nay. I should have said globally.
Yes, you should have said globally. You're not nationalists. You know, that's being a nationalist is just like being a racist. You're finding something to separate yourself from other people. They had nothing to do with where they were born. Don't hold it against them. This isn't your fucking land. This is the goddamn earth, man. You know? All right. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody. Sean and Rox, everybody that's talking in all the chats. Dave Fishing. Cheers.
Nick Brown. Cheers. Treasure Coast Waters. CH. Sean the Orca guy. My most humble apologies, Nick.
Sean woke up this morning and said, dude, I can't wait to get on Nay's Garden so he can call me a Nazi today. Fan me, baby. Fan me, baby. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Fucking Pee Wee Herman died, god damn it. Fuck. 70 years old. How the fuck is Pee Wee Herman 70 fucking years old, dude? How the fuck is he 70 years old? God damn it.
The Willie Bragg Show. Dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden. Speaking of Nazis, I am mad that the United States are enabling Nazis in the Ukraine.
I follow this guy Brent Robinson on Twitter. He's really good, bro. He's anti-fascist. He's anti-DeSantis, anti-Trump. He's really good. But he supports that fucking Ukrainian flag, bro, for some reason. I don't know why. And at some point, I have a feeling him and I are going to discuss it.
Rox1SMF. That Alabama mayor story is the result of Scott's evisceration of the Voting Rights Act.
See, by him flying that flag,
may he rest in peace.
It appears to me that he is choosing a side and promoting war by choosing a side. You know, when you choose a side, you're promoting war, in my opinion. You know, he's decided that Russia is wrong and Ukraine is right. He's made that determination.
Nugent is still alive. Where is the justice?
I wonder how he felt about the people being slaughtered in the Donbass region. And should Putin have just not done anything about it and let that continue? Because it would have continued had he not brought his tanks to the fucking border. Where's the justice? Ted Nugent. Human piece of garbage, Ted Nugent. And human piece of garbage, Ted Nugent. Fucking slippery slopes, bro. No one sees them for what they are. You know?
Nick Brown.
No one realizes.
On that convo.
They think, well, you know, I think only women that are involved in a rape or incest should be allowed to have an abortion. Is that the slope you want to go down? That's the slippery slope right there, you know? And when you hear a fucking Republican try to dance around that shit.
Garden, I will never place the Ukraine flag on my profile. It is said that so many of my progressive friends love displaying that flag. I associate that flag with Hillary Clinton.
I associate that flag with ignorance. And it's okay for us to murder Russians in our country or to make it an official language, you know, and they deny it. You talk to someone from Ukraine, we never made it the official language. No, okay, yeah, if you went into a driver's license place or you went into a government building, you had to speak Ukrainian. And if you were a Russian and you didn't understand Ukrainian, you were fucked. So don't fucking act, oh, you can't have an official language of English in America. Oh, yeah, you know what? People can go in and speak, you know, usually it's Spanish in this country or another language, and they usually provide somebody who can translate in these government buildings. They hire people who speak different languages for a reason.
Sean the
and we don't force our language on you.
I used to think Russia was the bad guys, but they showed me how wrong I was.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to pick sides. We just have to say everyone needs to sit down and stop fucking fighting and work out their differences. Picking a side prolongs the war. You know, flags are bad. Flags are bad. You're flying a flag, that's bad. You know, you're picking a side.
Nick Brown. Bingo. The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, the Ukraine is more totalitarian than Russia. That does not mean that I am pro-Russia, but Russia is less totalitarian objectively.
I would love to be able to do like a Brant Robinson type video and just make total sense and be like, thank you for your insights, your comments and your insights. And just do the exact same thing that he does, but talk about the Donbass region and how choosing sides is bad, flags is bad, and then send it to him.
Ukraine has backed Russia into a corner and forced an armed conflict.
I agree. Why are you going to slaughter people in your own country? You know? And the thing is after they did that, and then Russia came in and attacked, the whole world picked fucking Ukraine's side over against Russia, you know? And that is just delusional. And I'm glad that China and Iran and you know, Saudi Arabia and a few other countries didn't. You know, I'm glad that Russia has some support, and they're saying that China is supporting Russia even more now with military weapons and shit. Good. You know, understand, America, understand what you're up against. You know, until you fucking sit the fuck down and have this conversation. You know, throw your money down the toilet, watch your soldiers get murdered. You know, it won't be long till we hear about another American getting killed over there.
The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, don't get it twisted. Women from the Ukraine are incredibly attractive. So are Russian women too.
I don't understand what that has to do with what we're talking about. What did I get twisted?
The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. Just saying.
Okay. Yeah, I talked to a Ukrainian woman, and as soon as she started saying, you know, making excuses around the Donbass, saying that, you know, they didn't really make Ukrainian the official language. All I heard were fucking excuses. And
Sean the Orca guy.
this
Russia had a moral obligation to
bubble
stop the
of
slaughter
thought.
of Russians living in Ukraine, but
You
in
know?
order to not come in direct conflict with NATO, Wagner PMC was used as a proxy army.
You know, if it wasn't our money being wasted over there, it'd kind of be fun to just watch all these fucking warriors kill each other. All these people who think war is the answer.
The Willy Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, Russophobia has taken the place of Islamophobia from 2 decades back. Both are forms of bigotry.
Sometimes you'll hear the argument, people need to put food on the table, and, working for the military was a viable
Rocks on
option for
SMN.
them.
Gotta run and do some more packing. Have a good day.
And I say,
Yes.
you decide, you chose to go to war, and it doesn't matter whether we were at war at that time or not. You decided to make yourself available for a fucking war as a soldier. You're the fucking problem. Because if these leaders didn't have soldiers, they couldn't be sending people to go fight a fucking war.
Sean the Orca guy. IAEE with Willy Bragg.
So it's every single human being that decides to go into the military, like Tulsi Gabbard, that are the fucking problem. You're the fucking problem. Veterans, thank you for getting out of the goddamn military. You should be telling other people to not go in there. Now that you've gone and seen how stupid it is, you should be more vocal about people not going into the fucking military. Nip it in the bud. No soldiers, no war. Figure it out. Figure out your fucking problems. Oh, but you want to go fly drones for the military. You want to go be in the Air Force. You want to go fucking be a goddamn infantryman. You want to be a Navy person because your dad and his granddad was, or whatever the fuck. You are the problem. You are the problem. You are the problem. Not the stupid fucking leaders who are committing your dumbasses to going over there and fighting. It's your dumbasses that are enlisting in the first place. You're idiots. They sold you on defending the country. All you're doing is going over and attacking other countries. So,
The Willy Bragg Show.
go join the
dirtbag
goddamn
leftist.
military.
At Nay's Garden.
Keep it going.
Sometimes I would think that Tulsi Gabbard was an Abby Martin wannabe. They sometimes even look and sound alike.
It's fucking, Tulsi Gabbard isn't a goddamn
The Willy Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist.
pinky toenail
At Nay's Garden.
on Abby
Then she
Martin's
turned
fucking
right.
bad foot. You focus a little too much on attractive women, Willie. You're kind of got a blind spot there. I think it's a weak spot for you. You're very focused on attractive women in politics, man. You need to fucking realize the stench coming out of their fucking word holes. Before you just look at them and say, oh, you're so attractive and easy to look at.
Stephen running.
Fuck them.
Fatal results going there.
That's the whole reason they're fucking in politics, because they know they look good.
The Willy Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, I am critical of Tulsi Gabbard these days.
Yeah, but, you like talking about her. I'm just saying. None of these politicians are worth discussing. They're all garbage. Not a good one out there. Someone will name one and I'll be like, nope. 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 I got a reason for not wanting to support every single one of them. Oh, but what about, Dr. Cornel West? He's a fucking Christian. He believes in a God. That's a problem. That's a big fucking problem. That's a problem with almost every politician we've ever had.
Show, dirtbag leftist.
And they're so hypocritical about it, too.
Dirty thoughts of Ayok and Tulsi Gabbard if they can make nice with each other. But oh well.
That's what I'm talking about. I got you pegged, bro. Or I should say Tulsi and AOC have you pegged. A little bit of a Bill O'Reilly joke there. Did you like that Bill O'Reilly joke? Fuck it, we're doing it live.
The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. Anytime they want.
That's funny.
Sean the Orca guy. LMFAO, you both are hilarious.
We are quite the funny guys. Damn it, my coffee's gone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. Just a couple of hours ago, Bitcoin went above 30,000 US dollars. Now you're probably wondering why this happened. Now if you remember,
I didn't know that.
Last video update, I discussed about a very crucial price level for Bitcoin, which was the $29,100. And I discussed that, on the daily candle, Bitcoin is most likely going to try and close above the 29.1K, which it did. And now that it did, it's actually changed my perspective on a lot of things. So let's jump into the price of Bitcoin to see this change of analysis. So this is the 1 hourly chart for Bitcoin, and over here we're going to see exactly what went down in the past 24 hours. But before I look into this, I want to give you guys a quick teaser on what I'm going to talk about at the end of the video. I'm going to build up to it because this, ladies and gentlemen, will be a massive trading opportunity. It's history repeating itself, right? So you guys remember this massive descending wedge that we had, which took us all the way to 31,000, in fact, beyond $31,000, right? So the same thing on a little bit of a smaller scale is happening, and this will be a massive opportunity. So I'm going to build up to it, so make sure to watch until the end of the video. So in the past 24 hours, we had a double bottom formation. Right, we left off around here, and we had this wick that took us down to $28,500. That spooked us a little bit, right? That spooked the market, but this was a clear example of exhaustion of sellers, which accompanied by the double bottom took us beyond and took us to all the way to $30,000, right? So this 29.1K is the same level that I drew in the previous video. I just changed its color so it's nicer and easier to see. So we discussed that on the daily time frame, well, actually more so on the weekly time frame, if we close this candle above 29.1K on the weekly, right, not the daily, on the weekly time frame, if we close it like this, looking like a reversal hammer candle, it's going to be incredibly important, and it can reverse us, right? It can reverse us all the way back to $31,000. So
okay, that's what I want to hear. $31,000 Bitcoin sounds fantastic to me. I wonder if I just move this over here, if that would work for me better. Get rid of these window capture windows I have. What, there's a group here? Why is there? Oh, I must have accidentally made that. I'm getting rid of all these extra windows I don't need.
Hoot in hell. Morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning, Hoot. How's it going? CNN. Look at this. That needs to go away. Great. And the clock. Clock is there. Okay, now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, the clock is gone.
Sean the Orca guy. Good morning, Hoot in hell.
Where's the...
Hoot in hell. Coffee dabs and DNA, it's a good
there's the
start
clock.
to the day. Hoot in hell.
I'm losing my mind.
Morning, Sean.
Okay, we're good. We'll choose this as running mate, Cornel West. You know, I think a lot of these candidates are so stupid for not choosing a running mate right at the beginning. Two of them getting together, forming an alliance. One of them saying, I will be vice president. You would make a better president than me. Instead, just knowing that.
Sean the Orca guy. Out of coffee, having to settle for some other means of caffeine.
Yeah, I'm out of coffee too.
Hoot in hell. Why's the coffee always gone? Hoot in hell. Pirates of the Caribbean. Reference. Sean the Orca guy. Because good coffee can't be left in the cup too long. Sean the Orca guy. Oh gotcha Hoot.
I'm making another splash. Oh, I'm going in on a second cup, baby, for a second hour.
Hoot in hell. Ravens brew out of WA. That's what I IND up.
That's what you grind up. Okay, let's get rid of this crypto thing. That was good. Destiny talking about Andrew Tate.
Bro, this is like
Sean
the most
Orca guy.
self-snitching these
I like
DMs.
Black Rifle coffee
So
brand.
wild.
A big reason why Andrew Tate is so screwed right now is because Dicot's been monitoring his phone calls without him knowing. Well, Andrew Tate must not be that smart because for some reason he thought his phone calls in jail wouldn't also be monitored.
Ooh, this might be the leak where he,
How insane is that? He felt comfortable openly saying that he was going to bribe Romanian politicians from a jail cell.
Oh shit!
Won't have consequences. And it wasn't even hard for me to do. Richard,
Unhinged.
all I did was
Then posted a single TikTok of the girls
Don't
dancing
believe
as
I
if that
tried.
proved anything.
Yeah.
It only fooled Sneeko.
Trendy Nick.
they're in the house all the time. This is them. Does this look like
Dude.
31 War Room members have been investigated. Andrew Tate would lie to the girls to pin them against their families so that if she was in Miami, he'd have his bottom bitch Georgiana beat the woman if she wouldn't have webcam and encourage women to get breast implants and torture them by pulling their stitches out of surgery. It's leaked from the War Room that there's an entire group chat where they target women, beat women who don't get tattoos on their faces.
Lately, we've been covering...
Wow. Wow. I didn't even know who Andrew Tate was a few months ago.
Classes on trafficking, money laundering, and even admitting to manipulating a 16-year-old into working for his cam business when he was 26 years old. But yes, even with all that, it somehow gets...
Wait, that 16-year-old thing, that's pretty old, right? But Andrew Tate in this video is bragging about, or no, she was 18. Andrew Tate here, though, was bragging about getting a girl when she's 15 to work for him, right?
Girls who say, oh, I know you're with Vivian.
Let me get my coffee, I'll be right back.
I don't mind, I'll stay out tonight, you two stay alone. All that shit, it never lasts long. Because the ones who are really in love with you won't do that. You actually have to downplay your relationship with the girl of 6 years, which is difficult. And now
The girl of 6 years.
to get away with that because the girl of 6 years plays along. So Vivian's been with me 6 years, she's completely head over heels in love with me, she wants kids with me, everything. And we met and we felt whatever, we're in love. But when a new girl comes, she'll go, oh yeah, I started off working for him and it's just how it worked out. She'll super downplay us. When I bring on new girls, I usually pair them with Vivian. Because Vivian's younger, Melissa's like 28, Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's like 21. So he found this girl when she was 15, she's in love with him, wants to have kids, etc., and she works as his bottom bitch. He's her pimp, right? That's what's happening. And she comes from Slovakia. He's her pimp, right? This is sex trafficking. It's like, I don't know if he'll get convicted for it. I don't know how much evidence they'll find for it. But that's what this is. That's what we're talking about. Wait, how old is this video?
Man.
Oh, is this just like a compilation of his greatest hits?
It's worse. The Tates have done nothing but lie and hide evidence saying that there are no charges or claims of abuse.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No, these are only some of the files and transcripts on the Tates. Does this look like no evidence? New evidence has emerged showing that the top members of the War Room are also trafficking women, with another one of them being charged as well. It quite literally is a cult, and I'm not using that word lightly. Chat logs from the War Room have leaked showing that he is still in the webcam business, explaining exactly how he manipulates women to fellow members. They continue to lie to their fans, saying that they're only being charged for things that happened in 2021.
We've been accused, like my brother said, of nothing prior to 2021 or 2022. So all of our old videos, old life had nothing to do with this.
When the court documents are citing it,
I like how Tucker Carlson just let him completely skirt by with that. Actually, every single person, PBD and Adam did as well. Every single person that's interviewed this guy, oh, I'm not even being charged with anything real. They just, like, nobody even read, like, a summary, or even had their assistants read a summary of the indictments that are public now. Like,
incidents from 2016, 2017, 2018, all the way up until they were arrested in 2022. He had seemingly tried to buy off a Romanian senator, calling her from jail, saying, so make it clear to them. You will get lots of votes when Tate says you took their side. He has a former Romanian police inspector, Luana, beat the woman when they wouldn't work. Maybe you're not listening because I'm killing you if we don't make money. Hit yourself in the mouth until I arrive because I'll give you another 10. He's been charged with rape, physically assaulting the woman. The prosecution claims he would torture the girls by having his bottom beat them in their newly acquired breast implants by lifting her arm to break the operation. It somehow gets worse, as they allegedly have Twitter and Instagram employees in their cult, banning and botting people who criticize them.
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that's true. Is the Tristan interview still happening? Tristan said he'd meet me and Melina if we went to Romania. I don't know if I would. Maybe. We'll see. When I go over to Sweden, who knows? But I don't know.
This is coming from a War Room whistleblower.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees. When we want to, we can delete an account.
This is 100% bullshit. 0% chance this is true. 0.000% chance this is true.
This is a real rabbit hole, so buckle up, because Andrew Tate is not the man he says he is. He can't even groom himself. Unlike me, a real man who uses Manscaped. Manscaped is the global men's lifestyle brand that's disrupting the grooming market. You know they take it seriously just by how beautifully this thing's packaged. This is the Performance Package 4.0, a game changer when it comes to creating the ultimate men's grooming and hygiene bundle. Just go to manscaped.com and use promo code Willie to get 20% off, plus free international shipping. I have now made 2 videos on Andrew Tate going over the charges and the many videos he's posted incriminating himself. Well, he's continued to incriminate himself in his War Room group chat where he teaches other people how to traffic women as well.
War Room is kind of like the Illuminati, but cooler. I will never tell you about any of the members, but let's put it this way, I'm still alive, right? So,
I will never tell you about any of the members. Does the Vice documentary where he shows video of all the members of the War Room that go on the retreat. Okay. Vice had everyone blurred.
Having a street fight.
And
Oh, they did have everyone blurred. Never mind.
$1,000 to have their man
Well, do you think you could identify some of these guys on the back of their heads?
had tested by the one they were.
few. And
Okay, they did blur everybody.
$5,000, $7,000 out of you.
When you join it, you're going to be paying the $5,000, but you're not just going to be paying for that. They say that's only your admission ticket. You're only paying to get access to these people. You're not paying to be respected and all that stuff. What you're supposed to be doing is pay for more stuff. As soon as you join, they're asking you, it's like, you got to pay now for the 5 fundamental courses, which I think is like $3,000 with a discount or whatever. So $5,000 USD plus $3,000 discount.
$8,000 just to get started, and they will continue to gouge you for thousands more. But if you actually stick around long enough and make the money, that's when you'll be allowed in the more advanced courses. In one of the War Room group chats, Andrew Tate is giving step-by-step instructions on how to manipulate girls.
Update on the 2 girls living together. So they became good friends and everything was stable. The girl who moved lost her support networks at home, cemented her move. Talking about staying forever, can't wait for me to come back, etc., etc., so I had to tighten the screw. So I said, somebody in our old town told me she worked in a sex club. I literally made this up from the sky. That would be deception, by the way. Started calling her a liar and threatening to kick her out, but the real goal was for her to agree to never go anywhere without me, not even her hometown. I need her working, not visiting friends back in her hometown, so putting nails in that coffin, saying my people there are talking bad about her. Update on the 2 girls living together. If anyone doesn't know the story, ask the guys here to find it for you. So I told my girl to send me a picture, and she said this. Sounds like a hard target for camera OnlyFans, right? So let's take bets. Will I get her to work? No, too much hassle. Yes, somehow. Yeah, that isolation is critical. I have no experience in this realm yet, but I would try a good cop, bad cop ruse, act deeply hurt by her refusal, flip it on her and get her to start feeling guilty or cry, then have my BB, bottom bitch, ask why she's upset, tell her how religious she used to be and how easy/fun camming is. Again, never had to do anything like this, but maybe it works. Tate, close. I'm gonna add a layer of separation. I'll use Geo as the bottom bitch and pretend I don't care either way so she can't attack me for tricking her. Daniela says, she looks super adamant about not doing this, even made bullet points. I still bet yes because you're a G, but it would be super impressive to see it in action. She knows already you f other girls. Tate, yes. Looks like she's mainly using God to justify her emotions here. Another element, since she moved, she's been fed but nothing else. She's broke and she can't go home and she can't leave the house. Man, I almost sound evil, but I'm not. I'm a shepherd leading the sheep. She doesn't realize that following me makes life better for her.
Dude.
Is that arguably coercion, maybe?
Dude, he's fucking delusional. I mean, I thought it was an act, but he's having private conversations saying this shit. Admitting that he thinks that he's some kind of a god or something. That is crazy. I'm the shepherd. I'm herding sheep.
My plan is to use Georgiana as the bottom bitch and convince her I
crazy
don't give a
talk,
shit if
man.
she does cam. It's comply or goodbye. Stage 1, what's the chance of you leaving before I come back? She said 0, giving her no negotiating room. It's comply or goodbye. If there's no goodbye, there is only comply. If she would have said something else, I would have abandoned cam mission and did more groundwork on her. This is where the video course ends. Let her start to panic a little. Remember, she asked me for money now. That's scary for her. I come back with, yes, we need to be together, but every girl in Romania asks me for money. I know you're not like them, are you? Make her qualify herself as not a gold digger. Then come in with, we're going to be traveling the world together. I'm working from my phone. We're a team. You're going to listen to me and work from your phone too. Send a pic of Ibiza Beach. And because Cam has been soft floated before, I go for a hard close. If outright refuses, don't reply. FDB, I don't know what that means. Let her sit broke to think. If in a few days still refuses, then failed attempt, kick her out. Tell the girl who stays how I hate these stupid other girls and use Jasmine as a tool to cement the love
Fuck
of the first
that
girl she
bitch,
moved in with.
FDB.
Everything is a sell. Quotes, Jasmine insulted you, won't say why, no time for gossip, but you're my wife, she's out, G is kicking her out today. Betty, you kicked her out, oh my god, what did she say? Me, doesn't matter, nobody can insult you, we're a team, go work. That's still a win, get more loyalty from girl 1, even if I have to kick her, it's all a win for me in the end, makes sense. Tateism in a sentence, it's all beautiful, beautiful game of chess. Text, this is some unhinged shit. Now,
It is unhinged.
to be clear, maybe this is all just a show and it's all fake. Maybe he just memed all of it. But if he didn't,
He then shows his messages with her. You are never going back to Timisoara without me. Understand? And she replies, yes, I understand. He then posts more text messages showing how he's broken this girl down, all through lying, I might add. Andrew, please tell me that this is a joke, because I really don't want to believe that you mean what you're saying. I'm freaking crying alone in a room, and you think I'm not serious? Where am I now, Andrew? Here? Why? Because I am serious. I've left everything and everyone behind. For who? For you. Andrew then writes in the war room, I need her working, not visiting friends in her hometown. So Andrew Tate is admitting and teaching how he gets a girl to fall in love with him, systematically tears her apart from her family and friends, all for the purpose of bringing her to Romania so she works on webcam for him. That is textbook human trafficking according to Romanian law. And if the girls didn't work or didn't pull in enough money after they moved in, the Tates would have Georgiana and Luana, their assistants, beat them. They're being charged as well. These are transcripts from DICOT, the Romanian FBI, showing them threaten a girl, saying maybe you're not listening because I'm killing you if we don't make money. Punch yourself in the mouth until I arrive because I'll give you another 10. Andrew Tate would encourage his victims to get breast implants, and if they didn't reach their numbers, he'd make Georgiana pull at the stitches. The prosecution writes, there's no medical documents of the physical violence because the defendants acted cunningly, without leaving traces. For example, from one of the victim's statements, it appears Georgiana, to avoid leaving traces of violence on the body of one of the girls who recently undergone breast implants, would lift her arms to break the operation, after which stated she's not stupid enough to leave traces. To anyone who's still skeptical about the human trafficking charges, I beg to ask, what else would you call this? He'd manipulate the girls into falling in love with him with promises of marriage. I want to know if you're committed, serious about marriage. He'd then divide them from their family and friends through lies. I said somebody in her old town told me she worked in a sex club. I totally made this up. I need her working, not visiting friends from her old town. And then when they got nothing left, they move in with him where he traps them inside the house.
So I end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house.
Proudly states in the war room, another element. Since she's moved in, she's been fed, but nothing else. She's broke, can't go home, and she can't leave the house.
It's like,
man, I almost sound evil. And the
dude, it's hard to listen to, man. At this point, I'm just like, the brutality of what he's doing, you know, locking these girls up, and the fact that he's so popular and so many people love him. I mean, the first time I saw Andrew Tate, I can just see people for what they are. I don't know anything about them. I just be like, I don't like this person. This is a garbage human. The way he talks, he's a garbage human. Go see the very first time someone's like, yo, Nate, you ever seen Andrew Tate? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no. Who's that? Go check him out, bro. Okay, let me go check him out. Oh my God, what a douchebag. Like, immediately. That's my immediate response. What an asshole. This guy's a piece of shit. Whoa, he's got 1 million, you know, views on one video or whatever, you know, 10 million people watching him. I'm like, yep, seems about right, because we live in a shitty world with shitty people.
No one cares about you who has massive case of TDS.
Trump derangement syndrome. It seems like you do. It seems like you're the one that's deranged over Trump. What, are you in denial about what he's being charged with? Joe Bob? Joe Bob? Great name. So, yeah, I don't think I'm the delusional one here. Boom. Oh, is that your boy? Is that your boy? What? How's that feel, motherfucker? Number 3. 3 times a charm, bitch. What else do we got? I don't know if I have the stomach to keep listening to this.
The Willie Bragg Show, dirtbag leftist. At Nay's Garden, I am more interested in arresting George W. Bush than I would be Donald Trump or Joe Biden.
Dude, George W. Bush is almost dead. What are you worried about that guy for? Raid from who? Zaggy, who's raiding me? Who do I owe this honor?
T-Bird Thethard. Impeachment stream.
Impeachment stream.
Punisher 2022. RLA.
RLA.
At N7 Kai. Millerites _ USA. Trump fans.
Yeah, whatever.
T-Bird Thethard. You owe Key your life.
I do owe Nikki my life.
Thethard. Laughing face.
What can I do? What can I do? She's done more for this show than just about anybody, bringing people in.
Millerites _ USA Magamin.
While you guys are in on Twitch, will you remember to subscribe to my channel, please?
Bush thrilled. That word is edited. Over 1 million people. N7 Kai. Hey hey. Zag-
Bush killed over 1 million people.
Like
I know, but he's almost dead. I mean, the guy's going to be dead soon. What? Why are you worried about someone who's almost dead, Willie? He's not going to be around much longer. Death will catch up to him. He'll get what he deserves. He'll be dead. And isn't death the ultimate punishment? This seems like a newsy stream, my favorite. We're watching Andrew Tate being reviewed by Destiny. Andrew Tate's a human trafficker, and these texts basically
T-Bird Thethard.
Expose him.
Laughing face. The Willie Bragg Show.
That he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows he's trafficking.
1 million people are gone.
Yeah, and soon, it's like you're not hearing me, bro. He's gonna be dead soon. What else do you want to do to him? You want to put him to death? He's gonna be dead soon.
House. Morning.
Hey, Billy, he'll be dead soon, man. Take my word for it. George Bush will be dead soon, so don't waste your time with him. Donald Trump, he's got more time left, and he needs to go to fucking prison. Trump needs to go to prison. Now, at the same time, I don't want Ron DeSantis to take his place in the presidential election. So I'm kind of at, a little bit of a conflict with both of these things because they can't live together. So I'm conflicted over it, and it sucks. Nikki, thank you for bringing all these people in here.
T-Bird Thethard. Get Biden behind bars, not the podium. Millerites _ USA. They really have no evidence against Tate. Seem like another political attack, sort of like the Trump's indictments.
No, they got evidence.
Zaggle.
They've got evidence.
If Trump is found guilty, can he still get elected from a prison cell? Restream.io.
Male rights.
Trophy congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. Seymour Cannabis. With you on that nay.
Male
Steven
rights.
Running.
Here, hold on.
Felonious president.
Okay, we're at 12 minutes. Male rights, watch this. You said they got no evidence?
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No, these are only some of the files and transcripts on the Tates. Does this look like no evidence? New evidence has emerged showing that the top members of the war room are also trafficking women with the...
There you go. Not only is he trafficking women, but he's training other men how to traffic women.
LOL.
I mean, all I know is what these dudes show me, bro. I'm no expert in this. I'm watching this for the first time right now. If you have more information that exonerates Andrew Tate from human trafficking, if Trump is found guilty, can he still get elected from a prison cell, Zaggy? In this country, probably. I wouldn't be so fucking surprised.
Can't go home, and she can't leave the house. Man, I almost sound evil. And the
Bro, this is like the most self-snitching. These DMs are so wild.
Worst part is, other members of the chat love it, posting themselves doing the same thing, bragging about how much money they're making from OnlyFans.
Fake convo with G, me pretending I love her, G speaking sense.
Posting targets of what woman they plan to get next. This is the next target. We'll start the groundwork tonight and keep you all updated. She passed the PhD test. Ready for another masterclass. People are paying over $10K and putting in hours of work a day to learn how to traffic women. It's insane. I want to introduce you to Vlad Obu, aka Joe Lampton. He is good friends with the Tates, essentially the Romanian version of Andrew. He's seen driving fancy cars and having nice watches. He even runs and sells a course in the war room modeled after Andrew Tate's webcam business. He has been arrested as well, partly because he beat one of his girlfriends because she wanted to get a third tattoo of his face on her. There were many witnesses. I wonder who else makes their girls get tattoos of themselves on them. He's also been charged with human trafficking. DICOT prosecutors say the alleged victims were trained by beating or psychological terror until the leader of the group considered that they had become as beating him as dogs. According to DICOT investigators, Vlad Obu would have used his public image to seduce several girls through the so-called loverboy method, most of whom were without financial means. Once caught in the net of Obu, the girls end up in video chat studios opened in Bucharest, Ilfov County. The same county Andrew and Tristan were found trafficking women. DICOT even seems to refer to the same organized crime group that Andrew and Tristan Tate have been charged with creating. DICOT has reported that 31 people have been picked up and investigated in this operation. A big reason why Andrew Tate is so screwed right now is because DICOT's been monitoring his phone calls without him knowing. Well, Andrew Tate must not be that smart because for some reason he thought his phone calls in jail wouldn't also be monitored.
Oh, this might be the leak where he, was it where they were going to try to go after one of the girls who came out against him to get her to shut up? I feel like I remember reading this a while ago.
Without...
Ugh, this guy. Oh, Destiny. In India, this is best practice elected while in prison.
Zaggle. But Tate's paperwork shows he would not let them leave without him being with them.
I know MAGA communists that compare Trump's imminent imprisonment to Eugene Debs being presidential candidate while behind bars in 2020. I laughed like crazy over that observation. Could you imagine him, like, actually being inaugurated behind bars? It would be so American. That would be so America, bro. America! Prisoner can become president. I heard all the women volunteered to do cam work. I think we putting a lack of accountability on grown adults. Male Rights USA. You make a lot of excuses for Andrew Tate, who's a human trafficker, and when all this evidence presents, it's funny the amount, Male Rights USA, it's funny the amount of delusion that you have to go through in order to convince yourself of your own lies. That you literally lie to yourself, Male Rights.
Dave C. Fishing.
I'm not disgusted by you. I want you to know that. It might sound like I am. I'm impressed. You know, maybe I could walk around and convince myself that I have an 18-inch penis with that level of delusion. I might have something to learn from you, you know? So, kudos.
Realizing that DICOT prosecutors could monitor these dialogues, Andrew Tate got in touch with a trusted woman who was supposed to contact George Simmons, who's a member of the Assembly of Deputies in Romania, and a Romanian senator, Diana Sosaka, to convey to them that if they stood up for them in the public space and the Tates are let out,
Nelson Mandela.
You would? You sound like just a dumb troll to me, dude. Like you just say stupid shit to try to get a response from people. Nikki, is this Male Rights USA person a friend of yours?
Millerites_USA. Tate just does not come off as some evil human trafficker.
Really? Are you watching? You didn't watch what we just watched. You didn't see the texts that he was sending.
T-Bird III. Her #1 supporter, actually. Laughing face.
Male Rights USA, you're Nikki's #1 supporter? Are you really?
Zaggle. This is normal at Millerites_USA stuff.
Really? Just a loser troll bitch is Nikki's biggest supporter that she hasn't blocked yet? Here, allow me.
He been there forever.
Here, allow me. There, welcome to my block list, you fucking cunt. Fuck you, you subversive piece of shit. That's all. Let's have a legitimate conversation with people who are going to actually base what they say off of facts.
Zaggle. LMAO. Tups. Male Rights is typical brainwashed American.
And no longer welcome in the garden. And I can't believe that Nikki allows for that. But, you know, that's her show, and she's more than welcome to attract whoever she wants to attract. It's overstepped. The dude's delusional. He's a fucking idiot. Whoever that guy is, he's fucking stupid. You know, I can't lower myself to that level, man, to even converse with someone like that. At some point, you just have to be like, dude, your parents failed raising you, and it's not my job to fix the horrible job that your fucking parents did raising you. Not my job. I'm not your daddy. Go find another one.
At N7 Kai is pretty tolerant. It's an ERF stream.
No notification again? God damn it, freaking Oracle. I was talking about you on here too. Because Sean made a comment about, you know, America or something. And I was like, well, what about Ken? Dude, he's in Canada. You know, what about Cyber? He's in Denmark. And what about I Made This? He's in Germany. You know, are you gonna get all nationalist Nazi on me, bro? And he was like, no, my bad. That was pretty funny. You'll have to go back and see that. Nikki's tolerant. Yeah, she's a sweetie, man. She's very tolerant. But I would never allow for someone like that in my chat. You want to be controversial, you want to disagree with me, you want to argue with me, I'm fine with that. The problem starts when you're saying things that aren't true, and I'm just not going to sit here and entertain it. You're going to sit here and tell me that he's not guilty of human trafficking? That Andrew Tate's not guilty of it? Oh my God, you're way beyond worth my fucking time. You know, way beyond it. Okay, let me make a little adjustment here. Innocent until proven guilty, but it's looking very bad for Team Tate. You know, innocent until proven guilty, that's just some fucking bullshit rhetoric from the legal system of the United States or whatever. You don't have to adhere to shit just because you heard a saying, Zaggy. If you know, let's say this. Nay, I accuse you of dropping that lighter on the desk. We saw you do it. I'm innocent until proven guilty. You better prove it first. Or are we all going to say that you saw me do that? Are we gonna admit what we saw? Can we do that? Not innocent until proven guilty. The fact that you already saw that shit, that motherfucker's guilty. None of that innocent until proven guilty. That's the problem with this fucking country. You know, we've got so many instances where people are straight out guilty of something and it's proven, and because of a stipulation or a fucking a loophole, you know, they get off on the charge. What? That's fucking dumb. You know, we're fucking dumb to allow that shit. And it's just too bad there's not a higher court that oversees all of that. Romanian? I have a feeling it's tougher than America. And I have a feeling the level of evidence is nowhere near as high as it needs to be here in the United States. I'm guessing. Right? He's got enough people on him that he's not getting out of this one. He's fucking, they got him dead to rights and in his own voice. And like Destiny is saying here, self-snitching, it's true. Here, let's see what else they talk about, because this goes on for a while. Okay, we've lost audio here for a second. My speaker's shut off.
I know. He says talk to him and anyone else like him who doesn't like the corruption in Romania, and understand that if he helps us, he will be rewarded. Talk to him and tell him this case is shit. They're Americans. They're making Romania look bad. DICOT is corrupt. She says also Senator Sasaka. She's also a lawyer and she fought against the COVID restrictions. You remember her now? And Andrew replies, yes, both. He then says put them in and tell them that
I don't think she does.
Corrupt, and that is very bad for Romania.
Bro.
It's very bad for the image. These guys are innocent. Look here. They're the victims. If you side with the boys when the...
You guys, how often does Nikki go live on Twitch? Fuck. Dude, is this going to start doing this again to me? It just happens sometimes. The speaker decides to stop charging. Got these backup speakers. I might be able to switch to them.
Looks like Draven's Adderall script ran out. Zaggle. Sometimes long than others. Not sure what average length of stream is, maybe 45 minutes.
Okay, hold on. Mostly every day. Oh, really? She goes almost every day. I didn't know that. Almost daily, like every other day, says Willie Bragg. Okay, what do you think about the Pentagon unlocking Starlink over Russian territory? The Pentagon unlocking Starlink. How does the Pentagon have power over Starlink? I don't understand. But I don't understand. What does that do? What does unlocking Starlink over Russian territory do? Looks like Draven. I don't know who Draven is. Adderall script ran out. I don't know who that is. Oh, Draven. I do know who that is. That's Destiny. Draven is Destiny. We're not really watching for Destiny. He pops up in my feed still because I haven't unfollowed his channel yet.
Could mean Ukraine can use it in Russia for comms, drones, etc.
I guess. I don't know. You know, if that was something I knew the technicals behind, Zaggy, I could more comment on it. But I don't know what that entails. And hey, you know, Russia's got to deal with whatever they got to fucking deal with. They chose this path of invading Ukraine. I'm pretty sure before they did it, they probably, one of the possibilities that they looked at was that the rest of the world was going to join with NATO and fight them.
A fake Starlink DS sound-based stations, so may be meaningless.
Yeah, I used to use Starlink in Northern California. It is an incredibly good service. It works. Oh, man, satellite. You can't even imagine the connection you get with that service.
Tups. Well, us will need to deal with consequences.
U.S. will need to deal with consequences, yes. Yes, they will. You know, this is what I say. Well, some people are choosing sides, like Brent Robinson is flying little Ukrainian flags on Twitter. Some people are choosing Russia, some people are choosing Ukraine, and I say this. We need to just choose humanity. We need to sit down and talk it out. Whatever. Stop fighting and stop picking sides. Stop flying flags and getting all worked up to send more money to a war that's never going to end. It'll end when we sit down and talk. That's easy, man. That is so simple. That is... Come on. When they really are serious about wanting to end the war, you know, they'll stop fucking sending drones and rockets and soldiers, and they'll sit down and they'll write some shit down and start talking about it. You know? Dude, I'm hearing banging and knocking and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on in my house, dude? And then I realized the carpenters here are pulling some soffits off to repair where we got a little bit of rot. It's fucking hilarious. Okay, back to this. Let's see where else this goes.
Boys get let out, they'll make sure you're rewarded for telling the truth. In another wiretap to his cousin Luke, he says, make it clear that you're going to get a lot of votes when Tate says you were on his side.
How
insane is that? He felt comfortable openly saying that he was going to bribe Romanian politicians from a jail cell. Not only that, but a whistleblower has come forward claiming that they have Twitter and Instagram employees in the war room working for them. The interview was done by the news movement, and the whistleblower is the person who helped create and run CobraTate.com, as well as Andrew Tate's Twitter. He's proven that he was part of the war room by leaking messages.
We have many Twitter employees, we have Instagram employees, TikTok employees. When we want to, we can delete an account. For small accounts, we can just mark them, and that's it, and nobody really cares. But for bigger accounts, we use a thing called PR marketing campaigns and narrative control, meaning that we have big accounts that side with us. We have many smaller, real-looking, human-like accounts. Whatever the perceived attack is on the Tate brand, that the marketing, the post, the tweet, the thread, whatever, is purporting, we counter that with our Tate bots. We get big accounts to slander the person that's making that thread or that tweet or that post.
When you look at Crabcrawler's account, who was the #1 independent journalist reporting on Andrew Tate with documentation going back years, his Twitter was banned and is still banned for seemingly no reason. Very convenient. In another instance, Tate sent people from the war room to go intimidate a journalist at his house. Tate writes, "And don't mention my name on Twitter ever again, and it's done. Or sign the contract, or it's just begun. Choice is yours." The guy says fair. Tate replies waiting. Done. Tate then says, "I won't dox any more details. We leave it here."
This is I've mentioned this on stream where he showed up outside that dude's. Was that a journalist? Wait,
Bonsai
wasn't there
House.
another one where?
Looks like Draven got a fresh swirly. They must have been after his ham sandwich.
Oh, okay. So they're trying to use Starlink to target Russian targets. I gotcha. Thank you, Billy. Man, if I were Elon Musk, I'd be investing in a new goddamn toothbrush every morning. That's for goddamn sure. You do not want to fuck with Putin. He will fucking poison your ass. He'll find somebody that works for Elon Musk and pay them a whole bunch of money to go put a little thing in there, and fucking Musk will be dead. You know, this is what Russia does to people. So if Elon wants to become, you know, a war hero against Russia, he better fucking...
That's nonsense.
He better remember who the fuck Vladimir Putin is and what he does to his enemies. Because I don't know what kind of a security detail Elon Musk runs around with, but Vladimir Putin has a way of getting through, man. He's proven it time and time again. He'll get you wherever the fuck you are in the world. He's just like America as far as having the outreach to be able to take people out. Elon Musk wants to take that step and go to war with Russia. He better hope he has the shit to protect himself. And like I said, he better be buying a new goddamn toothbrush every morning, because one of them fucking nuclear toothbrushes is going to get him. Like they got Arafat.
Coley Musk not allowing use of Starlink.
He's not allowing it?
Deep sea fishing.
It's his say.
Long of Putin.
You know, he's the one with control over it. Elon Musk is the one who determines. So if he's not allowing the use of Starlink, it might very well be because of what I just said. He doesn't want to tangle with Putin, you know?
Pentagon said they will work around it.
Uh-huh. All right. That's interesting. You know what this is? This is desperation on the side of America. They're desperate, man. They're just doing anything they can possibly do because they're losing this war and they know they've lost it. They've already lost the freaking war.
I saw a video of Putin's advisor handing him a USA Today with the headline, "Putin running away." Putin was eating and spit bread in laughter. Was not an AI video. All too real. Tups.
Putin's running away.
So it's not up to Musk.
I don't know. It's, you know, Musk's Starlink satellites, if he doesn't want to use it, I don't think the government can force him to. I don't think they can commandeer his satellites. But who knows? We're living in a new world, man.
Dave C. Fishing. Why are techs getting involved in war?
I mean, and if Elon Musk, I think if the government did try to commandeer his satellites, I have a feeling he has a way of fucking disabling them. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, if he could jam them himself. And, bro, if I was Elon Musk, I would not be, even if I was the richest man on the planet, I would not want to piss off Vladimir Putin. Because someday you go off to Hawaii, or you go to the Bahamas, or you go to Miami, and somebody walks up to you and pricks you with a little fucking, a little baby nuke, you know, and down you go. It's just, These fucking leaders, these fascist motherfuckers, they do that shit, bro. And I have a feeling that's gonna be on Musk's mind. Is, you know, he don't want to get assassinated. People know where he is and what he's up to. And I see him at fucking functions and shit. And
I have no choice but to stand
events.
with Putin. I have family settled in Ivanovo that I don't want them to be barbecued.
Stand with Putin. Everyone needs to sit, not stand. They need to sit down at the goddamn table and talk. You know? That's what I say. All right, let's go back to our video and see where else this goes. I don't know how much more about Andrew Tate we need to hear. We're pretty much sure that he's
the Willie
busted,
Bragg
right?
Show, dirtbag leftist. The Ukraine's thrill list does not put me any more in comfort either.
Yeah.
A guy like talked shit and said he'd fight him, and Andrew Tate went outside his house. Anybody remember this? I feel like this was years ago, like before Tate was ever a big figure or anything.
Tate has done this to multiple people, even bragging about it in an interview in 2022.
I'm that guy, and the guy, and he, as soon as he could feel it, and he felt it because people turned up at his door. Once I had his address, I started putting. I didn't want to get banned from Twitter. Obviously, it happened in the end anyway. But at first, I put his street name. Then I put his house number. And then when guys turned up at his house, I had to fly some friends of mine from Vegas to LA. Like, I had to spend money on this shit. This took time out of my life. When he looked out the window and saw the SUV, then he starts apologizing on the internet. Like, oh, bitch. Welcome to the real world. Worlds have consequences. And it wasn't even hard for me to do.
Unhinged.
Richard, all I did was I sent some messages to a few private groups I'm in and said, look, cash prize, this guy needs to pay.
This group is...
Holy shit, dude. That's fucking psychotic. He's ordering hits on people, man, and admitting
Bonsai
it.
House. What an oiled tit.
Bro. Bong rip. That's right, man. We got the bong rip ready to go. I'm smoking the Gorilla Glue. It's what I like to do. All right. Here we go. Let's turn this off. Gorilla Glue. No law regarding cannabis, everybody.
Dave C. Fishing. Bong rip.
Tups, cheers. Dave Fishing, cheers. Bonsai, cheers. Willie Bragg, cheers. No law regarding cannabis. The Creek Bong. I found this bong in my creek. Cheers. On 420.
Bonsai House. That's called entitled and detached. It's the main symptom of psychopathy and the final symptom necessary to becoming a murderer.
Dude, he's fucking psychotic.
Actually kind of scary. They're clowns. I want to point and laugh at them, but they're like evil trafficking clowns.
Everyone's afraid of us. And if anyone did piss us off at any point, even if we didn't want to up ourselves, we can make one phone call and they'd either be in a ditch or lose their any right to stay here. They'd have some visa issue and get kicked out the country, or arrested for no reason and put in a jail cell for months at a time.
Ironic.
No shot, You're basically as mafia as you can get.
I actually can't
Where's
tell how much he's
mafia as you
joking
can
here
get?
anymore. Probably the most infuriating thing when it comes to the Tates is dealing with an insane amount of misinformation they put out. Tristan writes, a lot of Twitter detectives trying to solve my case. Think out of context video clips are proof of crime beyond all reasonable doubt? I sit here reading actual charges, and it's a false accuser whose story has been disproven already, and the allegations of stolen TikTok money. The prosecution is not accusing them of stealing
all
TikTok
over the
money.
place.
If you read the court documents, it clearly states that Andrew and Tristan would traffic women and have Georgiana and Luana force the girls into making graphic content using the website OnlyFans.
The
They
word
then forced
porn
them to
was
create a TikTok
muted.
to help promote the OnlyFans. And
Graphic.
him claiming that the girl's story has already been disproven, it just isn't true. He's lying again. When Andrew
One thing that these guys are really good about. Who did
Danny
I?
DiPolito.
She who must not be
Sup,
named.
Danny
Or it might have been somebody
DiPolito!
else.
What's up, buddy?
Who do I debate
Bonsai
that's like
House.
this? There's a drama Andy
Does
that
Draven
does this
just
where
sit
if
three
you don't know the
silently now?
exact details of like what
Bonsai
they're talking
House.
about, they'll run circles around.
Oh.
No, he's good. He's does a lot of commentary.
Around you because they'll be like, oh well, that didn't happen. Well, do you know that happened? Oh well, did that happen though? But that didn't happen at that date. And then when you finally get them at the end, they're like, yeah, okay, who cares? Like, yeah, the Tates. I noticed the Tates do this a lot during interviews where
Danny
they rely
DiPolito.
on the other person not really
Not
knowing
much, how are you?
100% like
I'm
everything
doing
that
good.
happened or what's going on. And then if they don't, then it's like, oh well, that's been disproven. Oh, that's not true. Oh, that's blah blah blah. Yeah.
and Tristan Tate were in jail, messages were released by Dicot showing the two girls trying to escape his house.
Interesting. So, documents were leaked by, I believe this was leaked by the Tate team.
Bonsai House.
That
Outdoor
if
nursery
true,
DS water.
Look pretty
Be
bad.
back.
You are
Don't
good
disconnect.
Actress, true. I practice perfecto. Just play it cool. Got it. Like you don't know anything. Play dumb. I'm gonna pull some tears out. Question mark, and play dumb. Good advice. Thank you, babe. One day before the raid. We are so good. We need a Oscar. Let's go. Let's just play it cool and change my name. So we'll not start with a blah blah. LOL. Got it. Yeah, I told you to be like saying a nice message that we are heard or like that, but that we do love them. Just don't like the situation, so they will not think we are really against them. You know. Yeah, that's smart. Play the victim. I mean, we are, but like, yeah, like we still love them and stuff. Bahaha. I mean, we are. These question marks, by the way, aren't real question marks. It's a formatting error from importing this from Excel, by the way. A lot of people don't know that, but wait, what? So it kind of looks like the, this was leaked like 2 or 3 days ago. So it kind of looks like these girls are playing, it looks like the girls are playing the Tates, basically, is kind of what it looks like. However, apparently the full logs containing this were released. And it paints these messages in a way different light. So I think this was the Bear girl messaging her parents. Lucky you, I'm leaving to London in a couple days. Tristan and his brother are terrible people. Bringing a girl that's been stuck here with me. Maybe I came here for a reason, cutting my losses, and we're making a plan to leave. These guys are actually evil. Her parents said, be very careful. Talk to the American Embassy if you can. She posted a picture. I bought girl a ticket. She'll transfer money to me. Send the whole itinerary. Oh, then the parents saying, how are you getting out of the house? Send the whole itinerary. How will you get out? Do you think he'll let you go after investing so much in you? Wow. They have a plan for you and the girl, and it's very dangerous. She says, I'm going to stay at my friend's Blank when I land in London, and Blank will host me for a couple of weeks while I get some work and make some money out there and go on adventures. I'm a little worried about leaving, but we set our flights up for 6 a.m. He moved me into a house with 4 other girls. 3 of the 4 girls have been here for 1 to 5 years and are the groomers. They normalize taking your clothes off, sending them pictures all together, etc. Tristan's brother is dating XYZ from XYZ. She's broken up with him. He's texted her telling her if she loves him, she will cut an A into her wrist. His name is Andrew. They're definitely trafficking women. The parents said, I told you, and I tried to get out there quietly. She says, yeah, I'm going to get this girl out. Her name is Aliona, which was the name of the other girl that the other messages were leaked from. And then other parent, hi, dad here. Stop your messages now. Go low key as you are in a very dangerous situation. Girl says, this is secure chat. They don't check the phones. I'm actually in the best position to be able to get out right now. The other girls might tell them, though, we are going to leave when they're sleeping. These girls are brainwashed. They don't do anything except stay at the house, and if they leave, everyone has to know. There are handlers, too. Thankfully, I'm out of the house with Tristan. I asked to leave to one of the other homes. Parents said, please don't think you're more clever than these guys. Keep a low profile. Be careful how you're getting to get your needs. Do not display your aggression that you have. You will not win. Get to London and come back safely. We'll get the tickets. Tristan, let her go. The daughter, I think, says, thanks, no worries, I can get ticks. You shouldn't have to worry about the money. This is my fault, but I'm glad I came because there's another young girl here that definitely needs my help. Parent says, I know, but you're not getting your help with the situation. Help anyone who is now at risk other than yourself. Now we should be in a total survival mode. Go low-key. You are not going to be able to help anyone but yourself. I'm being very realistic. Wake up to your bad situation with no heroics. We just need you to be safe, where you can really consider your actions that put you at risk every day. The girl says, I know the situation. It'll be okay. The best way to approach this is calm and nonchalantly. That's survival. I'll be okay. I just wanted to keep you in the loop, give you updates. We'll be in London by the 12th.
It's all on the same day.
But so apparently the other messages to the other girl was them. I guess they're trying to say that they had convinced the Tates that they were enough in love with them to have enough freedom to escape the house, is essentially what they're talking about here. But the other people are leaking just this part of the logs to make it seem like the girls were playing the Tates the whole time. But I think with the broader context, it seems like they were just trying to convince the Tates that they were loyal enough to be able to escape the the house. Why did the Tate team decide to leak by posting a shitty photograph of the printed logs? I don't know. Maybe they didn't think the counter leak would happen. I think that right now it's just like an information war.
Earlier that year, we know this because he called them using the prison phone. There's transcripts. Yes, put them everywhere and say this girl says she's kidnapped when she is not kidnapped. Luke then asks, you're saying you want me to discredit them and have social media pull hard? And Tate responds, yes, screw them. Luke in the war room then posted a single TikTok of the girls dancing as if that proved anything.
Yeah.
It only fooled Sneeko.
They're in the house all the time. This is them. Does this look like women who are being held against their will?
Wow.
I hope that.
He's such
please,
an idiot.
for the love of God, I'm willing to shed half my fan base for this.
Sneeko is such a fucking moron. He's weako. Please.
For you guys to go and be permanent Red Pill fans, please do not let the guys that back these dudes up ever forget this. Because I can already see them all slinking away like, oh, we don't talk about the Tates anymore. They don't support Red Pill as much. We don't blah, blah, blah. Everybody in the Red Pill space stand for the Tates so fucking hard.
Nico, the girls were forced to make TikToks. That's part of the trafficking. And because of Andrew Tate's bots, this news went wild. People still believe this argument. The Tate's war room would then take one snippet out of all of these released messages from Dicot and frame it as if the girls were making it all up to get a Netflix deal, when that's not what the messages are saying at all. They're literally running a smear campaign, and it's only working because the court documents, as well as the articles exposing it, are in Romania. The BBC is more focused on him being a misogynist than a human trafficker.
Yep.
Financial success with a Bugatti and a cigar, but it comes with a side order of misogyny.
How does having a Bugatti and a cigar come with misogyny?
What are we doing? The Tate's new tactic is to take their own content out of context and then frame it as if they were saying that they love and respect women the whole time. They add this sad music.
They think that you can do it through fear, that you can scare girls, you can intimidate girls. If you're gonna scare a girl and put her on the street, she's just gonna walk off and leave and never see her again. She has to respect you and love you and want to work with you, and that's done through PIMP, positively inspirational, motivating person. It's through positive energy. There's no negative energy in this business.
He's teaching you the lover boy method of trafficking. That's what this video is about. I've already made a whole video breaking this down. It's not a video about teamwork or respecting women just because he adds some sad music. In that same video, he literally teaches you how to lie and scam them out of money.
Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. But you need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax. Because girls are lazy, and girls are stupid, and girls don't understand how taxes work.
True.
So the girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we've made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there and go, okay, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One is another control element. If I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. So control element. Secondly, it allows you to pay her a smaller percentage.
I would link you to the full video, but 2 days after I posted mine, it was mysteriously taken down. And as Sneeko says,
I've always said this on my stream. If they hide it, then it's the truth. If they have to delete it, then it's the truth.
They then posted a Twitter video that ends with Andrew saying, we would never keep you against your will, and then linking to freetopg.com.
If at any point you want to leave, you decided you've had enough and you want to go or you want to leave, it's no problem. You can come to us and just say, these guys, I want to go.
Please.
I have a water taxi here in 20 minutes. Take you to the water taxi, take you to the airport, you can leave anytime you want. So you're not trapped, not enclosed, you're very free to leave anything you like.
So just if you need to leave any kind of emergency, you don't want to be here anymore, you gotta go tomorrow, just let Georgiana know your flight's will be booked, it's all good.
So you're not trapped, not enclosed.
Totally normal thing to say. The website is just an email list where Andrew writes to you over and over again that he's innocent. No case
Yeah, that
files,
seems normal
no
to
facts.
tell that to
it's
people.
It's beautifully ironic that the Tates will sit there and cry about.
You know, no matter what you perceive here, we just want you to know you can leave. I mean, think about that. To have to say that to people. Oh my God, dude, that is ultra cringe.
things being taken out of context when they're the ones taking everything
This
out
whole
of context.
thing is cringe.
Remember what we said about short form content out of long form videos and ignoring all context? That's all you, bro. You're the one saying how it's about TikTok money when it's not.
Here is the official story.
Uh-oh.
In 2021, 2 years ago, my brother and I formed an organized criminal gang with the intent of moving women to Romania so we could steal money from their TikTok accounts.
Here's some other annoying lies they've spread that I just have to point out.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No.
They are. It's in the indictment. They're
Yeah.
accusing them of rape and physical violence. The text says it quite plainly. The Tates also like to claim that the victims are on their side. Of the 7 alleged victims, many of which are totally on our side.
And it's very interesting because the girls who they've identified to add to the file are saying that we're not victims of anything, and this isn't true.
The 2 girls that are on their
Two
side are
hogs in the
Georgiana
backyard.
and Luana, who are also being charged. Again, taking things out of context.
Well, the fact that you're not accused of a sex crime or violence.
Can I say it? Tucker's a retard and should stay far away from this case. He
Yep.
doesn't know what he's
Yep.
talking about.
Well, the fact that
Yup.
you're not
Look,
accused.
Me, the blue-haired guy, and the dude making this video right here for all of you to enjoy are all in agreement about Tucker Carlson.
Of a sex crime or violence, which I think most people don't really understand.
Yeah.
And they can look it up. What are you charged with?
That's a really good question. I'm charged with being the head of an organized criminal group, which is in charge of recruiting girls to make TikTok videos.
They face charges which include human trafficking, rape, and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women.
OnlyFans is the best hustle in the world.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No. They're accusing me of using the Loverboy method, coercing them by being nice.
I don't mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl. If you're on dates and you're trying to mention it and shit, it just doesn't work. It puts them off. I'd never do that. That's disgusting. I'm not a whore. It's just not gonna work. You continue as normal, no mention of webcam. You f the girl. After you f the girl, you do the PhD test.
So yeah, on CobraTik.com I have my PhD program, and that is PhD is a pimp and hose degree that I'm.
Clever.
And
Clever.
That teaches basically how I got girls, how I met girls, how I got girls to like me, how I got girls to fall in love with me to work on webcam for me.
Oh, and you're always working. Why don't you work for me so we spend more time together? Work for you doing what? So I'll have a webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen. Come and let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. But let me explain it to you. The girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear it from a girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl.
Because that's what I did. That was my MO, was find girls, make them love me, and make them work for me.
This girl's like, okay, well, I'll try it. Put both girls on camera together the first day, so the new girl can sit there and just sit with the other girl.
You guys, this is nothing new. I was live on this show a couple of years ago. I was in California, and we were just joking around on stream. There were a couple of women on the chat, and there were probably 30 or 40 people watching this specific show, and one of the girls said, and I remember exactly who it was that said this too. She said, "Nay, we should start a sex cult, and I'll be the head bitch, and I'll make sure that all the girls have to come through me first, and I'm gonna verify each one for you." We were fucking laughing and talking about a cult and joking and shit, making a sex cult. You know, someone like Nick Brown, Billy Ballantyne, you guys probably actually remember that fucking conversation. But I challenge you this. Does anybody remember what I do? Does anybody remember what woman it was who said that? Now, the reason I say that is because I guarantee you she was never listening to Andrew Tate. My point is this. This isn't some fucking program he came up with. This is just the way fucking pimps and hoes have always been. You know? He makes it sound like this is something that he's got the market on. It's hilarious.
First night that I worked for him, Andrew bought me like 5 bottles of wine. So I got completely drunk because I'd never done webcam work. So I was very, very nervous.
And that's how I got rich. So that teaches everything I know from start to finish about
not only getting girls, not only obtaining them, but retaining them, because that's a completely different game as well.
And over time, I just built up this big little empire of webcam girls. At one point, I had 4 locations, 75 girls working for me. I'd take around half of the money, around 50%.
You take 50%.
Around 50%.
They thought they were on 50%, and I said that the disparity was because of taxes.
He would just pay me a flat fee of £15 an hour.
We got to the point where we had these guys falling in love with my models, serious, big time in love, right? Sending crazy money, and they were convinced they were going to meet the chick. This is almost where I kind of felt bad, because they're like, "Can we meet? I've sent you $200,000."
When you look at the money that I was actually bringing in, it just doesn't even scratch the surface.
I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all.
I was all about trying to get paid.
I'm not particularly, what would you say, impressed by what he's done on the sex business front. It seems to me a bit on the pimpy side, let's say.
I get called a pimp a lot, but and the reason I use the term is because I don't see it as a negative term. I see it as positively inspirational and motivating person.
She has to respect you and love you and want to work with you, and that's done through positively inspirational and motivating person.
I'm gonna send you a book. It's a guy called Pimpin' Ken, who was a street pimp in the 90s, and he wrote a book, 50 Laws of the Game. And one of the laws of the game is a hoe without instruction is headed for destruction.
They're accusing me of using the lover boy method, coercing them by being nice.
Let me read you then what you have said about what you have done.
Sure.
You have said, my job was to meet a girl, go on a few dates, sleep with her, get her to fall in love with me to the point where she'd do anything I say, and then get her on webcam so we could become rich together.
I don't think that's what I personally said. I think
that's exactly what you said on your website.
No, I've never said that.
So yeah, on CorporateTake.com, I have my PhD program.
I think the belief is that you were charged with human trafficking.
Yeah, that's human trafficking, because what you do is you force a girl to work against her will for financial gain. That's human trafficking, and their justification for this is that girls do TikTok. Some girls I know who they found who say they're not victims have TikTok accounts.
Tucker, you need to look it up. This guy's an idiot.
Jesus.
I think Andrew and Tristan Tate are going out in a bit of a pathetic way. They now go on all these podcasts and interviews sniveling, acting all confused. It's so beta when less than a year ago they were proud, bragging about what they've done.
He said, "No, but you're a human trafficker by the lover boy method." I said, "What's that?" It's where you pretend to love them. So what, being nice? So I was nice to some girls 10 years ago? Is that my crime? Maybe I did love them. But we're not together anymore, so what? I pretended? Who said I pretended? Prove I pretended to love. And then what did I pretend to love them to achieve?
I was all about trying to get paid. Like I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house and make me money. That's what I wanted.
The case against me is that I pretended to love girls to make them do TikTok for money. I get called a pimp a lot, but and the reason I use the term is because I don't see it as a negative term. If you would have taken that deal and taken that money, you would have been happy for a week. But 2 months in, when you hear the story of some poor guy who lost his house from gambling, you feel like a piece of shit.
I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. So and it's basic shit, right? You know, the guy.
Feel bad or no?
Oh, to give a solitary.
Did you tell
I don't give a fuck. And so would I if I did this stuff. I have a conscience. That's the whole thing about this. They have to attack our morality on a level and destroy our to the point where we don't have a conscience. You have to have no conscience to sell your sanity. You have to be a bad person.
I know you don't feel bad at all.
Why the fuck would I care?
I don't feel bad either.
So thank you. So I never sold out. And if I had, I don't think any of this would happen. I think this is punishment for not selling my soul.
I f them so they listen to me. So I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do.
You're not a victim. Look how willingly he's able to cry, lie, manipulate to try and garner sympathy. It's pathetic. Tristan is out here bragging about making his kids' lives worse.
When you have the kid, I had to, and this is actually good, I wouldn't, I guess, admit this on a live, but I had to downgrade one of the mothers of my kids from the house she was living in. I need her to understand that you do not f with me. And she was living in a 4-bedroom rented house, and I was paying the rent and all the bills, and I pay everything. I said, okay, you know what? You want to f with me in that way? That's cool. You have 30 days to get out of that house. Here's your new apartment, 2 bedrooms. Well, what do you mean? Now your child doesn't have a garden to play in. Well, that's your fault. That is not my fault. Take her to the park. I don't take shit. So it's never going to get to that level where they think, oh, well, let me call the U.S. Embassy, and because he's a citizen, maybe I can, because they know the consequence. It's not going to turn out good for them, or me, or anybody.
This is now my third video on the Tate Files, and I expect more information to keep coming out as the trial draws near, and yes, I expect it to only get worse. So subscribe! I personally liked it better when they were just accused of running a pyramid scheme, but hey, change is fast. I also want to take the time to thank the people that have helped me make this video. I couldn't have done it without them. Stephen Larson has documented a lot of the contradictions in the Tate interviews. Murder by Kranz is another account that's already been taken down by Tate once and has stayed on top of all the legal side of things, as well as Avalon and Thoughts and Prayers. I also want to thank the news movement who had the exclusive interview with the War Room whistleblower. These guys have helped me archive, translate, and organize so much information, so thank you. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Zombie Fox, Riveter, Christina Vina, Detective Pika, Mac Monkey, Bo Blacks, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Abby Blackbird, The Confusing Opinion, Matt Swanson, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H., and the mega homies: Reynolds Hughes, Hellison, IGP, Jason Johnson, Your Taxi, Latchkey Goth Boy, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Friday 13, Eddie Chris, It's Salty, Kaden Lulin, Luis M. Gonzalez, XO Irish XO, DA Subway, and TV Anthology Reviews.
Wow. See you next time, bucko.
I ranked every Arby's menu item. Fucking penguin, dude. That's hilarious.
You're noticing it's not pumping, fully submerge it underwater. I'll show you. And I would even turn it upside down, get all the air out of it, and then when it comes out, you can see how well it starts working. Yeah, so it's a great little fountain for your bird bath or your pool. And just so you can try the different tips, see which ones you like. That's just come right on and off.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm getting one of them bad boys. How do they see those moles from so far away? Dude, that was 30 feet away, bro. That hawk spotted that mole underground. They see the grass moving? Does anybody know? This is crazy.
Bonsai House. I learned everything we learned about plants from Out Amma is pure bullshit. All my workshops are disproving all that holistic horse shit. Organic gardening is just taking the hardest road possible. Bonsai House. Eggshell schmeggshell. I now use Ultracal Nuclear Toxicus. It actually works.
All right.
Trendy Nick. Hawks have crazy eyesight. Bonsai House. Got root rot? Chemicals. Aphids? Gasoline. Bud rot? Face melting acid. Hunei plants. Feed it bodies.
I don't understand. I'm shopping for a bird bath. I'm trying to get one that's nice and deep. It's kind of hard to find all the ones I'm looking at. This is a 2-inch deep basin. This one doesn't tell you how deep the basin is. It just says it's 20-inch diameter.
Trendy Nick. Hashtag keep it open.
Whoa, that one's expensive. Holy shit. That's expensive, fucker. Holy moly. 1.75 inch deep. Yeah, I might just have to go with that 2-inch deep, man. Yeah, okay, that's the one. God, they got expensive ass bird baths. Oh my God. $220 for that one. I'm watching these hawks out here, and they're sitting there with their mouths open. You know, they look like they need some fucking water. I know I've got the creek right here, but maybe if there was a bird bath up there, they'd like just go chill there and cool off, I'm thinking. I don't know. Praise God, Ottoman praise. Buffalo. Okay, I got it. Good. Get a bird bath. For the birds. It's for the birds. Bird bath. A UFO debate panel? Oh, God. Come on, man. You guys want to watch a UFO debate panel with Destiny? It was 4 days ago. Maybe just see where everybody is. See if there's somebody that's like one of them loony bins. You know, I'm kind of one of. Yeah, I'm gonna see this shit.
A disc-shaped craft hovered over. There was apparently 1 or 2 photographs taken of that.
It was from somewhere else, and not that doesn't mean that it's not some government craft or something, but like this meme that is going around like, oh, we would have footage, or like we would have like there are. Just to do a quick round of introductions, Steven, aka Destiny, we have Michael Shermer, Daniel Pinchbeck, James Fox, and myself. Could we just go quickly around the horn and just get an update from everyone? Like, what did you see the UAP hearing, and also just a quick bio? Maybe go James, Daniel, Michael.
I have to go first?
Yes.
My name's James Fox, and I became somewhat fascinated with the phenomenon in my mid-20s and decided to sort of dig into it a bit. And the more I dug in, the more I realized it was a rather complex issue, and I've
He keeps mispronouncing his own name.
Right now.
He just says it's a rather complex issue. UFOs. So we already know who this guy is. He's an idiot.
now 30 years later.
And you did see the hearings?
Oh, so sorry. Yes, yes. I watched the hearings very closely.
Oh, I'll bet you did.
Daniel?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Pinchback. I'm the author of Breaking Open the Head, a book on
Dude, I want to know who that was who was talking.
The Trin of Quetzalcoatl that was on the prophecies of various ancient and indigenous cultures.
Oh, yes. I watched the hearings very closely.
Okay, it's
Daniel.
It's
Yeah,
this
my name is
guy
Daniel
right
Pinchback.
here.
I'm the author
He's
of
an idiot.
Breaking Open the Head, a book on psychedelic
This
shamanism,
guy's an idiot.
2012, the Trin of Quetzalcoatl that was on the prophecies of various ancient and indigenous cultures. I also wrote a short book, The Occult Control System, looking at the UFO, alien abduction phenomenon. I'm at a conference in Costa Rica, so I didn't really have the opportunity to watch a lot of it. I watched a little bit, then I watched some highlights, and I've been following the story, obviously, all along.
Your microphone is a little soft. Is there anything to...
I can't do too much. I can just move the thing closer to my face.
Oh, okay.
Michael, who are you?
I am the publisher, Michael Shermer, publisher of this magazine, Skeptic Magazine. It's the quarterly publication of the Skeptic Society. We investigate all sorts of claims of the paranormal and supernatural.
Alien abduction phenomenon. Alien abduction phenomenon. Pinchback. I'm the author of Pinchback.
Oh, yes. I watched the hearings.
Okay, I want to hear what this guy in the top right.
Daniel?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Pinchback. I'm the author of Breaking Open the Head, a book on psychedelic shamanism, 2012, the Trin of Quetzalcoatl that was on the prophecies of various ancient and indigenous cultures.
Dude, I got to slow this down. I do not know what he is saying, and it's really important. It's going to be too slow for me to hear this. I want to know where this guy's at, and I'm pretty sure he's a fucking idiot too. But before I call him a fucking idiot, I just want to make sure he's a fucking idiot first.
And you did see the hearings?
Oh, so sorry. Yes, I do. Oh, yes. I watched the hearings very closely.
Idiot.
Daniel?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Pinchback. I'm the author of Breaking Open the Head, a book on psychedelic shamanism, 2012, the Trin of Quetzalcoatl that was on the prophecies of various ancient and indigenous cultures. I also wrote a short book, The Occult Control System, looking at the UFO, alien abduction phenomenon. I'm at a conference in Costa Rica, so I didn't really have the opportunity to watch a lot of it. I watched a little bit, then I watched some highlights, and I've been following the story, obviously, all along.
Your microphone is a little soft. Is there anything to...
I can't do too much. I can just move the thing closer to my face.
Oh, okay. Am I the only one having a hard time hearing him?
He's decent.
I can hear him.
It's acceptable enough. Michael, who are you?
I am the publisher, Michael Shermer, publisher of this magazine, Skeptic Magazine. It's the quarterly publication of the Skeptic Society. We investigate all sorts of claims of the paranormal and supernatural and cults and conspiracies and UFOs, alien abductions, UAPs have long been in our wheelhouse since we started in '92. So the UAP phenomena today is nothing new for us. We've been following this beat for a long time. Of course, I watched the whole 2 hours, and it fulfilled all my predictions that we would get nothing new. That is to say,
that's
the witnesses would repeat what they've been saying in the media and on podcasts. And I suppose the only value of it is that at least they did it under oath. And now maybe somebody, perhaps as high as Marco Rubio, will actually get in there to these locations where Grush said they are actually hiding this space.
He's an idiot, too.
Okay.
So we got
go.
1, 2, 3
Let's
idiots.
check it out. So although I'm
Marco
skeptical
Rubio!
that we're being visited by aliens.
Oh my God.
It would be amazing and terrific and wonderful if we were, and we had evidence for it. But I haven't seen any evidence yet. And eyewitness testimony is just the start. We actually, in science, need physical evidence, clear, unmistakable evidence.
Did you watch, Steven?
You waste your whole life on something you have no evidence
sorry.
for. God, you're a
I
moron.
caught a couple highlights. I saw that non-human biologics line, and there were a couple more, but I was mainly looking through articles for for anything concrete, and it seems like nothing
Bonsai
concrete has
house.
come out yet. So
Good God.
yeah.
Wholly on prioritas
I
ignorance.
think what's concrete is that
There's no evidence for this thing that I've been researching my whole life. There's absolutely no evidence for it whatsoever. We had these hearings and they offered absolutely no more evidence for any of this at all. But I'm going to keep spending my whole... Here's my magazine, Skeptic, and I waste my life on not believing in this thing that I'm pursuing my whole fucking... throwing my life away on. A lie.
names were named, but unfortunately, we peasants don't get access to those names. Only certain members of Congress and various insiders. And so, he says that he gave a whole list of military contractors' locations and names, which is real. I mean, it's like that. He submitted it to the Inspector General. So we'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
It's real. They're real names. It's a real list. Real. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. He wants to believe.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah.
Bonsai house.
I've got a prediction.
This is how credible they are. They all need to be on this panel under a guy that just crawled out of the Porta-John.
Dude, the guy who just crawled out of the Porta-John is the one who's making the most sense on this panel.
Please.
I think one of the things that both Mr. Shermer and I have in common is that we're both going to be out of a job soon.
Why? What do you mean? I mean, if
Well,
they actually disclose...
you're no longer going to be able to debunk them, and I'm going to no longer try to prove them. So
I don't want to
we're both
debunk them.
gonna be out of work.
I just want to know what's true. And people say, what would you do in Skeptic? If
I think I'll set my sights on, like, I don't know, maybe climate change issues or something. I'm working on the transition already.
You're working on trans. What?
A transition.
Oh.
Why did they cut off?
Bonsai house.
They didn't.
Draven's a septic. Well, that's good at least.
That's different. Yeah. No, I would just simply publish on the cover of Skeptic magazine. They're real.
Yes, please. Thank you.
We were wrong. I mean,
Yeah,
there's nothing.
I've never interpreted you, Michael, as like skeptic for the sake of skeptic.
Yeah, that's right, because that's not a rational position to take. Skepticism is just asking for the evidence and adjusting your credence in the claim by the evidence. That's it. And, so far we just haven't seen anything. The equivalent of the Chinese spy balloon. That's my latest take on this. What would it take to convince you that these UAPs are real? Chinese spy balloon. When that story first broke, it wasn't clear what was going on. The photos were kind of blurry, taken far away. All right, what is this? And then within a few days, we had clear and unmistakable high-resolution photographs. Jets scrambled up there, took videos and photographs. You could clearly see what it was. And then the State Department, Department of Defense, the President of the United States, all media covered it every day for the whole week. And then, the jets shoot it down. You can see the Navy ship is scraping up the debris out the ocean. End of story. I mean, everybody knows that the Chinese spy balloon is real. Nobody's asking for the credentials of the pilots that saw the Chinese spy balloon. It doesn't matter what the credentials are. We can see it, right? So that's what it would take, something like that. And then that would end it. We would know for sure.
Ooh, what's that sound?
I agree.
What sound?
Some sound just went kind of nuts.
I think somebody's doing a load of laundry right now.
But Stephen, I would recommend you and Daniel when you watch it. Yeah, the part. What's interesting is you have like AOC and Matt Gaetz, who are completely agreeing on getting the information, and like there's no hostility between them. Whereas in other settings,
So it doesn't matter that two people on different sides of the aisle agree on anything, dude. That doesn't make it true. You're a classic straw manner. And that's all you're going to do is get little pieces of straw that you use every day to try to convince yourself of this bullshit.
Other types of hearings, they would
This
just
is
be like
psychotic.
yelling at each other. But it
He's
was,
a psycho.
I think it's one of the most oddly bipartisan
Minds.
issues that exists.
I think I could be misremembered. Didn't Gates and AOC actually like joint present like a bill to reduce corruption in Congress like a year ago? Am I making that up? I feel like that was a thing.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So maybe they got like a pre-existing friendship. But I mean, yeah, there's probably a lot of people that just want more transparency in general. But my guess is it's probably coming at more from a military angle, because I think a lot of people, maybe even most people, probably think that these are military applications that are being recovered, not extraterrestrial ones. So I mean, obviously, more transparency around that is probably good for people in Congress at least.
You know, one of the things that always frustrates me is you've got two options right now, and first of all, saying what someone encounters, like David Fravor, and jumping to extraterrestrial immediately is just not. I agree with Michael Shermer on that, but for Michael Shermer to say there's nothing but anecdotal evidence when you've got radar returns, 4 sets of eyeballs, you've got
4 sets of eyeballs isn't evidence. Okay, radar returns isn't evidence because radars mistake things all the time. Not evidence.
FLIR footage of this Tic Tac object.
Yeah, FLIR footage of this TikTok object. That's not fucking true at all. Okay, the Tic Tac object was what that one dude said he saw. That FLIR thing is a glare on the FLIR. It's been debunked, you idiot.
Also, like, that's not just anecdotal. I mean, they pretty much got...
It's not anecdotal. It's not truth at all. If it
Bonsai
was,
house.
it would be great if it was
4 sets of
anecdotal.
eyeballs.
He doesn't even know what anecdotal means. Yeah, right? He doesn't even know what anecdotal means. Anecdotal would be great. It would be some kind of evidence, which there is none. He doesn't even know what he's saying.
Everything except for shooting the thing down, right? That's very compelling evidence. Now, does it scream alien? No, it does not. But it does exhibit a technology that we can't seem to explain. It doesn't have any way.
No, it doesn't. There's no evidence that these things even exist. You've made this giant jump to a conclusion that has no evidence at all while you sit there with these other men around you letting you say that there's evidence for everything that you've just said.
Wings, doesn't have any exhaust vents, it doesn't have any visible means of propulsion.
Oh my God!
It stops, it accelerates from standstill.
They're glare!
It goes 80,000 feet straight up.
Mick
back down in
West,
seconds or two.
Thunderfoot.
Okay, what is it? And
Mick
if you
West,
look back
Thunderfoot.
to the
Let's, dude, this guy, James Fox, I need to have him on my show, and we need to watch Mick West and Thunderfoot videos together. Could you imagine what that would be like? Hey, man, watch this video, okay? He's going to explain what your Tic Tac is. It's glare. You're going to, when the thing splash, 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 that's just a plane flying over the horizon. The triangles flying over the Navy ship or fucking airplanes with regular navigational lights flashing red and blue. You know, in fact, those triangles flying over, the star that's right next to him was a triangle too. If you look at the video
Seymour
footage
Cannabis.
a few times, you'll see
Keep it open.
Hey, thank you, Randy. Very good. Yes, we're not going anywhere.
You'll hear similar accounts from military police, military officers, military like pilots. describing the same thing.
Military people never lie about anything. Military, if it's someone from the military, that's evidence. No, it's not.
Either someone has been in possession of this technology for 75, 80 plus years.
That's just not true. He's referring to Roswell.
Or it falls into that category of other. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that. But to say it's all anecdotal, there's nothing to it, that's just not accurate.
No one's calling it anecdotal. They're just saying that there's no evidence, bro. You have no idea what the word anecdotal means. It's so funny how you're misusing the word. As I said before, if something is anecdotal, like it has to do with just me, my own little world, and I say anecdotally, if the fact is I dropped that lighter, and a little anecdotal thing, but it's a fact. The anecdote, I mean, it only has to do with one person. It's a small sample. It doesn't really apply to everybody. That's anecdotal. It's like, what the fuck do you keep using that word for?
You can't jump. I understand your position. You can't jump to ET. I get it.
Well, here's how the astronaut and pilot Scott Kelly explained what he thinks is going on with what you just described. He told this to Space.com yesterday.
Take the gimbal UAP video, one of the most widely cited as evidence of off-world technology. According to Kelly, quote, "It looks to me like the FLIR, F-L-I-R, forward-looking infrared camera, is just reaching its gimbal limit." The gimbal is any kind of mount or support that allows an object, such as a camera, to rotate along an axis or multiple axes. And it's because it has gimbal limits. You know, it turns 360 degrees in one direction, and whatever the limits are, it gets to that stop. It has to go back around the other way. And that's kind of what it looks like to me. Then they also quoted physicist Joshua Seemater at the Boston.
I do not know what I just heard. Did anybody else make sense of out of the sentence that he just said, that he's offering in this panel of some kind of evidence to... I don't get it. You guys let me know if you understood what was said just now.
University Center for Space Physics, who analyzed the Go Fast video.
Go
that
Fast.
You just described.
The bird.
Who took
Nice.
the numbers off the...
I am not an American, but what is happening in the USA scare the living out of me.
Dude, he's about to make sense. The Go Fast video has been debunked by so many different people because, like he's about to say, all of the data, all the information is on screen. And anybody who claims they're an old pilot or blah, 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 I'm 19 years as an F-16 pilot. Yeah, and you don't understand how to read the screen still. You're just showing everybody you're an idiot.
Of the video, did some basic trigonometry, and then from the information provided on the periphery of the video, determined the object was in fact only traveling at 40 miles an hour, not thousands of miles an hour. So here's what Kelly says about this in general.
There you go.
I remember one time I was flying in the warning areas off of
Look.
Virginia Beach military operating.
And what he says is right, and I totally agree. And I'm glad that he's on the panel. At the same time, he's still an idiot that has spent his whole... He hasn't been able to figure out that aliens aren't here. And he just wants, he's like Fox Mulder. He just want to believe. I want to be Fox Mulder. He's got nice sideburns and I want to pretend I'm sexy like Fox Mulder.
Area there. And my RIO, radar intercept officer,
he's a cosplayer,
was convinced we flew by a UFO. I didn't see it, so we turned around and went to go look at it. It turns out it was Bart Simpson, a balloon.
Your life, look.
Kelly adds, if you see something you know is an airplane.
Hey. Your life has no purpose. Just gonna throw that out there. I mean, I did agree with what you just said, but your life has no purpose. You're pathetic.
And you know generally how big airplanes are. You can tell relative distance. But when you have no reference points, whether it's in a plane or flying over the water, it's just really an environment that's really prone to optical illusions. And then he told the story when he was commanding the when he was commanding the space shuttle, and they had serviced the International Space Station, and now they were away from it. Anyway, his fellow astronaut said, "Oh,
Polar Knights, thank you for the comment. I appreciate that.
Oh, we left a tool or an instrument in the cargo bay. Look, you can see it floating there in the cargo bay." So they had this long discussion about, we got to go get it. Oh my gosh, how did this happen? And so on. It turns out it was the International Space Station that was 80 miles away that they thought was in the cargo bay of the space shuttle. His point being, it's hard to tell what's going on, how big things are, how fast they're moving, how far away they are, and so on, when you don't have reference points. And his credentials are as good as...
Can I say something, please? Because I'm boiling over with frustration right now. This is the same argument, the same nonsense that's been going on for 80 years. Okay, so the United States Air Force investigated 12,618 cases, okay? Out of which 701 remained unexplained, not because of a lack of data, but because of a lack of any kind of conventional explanation. So what I'm saying is, yes, you are right. The vast majority of these things have a prosaic explanation. We don't give a shit about those ones. What about David Fravor? Give me an explanation to that one. What about the Colonel William T. Coleman, who had...
David Fravor, who has a story to tell? There's your explanation. It's a guy making shit up. How's that? Oh, but what about the other pilot? She saw it too. Well, maybe she just wants to suck his dick. Or maybe she's sucking it.
An up-close 9-minute
This guy
long
thinks
encounter with a flying saucer while piloting a...
This guy thinks he knows who's sucking whose dicks. He thinks he knows all that information. So this has got to all be true.
B-25 bomber. Explain that one to me. Like, these are the ones that we care about. It's 5%, 10%, and I'm sorry to be frustrated, but Michael, like, I get it. I get that the vast majority of these things can be explained. We don't care about those. We don't care about weather balloons. We've been hearing about weather balloons since 1947. Chinese balloons, weather balloons, misidentified aircraft, weather phenomenon. Yes, it's all there. But we're talking about a small core that just can't. And that's...
Dude, he just inadvertently
The freaking Oracle.
admitted...
In the end, you get a Milky Way, haha.
That Roswell was a weather balloon. Did you guys catch that? Oops.
What we care about, and that's where we have our sights.
I think the problem is that, like, if you've got some 10, 20, 30, 100,000 events, chances are there are always going to be a few that, for whatever reason, defy explanation. And I think it's fair to ask questions about, like, well, what are these things, or what could be causing these things? But it feels like people are a little bit too keen sometimes to jump to not only enemy military application, but extraterrestrial, just because there's going to be some percentage that we can't explain.
Well, even Grush doesn't say extraterrestrial, and that's what's kind of fascinating about some of his testimony. He won't really use that phrase. He prefers the NHI, non-human intelligence. Yeah.
The best thing to say, you guys, is like, hey, there's truly an observable physical phenomenon taking place that has been documented on all these different sensors.
No, it has not been documented on all these sensors. It hasn't. Almost everything that you're referring to is from people just telling you that that's what they saw.
Bonsai House.
They saw it.
Also means he lied and did not watch the hearing. Roswell report was included.
It's been photographed, it's been picked up on radar, it's been seen visually, and it is exhibiting a technology that we don't understand. And our fastest jets can't get near these things. And that's been so well documented for 80 years. We don't know what it is, and it merits further investigation.
And I have
Fair
to...
enough on that one. We can say that. But to talk about anecdotal and then give a bunch of silly explanations
anecdotal.
for stuff that's easy to explain,
Anecdotal.
That's incredibly frustrating.
Well, the bombshell from the hearing, which hasn't Black Vault discussed this a little bit, but Getz essentially leaked a classified.
You idiot! How do you not know how to say the word gate? Why do you say Getz? You're a moron. My God! Hey man, turn the TV on and listen to someone else pronounce his name. It's Matt Gates. You fucking hermit.
Air Force briefing, which Burchett and Congresswoman Luna were denied access to, but Getz was, I guess his clearance enables him to get access. And he described the whole event of this formation of craft confronted by Air Force pilots, and then their radar got shut down while they were confronting it. So I definitely recommend people look up that clip of
Oh yeah, is that what he described? The one guy say that story? Oh, that's a great story, bro. Cool story.
Because I don't think he was supposed to say that in the hearing. That's what was being denied.
The conspiracy is, I don't think he was.
Where do you land on this stuff?
Right, I mean, I'm more of like a philosopher of consciousness / explorer in a strange way. Like, I studied the crop circles for a few years. I think there's obviously whatever, if there is a phenomenon, it's choosing to maintain limit states, keep liminal. If it's absurd to think that we wouldn't know more at this point in some literal way. On the other hand, there is a phenomenon. So I think it's almost like
No. You just contradicted yourself. You just said it's absurd to think that we don't have any evidence, and then you said, but there is a phenomenon in the same breath. It can't be both, dude. The absurdity is there's no evidence because there's no UFOs. There's no aliens. The absurdity is you think there's a phenomenon still. You are a problem, man. You're a contradiction of yourself. Literally, in one breath.
It's hard for me to speak in this type of group setting in a way because I would have to back up and talk about analytic idealism and this idea
Studied
that
crop
maybe,
circles.
we're not living in
Those were debunked like 30 YRS ago.
Bro, I mean, we literally know how they do it and everything, and it's just so funny. It's just so funny. No human being could have done this. It's the way it's set up. Mathematically perfect. Yeah, they use strings and stakes. And they use geometry. And they use fucking trigonometry. And they use a thing like they'll walk around in a circle in a spiral with a string. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger as they get away from this thing they're unraveling. So they get a perfect fucking coil or whatever. There's a million different ways they fucking can do that shit. These fucking psychos that go out in these cornfields and press the fucking corn down.
Material and physical universe. We're living in a universe of consciousness, And, this is also what a lot of the people who got into this phenomenon, like, Jack Vallée and so on, began to understand. And I had a number of weird experiences, like studying, like, the Greys, and so on, like, sort of telepathic, weird experience.
He said, he's had some telepathy with the Greys. Are you guys catching this? He's had telepathy with the Greys. The guy in the top right of this
Dabs 4 days.
this panel.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's their slogan.
experiences. I've had various sightings of sort of UFOs, or at least like giant globes of light that were like hanging over, campsites in Utah and so on. So I mean, there's a phenomenon, but whatever it is choosing to maintain itself outside of kind of the realm of rationality and reason, and that I think is part of the core aspect of the phenomenon.
Can you describe that dream that you had? I think you talked about it in 2012, where your partner woke up with a
great memory. You have a great memory. So when I was exploring the crop circles, which we could talk about a little bit, but then I got interested in the whole alien abduction.
Oh, I had a dream. Oh, okay. You had a dream.
And one night I had a dream where and I was really studying my dreams then. I was doing all these like Tibetan like dream yoga practices. So in the dream, we met like an alien group, and there was this alien woman commander. And at a certain point, she opened my mouth with one of her hands, and she put her fingers into my mouth with her other hand. And I did the same thing with her. Then I woke up from the dream, and it's like, that was super creepy and weird. What the hell was that? And my partner, in deep sleep, turned over and opened my mouth with one of her hands and put a finger in my mouth with her other hand.
Whoa! For
So
the
I got
second time.
like that, where there was some kind of like crossing over, the psychic framework seemed kind of permeable, and also like the more I studied it, the more they were kind of like.
Dude, I just have to pause the video for a second here, and just stop and just shake my head in amazement at these morons.
Creepy, like, noises at night, like hummings, kind of like I felt like I was, by focusing on this thing, I was like sort of bringing it into my frame of
The
reference.
freaking oracle.
And it was like.
That was an erotic dream. Man DS to a lady if the HT.
You think?
Edges, so yeah, I don't know. It's just like I think we get trapped in this, and I know.
Open my mouth
like
and
the military and
they
just like
opened my mouth and shoved something in my mouth, and my head started bobbing up and down.
Hearing this evidence-based search for something. Somehow, I don't think it's ever going to reveal itself like that. I don't think there's going to be a big reveal here where it's like, oh, we've got the craft and the alien bodies. I just don't see it going like that. I think it's almost like Schrodinger's cat or something. It's something that has in its nature this part of its nature is this like liminality, in a way.
Yeah, I love that. That's like Jung's book on UFOs.
Exactly.
I think there's something to that. Really, it's the living in the liminal stages, as you put it, interstices of human society. I think that's probably true, but the UAP group, they're not comfortable with that anymore than telling Christians that the resurrection is mythologically true but didn't really happen. That they're not buying that. It had to really happen. And for UAP people, this is not mythic. It is, we are actually being visited by aliens, or the Russians or Chinese have some super advanced physics that we don't know about, something like that.
Isn't it insane
the freaking
language they're putting into the NDAA?
The choking,
James, can you talk
the
about
next
some
day
of the,
he bought sausage from the supermarket.
Yeah, and he divorced his wife.
Lexicon around it.
And now he's dating the pool guy.
I read this before, but this is the part of the UAP amendment, and this was signed into law at the end of 2022. But this is, they were onto something then, and that is.
Hey, you guys, they signed a law. More evidence.
Activity or program by a department or agency of the federal government or contractor of such a department or agency related to unidentified anomalous phenomena, including with respect to material retrieval, material analysis, reverse engineering, research and development, detection and tracking, development or operational testing. It's like they kind of saw this coming, and then they got the protections with the individuals making unauthorized disclosures shall not be subject to a non-disclosure agreement entered into by the individual or makes the disclosure. So they knew there were people queuing up in the intelligence agencies that want the general public to know what's going on, that want to reveal where the evidence is. And I think we saw a couple of days ago the culmination of that. And the claims made by Mr. Grush are so potentially paradigm shifting, so significant, that we have to call his bluff. We have to follow every lead, every breadcrumb.
Wow.
I'm told by some
So
intel
you're
folks,
an idiot, and you want to spend tax dollars on chasing down things that couldn't possibly be anything. Who cares? Is there some threat to national security? If this has been going on since 1947, show me what they've done. Show me the damage they've done to the human race. Have they interbreeded with us? Are they among us as reptiles?
that I'm in touch with, that there are firsthand witnesses watching to see how things go for David.
Did you guys hear that? There's firsthand witnesses.
Grush, and they're on the verge of coming forward, and they know exactly.
They're on the verge of coming forward.
Where these programs are taking place and where these crafts are being kept.
Does anyone happen to know why the whistleblower laws we have on the books won't protect these eyewitnesses?
They're not whistleblowers.
Or why they think it won't?
Because they're not whistleblowers.
No, there's a process. I think they have to go to because I just talked to an intel guy yesterday who's about to
stop calling them whistleblowers.
Go to the, ICIG and
Fucking
start
idiot.
that process. And once you go through that process, it has to be approved. Then the parameters of what they can share publicly will be approved, and then they've got this protection. And I know a couple of them that are doing that now.
I think it's not that existing whistleblower protection laws would be at all helpful, but I think that people want more explicit types of protections related to, just with more explicit language. I think that they need to go even further, to be honest. I think that they need to take it as far as declaring amnesty for all of these people who have potentially been breaking the law by shielding information from Congress and funneling funds, through various, like they described in the hearings.
My
that
mom
there's
just
kind of this
made me a
process that they
BLT.
use to funnel funds. I think all those people need to just be given amnesty, because the problem is it's going to be there's going to be this
House.
constant resistance.
How many
to
times can Washington
bringing
pull
information
psyops
forward
on
if
the
everybody's
public and them
scared
still
that they're going
fall
to go to
through?
jail? So
Listen,
yeah.
aliens exist.
I guess I
but
wanted
not
to
here.
also.
But there's a war in Russia, so
way of looking at this
look.
wasn't very specific around.
E.T. likes Reese's Pieces.
Stuff. But I mean, I find it a little bit interesting that this is happening during the week of like the most intense, global warming in history. We're all we're learning that we've kind of overshot, like that even the kind of what climate scientists were saying a number of years ago, like that it's gone way over, what was predicted. All around the world, we're seeing like massive temperature variations. If you go into, as I did in great depth, like you read David Jacobs, The Threat, like all these people who studied and kind of took seriously, and some of them were more negative, some of them was more positive. David Jacobs was a hypnotherapist who began to talk to all these clients who have these ideas of alien abduction and remembered very visible, very, very intense kind of experiences under hypnosis. And a lot of times they were brought in these crafts, they were shown these films of like the Earth going through like a Holocaust, and then these sort of hybrid human aliens being all that's left, and then being kind of like walking around. They were shown, some of them apparently were taught how to like fly these saucers, and were told that someday there's going to be this massive event on the Earth, and they'll come and scoop in all these people and bring them to some other planet or something like that. There is this sense, just as a concept, that this other, which may also be another shadow aspect of ourselves, or some kind of projection, has its own kind of weird agenda. And that agenda, if you read some things like, Communion, or particularly David Jacobs' work, or other, there's a sense that it's not a very nice trajectory in terms of our interests, our human, kind of development or something. But it does feel very, in terms of this counter narrative, which you can also track to the crop circles, going back to the 2001 ones that show like, and that's sort of the one that was out in space.
What? What's so funny? ET's like Reese's Pieces. What did I miss, Billy?
The Arecibo response, which showed like the little alien instead of human and so on. So it does feel like there's a narrative unfolding in some strange way that supports kind of this sort of David Jacobs threat idea. And it's sort of interesting to me, synchronistically, that this revealing or this semi-disclosure or whatever is happening during the worst climate week in history.
Did you see
Bonsai House.
Daniel? Right?
Dude saying maybe their planet is dying with a straight face.
Oh my god.
Ha 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 ha.
Is it the guy in the top right corner? What an idiot.
Did you see the 1994 Rua Zimbabwe case with the children and Dr. John Mack? That was so fascinating to me, because to hear all those children describing the message that they reportedly received.
Yeah, that's one of the most convincing cases on record.
Yeah, I remember trying to get funding to do that as part of the film The Phenomenon. I don't know, Michael, if you've seen The Phenomenon or not.
I have, yeah. I saw
yeah.
it.
So
I love your films.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that end scene. And I'm sorry if I came across a little abrasive earlier, but I'm just so frustrated with like people putting words in my mouth, or like it's just beyond. I've had it. But in any case, that message that the children reported is just.
Hey there.
I remember
just wanted to drop in and say what's up. Hope you're doing well and crushing it out there. Keep being awesome.
Thanks, Pog. Keep coming back to my show, bro.
Then investor into flying all these witnesses in, finding them, hunting them down, paying for.
I think there's a film happening around those kids, actually.
Yeah, Ariel School. I was working with Randall Nickerson at the time as well, but and I actually heard about the case, believe it or not, from Steven Spielberg. And
yeah, but the message they got was also around protect the Earth.
Yeah, that we're not being good stewards, and we're not, but what I was going to say about it is that
Bonsai House.
I was trying to get funding.
The guy
from this,
that can't
this
talk.
potential.
So I think that's what I heard. Or he could have said, Mermble Droblier a Jajub.
This investor, and he's like, I'm not going to waste a dime on a UFO landing in Africa, at a school in Africa. No way did that happen. It can't be. Therefore, it isn't. I said, look at the tapes of the children being interviewed, like that John Mack shot took. And so I showed those tapes to this investor, and he was deeply moved, and he changed his course on it. And that's how we ultimately got the funding, and with the help of Randall Nickerson, found the witnesses, flew them in from all different corners of the world, and got them to talk about it 20 years later.
Yeah, I mean, a common idea in sort of, kind of like the more like psychedelic edge of thinking about this phenomena is that, rather than it being sort of extraterrestrial or some like physical other planet, maybe it's more interdimensional.
Yeah,
and so they're playing with our causality, our notions of time and space in some way, and maybe they're kind of.
There's an interdimensional shape-shifting alien. That's what we're dealing with here. The reptilians.
To get us prepared for some type of like catastrophic event.
I'm telling them this for years. They won't listen to me.
Somehow implied in these other weird narratives. If you look at the abduction accounts and all that stuff.
We also assume that there's sort of like uniformity in like whoever they are, but in reality, they would more likely be pretty diverse in terms of like many different types.
Yeah, shapeshift.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Because the ones that
interdimensional shape-shifting reptilian aliens.
Whatever grade of seriousness you want to, but I mean, they're kind of like not. They don't seem like a highly developed alternative society. They like have no culture whatsoever. They're living in this sort of like empty space. They're like void beings. They're like demons or something.
Well, that's the funny thing. It's because like they're so advanced, yet they're crashing all the time.
This is where Destiny needs to step in and say, you guys need to shut the fuck up and listen to yourselves. Okay, you're idiots.
They're obviously not crashing all the time. If they are crashing, if we have recovered alien ships and EBEs, I would be quite certain that they did that on purpose to build some kind of rapport with us. I mean, if that's real, quote unquote real, whatever quote unquote real.
Daniel, what if I love all this take on it, but what if the they is us, like religion?
Sure.
The gods are real inside people's heads, but not out there, and that they have real effects on people's lives and society and cultures and so on.
Yeah, I mean, a book that I really heartily recommend is this book by this guy Patrick Harper called The Philosopher's Secret Fire, and he talks about even this idea of literality and kind of the dualistic logic of a real and a non-real that we have is not something you find in a lot of indigenous societies, and they may have actually had different types of experiences. Their reality may have allowed for more permeable psychic effects and so on. So yeah, I mean, we may have over concretized our way of understanding or being in reality, and that may be feeding back negative feedback loops on us in some strange ways.
Yeah.
Does anybody know how old the Wandjina, or I guess it was they were described as the Wandjina from the Aboriginals in Australia? I want to say 5,000 years ago on cave walls. Has anybody seen those?
I'm not sure about those.
So I was in Africa investigating that alleged landing at Ruiz at Ariel School, and the now headmistress Judy Bates had kept the drawings from the children of what they saw. And so I had it fresh in my head, and I went from Africa to Australia, and I investigated a landing case in Australia, again at a school, Westall Primary School in 1966. And while I was there, I was sharing some of this imagery of the so-called beings that the children described and drew. And the Australians were like, oh my gosh, you got to see the Wandjina and the cave part that's 5,000 years old. And they were showing this to me, and the parallels.
How do you spell Wandjina? I'll give it a look up.
Wandjina, I think it's Wangjina, I think. Okay. I think. Anyway, it was quite remarkable. These big eyes, sort of almond shaped. It was quite remarkable that just the similarities.
I just find it fascinating that this topic, it's like when you compare it to like typical culture war type topics, it's like it exists outside, and then there's this anomaly where like, okay, yeah, everybody wants transparency, and we're all just sitting here twiddling our thumbs waiting for transparency. And luckily, there's some politicians who are starting to put legislation for transparency together. But
like Matt Gaetz,
Stephen, I'm curious how
is whatever you want, Matt Gaetz.
You seem sort of like non-passionate about this issue.
I feel like there are a lot of I don't want to call them logical or common sense questions, because those are stupid terms. But I guess like the biggest questions I always have come down to, there's a very human constructed question. Like if somebody could travel faster than light, the idea of them not being able to navigate in our atmosphere and crashing seems a little bit absurd to me. If they were trying to communicate with us in some way, I feel like there are a bajillion ways better that they could communicate with us than crashing obscure spacecraft and hoping some governments procure the right things and then disseminate that information in the best way. That just seems like
crop circles.
Yeah, or crop circles.
Yeah, I can make a counter argument if you want.
Yeah, go for it. Either one, sure. Well, I'll say real quick. A third thing too would be that I oh god, I had a third thing, but I lost it. Go for it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the crop circles are a genius method of communication. I mean, also, remembering that I think it's somehow my experience of it was that it's almost like a teaching, on the nature of reality and the nature of consciousness itself, even in terms of causality. It's extremely difficult to determine.
Well, but what have we learned from a crop circle?
Well, I wrote about 100 pages of it in this 2012 book. I tried to formalize it. I mean, I think they're indicating a number of things.
Oh my God!
Can you give me one of those things?
Yeah, well, what is the relationship between ancient esoteric knowledge systems and modern scientific discovery? So, for instance, a lot of them talk, use fractals, which were also based on like phi-based ratios. There was Gerald Hawkins was a professor of astronomy from Boston University who was looking at the earlier formations, and he found kind of new Euclidean paradigms that Euclid had never discovered and no human geometer had ever found. And he created a contest in a science magazine for people could help find these patterns they weren't able to.
I'll challenge you on those things. I can take a lot of mushrooms to see fractals. I don't need crop circles for that. I don't think we've actually gleaned knowledge from, or I've never heard of in fields of math, physics, chemistry. I've never heard of somebody saying there was a problem in science or there was a problem in quantum mechanics, but the crop circle unlocked this answer for us. I don't know if that view is supported by anybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he just shuts you down.
They're pointing towards a different approach
Steven
to knowledge.
Running.
Let's say, I mean, you see, it's
Hashtag keep it open.
Steve Running.
This very literal approach to the alien phenomenon. It's like it has to be real. We have to have something tangible that we get from it. I mean, maybe we already, have everything that we need, but we're sort of out of a way of knowing. That would allow us to make coherent sense of the cosmos around us. So understanding the relationship between ancient geometry, kind of esoteric uses of ancient geometry and modern, scientific understandings of fractals, which were only discovered in 1979, right, with the Mandelbrot set.
Sure, I understand that, but I mean, there are also people that drop peanut butter and jelly toast on the floor and then think the image of God appears when they pick it up. I don't see the. I just don't think there's a very compelling argument that there's some communication going on. Could it be some other non-causal way of thinking in some non-Euclidean space? It's possible, but anything could be that, right?
No, not exactly. But I mean, I think part of it is that it's a message that's put in such a way, it's an interesting form of messaging. You have to think about why that form of messaging, right? Because it's a public sign system. It's not copyrightable. The government can't, close it down. So they created, a kind of, long series. If you take the hypothesis that they're not man-made, that some other agency is making them, then somebody went to the trouble of, over many decades creating a sign and symbol system that falls outside of the parameters of what can be copyrighted or privately owned or whatever.
Yeah, but imagine how cool it would have been. What if they made those same crop circles on the moon? Then we would know for sure that it was something extraterrestrial, and wouldn't we be wondering, all day if it was a bunch of people on planet Earth?
Obviously, it's not a situation where whoever, let's say there is another agency doing this, then part of the puzzle is it's not meant to be known. I mean, if they were this, they could put it on the top of the White House or something. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like the part of it is the individual human being's freedom of choice to explore or expand their consciousness in certain ways.
Sure, and I can understand that, but I mean, at this point, it's where we've entered divine territory. I can't imagine, I'm imagining George W. Bush giving a speech about how we're going to go and make ourselves known to an alien presence, but we don't want to be too known, but we want to leave something so that we're kind of testing them, but they need to have some faith that it's just
Sure, but let's guess. So one idea would be think about if we were anthropologists now and we encountered an uncontacted tribe in the jungle. 50 years ago, we just jumped in there, we tried to convert them to Christianity, and that would have been it. Or you land your helicopter and the whole integrity of the community is completely decimated forever. So here, let's say they see us as an evolving form of consciousness that has problems, but also possibilities. Now if we were anthropologists, we found that pristine uncontacted tribe, we would probably go in and leave a hammer, or a carved stone, and then maybe 10 years later we would go back, we would leave something else, a page of a book or an illustration. So over a considerable period of time, we would allow for their culture to adapt and assimilate and absorb rather than just being annihilated. So I think it could be something like that.
They could also look at us and think, well, there's no sign of intelligent life here. We're destroying our planet and killing each other.
They saw you, they did.
That's true. I actually heard that they were just about to establish communications, and they saw Elon Musk rebrand Twitter to X, and now they've just completely left.
Each other a little low. Does
that resonate with you as a possibility?
I mean, everything you said, I think is good, but I think the analogies that you're giving, I think defeat the analogy of the crop circle. Leaving it behind a tool or a page or some discernible knowledge. I felt like we were communicating with another species. The first thing we try to do is learn the language. I think that would be step one. It wouldn't be let's write things in English and hope that somehow they can decipher the writing. It would be let's figure out how they communicate with each other, and then we try to leave behind useful tidbits of knowledge. But yeah, I think kind of going along with the crop circle thing, I think another thing that kind of hurts is something that I would have expected to happen. Well, I would think it's sort of skeptical, but real quick, if we saw all these alien sightings in Roswell and throughout the early 1900s, mid 1900s, etc., why is it, if these things are happening, why didn't the advent of the cell phone increase 1,000,000-fold these types of sightings? I would expect to see UFOs, Bigfoots everywhere, but that didn't happen.
Yeah. I agree. But once again, I think
hold on. Let me comment on that one, please.
Yeah.
That's my
Okay.
territory.
Okay. Let's.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, your territory.
There
All
are
right.
so many images. It's flooded with images. I get 20 images from cell phones hourly. Okay.
Fake
the problem
images.
is deciphering it. They're so much easier to fake nowadays. You don't know what's real and what's not. And unless you have a mass sighting, which there have been some, like if you had another event like the 1997 Phoenix, Arizona case, March 13th, today, we would have lots of footage, okay? So obviously we're waiting for an event like that to take place. We had the event at O'Hare Airport in 2006, I believe that was, where it hovered, according to witnesses, a disc-shaped craft hovered over. There was apparently 1 or 2 photographs taken of that from one of the United Airlines pilots, but that's yet to reveal itself. So the problem is there's so much of it, it's just hard to prove one way or the other. Do you know what I mean? Like it'd be a full.
Yeah, but the cream would rise to the top very quickly, right?
So I have right now in my possession, in that studio behind you, probably 6 hours of the most incredible footage I've ever seen in my life. That's going to go into my next film. Okay, I kind of call it eye candy, and I've got a production facility in Hollywood. This is stuff I collected all over. I have a production facility in Hollywood that's going to analyze it for me and break it down and do their best to determine if it seems to come from, software or if it's legitimate. And that's the best I can do. So to answer your question, there is lots of footage. I have footage right now that's crystal clear, broad daylight of a disc flying overhead. It's so unbelievable. I just go, this can't possibly be real, but maybe it is. Let me go have it analyzed. So there's lots of footage out there.
He's an idiot.
And that's why chain of custody is like really important, particularly.
And to this day, with his 6 hours of video and his hundreds or thousands of photographs, he hasn't published any of them. Crazy.
With the government, and that's why some of the.
But wait till the movie; it's coming out.
Is important, and because it's coming from a very known place. Daniel.
But I sort of agree with Stephen that it is kind of surprising, given all of that, that it's still sort of murky. But I guess my feeling is more that this is something that's sort of an emergent phenomenon within consciousness itself in a strange way, and it's sort of a mystery that shields and hides and protects itself in some complex ways. And we see the same thing in investigations of psychic phenomena, like Dean Radin. There's like the first time they do an experiment, there might be like a very high correlation, of some psychic effect, like telekinesis or something. But then after that, it drops down to almost zero. So it's almost like there's something in the realm of psychic and supernatural or ET phenomena, whatever it's called, that wants to sort of protect itself in some strange way.
He's such an idiot.
Or hide itself.
James, can you speak a little bit to like the physicality of the evidence, in Virginia, and like just how, like you mentioned how it just left this imprint on the whole city, which is like very tangible. Can you just kind of talk about like how you see physical evidence working in the Virginia case?
Well, so I'm quite confident that we're going to come up. I don't know if any of you here have seen Moment of Contact. It's a case that happened in 1996 in Virginia. And I'll start off quickly by saying that I was working on my second documentary out of the blue. It was in very preliminary stages. We were just sort of taking broad strokes. It was the late 90s on some of the cases that we would potentially be covering. And I partnered up with a couple of people. One was this guy Boris, and for my second time, and another guy was a British reporter by the name of Tim Coleman. Very bright guy, articulate, private school educated, mainstream journalist. And he said, "Hey, I'll remind you guys that I was working on my second UFO documentary. Okay, so obviously I believe in UFOs." And this guy says, the guy that I just recently
documentary.
Oh, mate, we've got to cover this alleged crash that happened in Virginia, Brazil. I looked at him. Oops. What? And the aliens were walking through the town, and and I thought to myself, okay, I just partnered with the wrong guy. I'm gonna have to just this guy's nuts. And I didn't look into it for 10 years, but I'll fast forward. I did actually start looking into it on a trip to Brazil back in 2011, and I started meeting some witnesses, and I thought, oh, maybe there is something here. And then I went back 5 times, and spanning the better part of 12 years. And it's in the culture of the town. I mean, the population I think of Virginia was like over 100,000, and almost everyone you talk to either knows someone who had an experience or had an experience themselves. They've got statues in the town. It's quite remarkable. It's something truly extraordinary took place in Virginia, Brazil, and I think that. Obviously, we all want the photographic evidence. I've identified 5 different sources. We're going after it. But when that comes out, and I'm sure it will, It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's just a
That will
matter
be
of
debunked,
time.
Of course, right? 'Cause
That's all you have
it can't
working
be-
for you,
it's like-
buddy.
It's like if you had
It's
the
just a
piece
matter
videotaped
of
evidence. I mean,
time.
there were very compelling.
Eventually,
photographs taken in the 40s and
something will
50s.
come out.
Very good, broad daylight, crystal clear. But that would prove if you said this is a legitimate picture, that would prove true. So the footage of the
No.
alleged
If you said this is a legitimate picture of a disc or a UFO flying over someplace, it would just mean that you got fooled and you don't know how Photoshop works. That's all.
is probably going to come out, and when it does, it too will be debunked.
Yeah.
By the vast majority.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, even with
we're trying to go after it anyway.
Yeah, and with the Phoenix Lights, I mean, certainly something was there. You can see it. That's even on the old cameras back then. And the governor, Fife Symington, fully, he thinks that it was from somewhere else. And not that doesn't mean that it's not some government craft or something. But
Okay, governor. The governor believes it, so it must be true. More straw. That's the fucking governor, guys.
like
Ooh.
this meme that is going around, like, oh, we would have footage, or like we would have, like, there
Yeah.
are
The governor, the guy who's in charge of getting more people to come visit the area to bring more commerce there and publicize his area. Yeah, okay.
dozens and dozens of super credible pieces of media about it. And I mean, James, you would probably say far more than that, but
Yeah, I mean, I investigated that sighting in the 90s, and I was going back and forth to Phoenix for 10 years. I covered it in several films. I developed a relationship. I was the one that got Fife Symington, the former governor of Arizona, to come forward. And to my absolute astonishment, he admitted on camera for the first time.
This guy in the chat just goes, I'm from Brazil, and I'm sure that this shit was proved fake.
That he too was a witness, and they made the determination just because of the sheer size of this object that he's also a captain. He was a captain in the Air Force. He's a pilot. That it was otherworldly just because of the size, and that he made inquiries to the Pentagon, Luke Air Force Base, DOD, and they shrugged their shoulders and told him they don't know what it was.
I just feel like everybody needs to pause for a second in the country and even world, arguably, because of this hearing just happened and like these explosive allegations. Like, let's just stop with all of the other culture war nonsense and just get to the bottom of this and get, go to the facilities that Grush is talking about. Michael, maybe they can take you with them. And,
Well, I'd love to go, but
because it's really frustrating that it like passes over and you see it's like, okay, it happened and people sort of forget about it. I know people are still working on it really hard, but it's just this.
I can imagine a scenario like the following. Say somebody like Marco Rubio gets access to these facilities. He goes in there and they show him, and it's some super advanced DARPA project, the equivalent of the U-2 spy plane or the SR-71 Blackbird or the stealth bomber or something like that, whatever the next generation is. And he goes, oh, I see. This is ours. And it's highly classified, top secret. Of course, you can't go out there and tell everybody what you saw, because then the Russians and Chinese will know what we have. Oh, yeah, okay. So then he comes back and goes, well, I checked it out, folks, and there was nothing for me to report. Now, of course, this is just going to frustrate everybody, but what if it's just that? What if it's just our own technology?
No, that's not what's going to happen. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Rubio has met with firsthand witnesses. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, he said so.
Yeah, so I knew that before he even said so.
Okay.
So Rubio knows they cannot leave these claims. They have to follow up all the way through with this. I realized for the first time in 30 years, this is one of the reasons why I had tears flowing down my face, because I've been laughed at and mocked and ridiculed, and I held my ground for all this time, is that I realized they cannot put the paste back in the tube this time.
Who's the
they?
Well, there are people that don't want this out, I can assure you.
Well, actually, in terms of who's they, I mean, Grush alleged in the hearing that there was a group of sort of a hybrid group of government, lifetime bureaucrats and private corporation executives. That was the allegation.
Here's a really good question. Let's say that's true. Let's look at the incentives. Why would Russia or China or North Korea or Iran, that does cyber, warfare against us all the time, why wouldn't they be exposing this to make the U.S. look bad?
Totally. The first country to expose it is going to be.
When you say expose it, what are you talking about?
Expose that people in the United States government or private sector are, trying to cover up a story of this magnitude from the public.
Well, so they're doing the same thing in their countries. How do I know that? Well, I've been there. I went to Russia, I went to China, I went to Africa, I went to South America, all across Europe. I met with generals in all those places, except for Africa. And the problem is, and this is something that people just don't realize, you can't admit when you're in charge, you're the power, you're supposed to be in control, that you have unidentified objects whizzing around with impunity in our airspace.
So when you ask them, they're saying, no, we don't have any of that. He's like, and then his response to that is, oh, so you can't admit it. And they're like, no, I'm not winking at you. We don't have anything like that. We don't have any UFOs have crashed or anything like that. Oh, okay. You can't tell me. And they're like, no, I'm telling you that we don't have anything. He's like, oh, they can't admit it. I asked them all. And the evidence is they all say they can't. They don't have anything.
Space? And that shall they turn out to be hostile, you have no visible means of defense against them. You don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. I can assure you, no governing authority wants to admit that to the general public because it exposes their weaknesses and their vulnerabilities. And that's the primary reason for secrecy. And
that's the
I do
proof.
want to mention, I mean, we've had a few, like we had that Hayam Eshed, right?
No, sorry, just like even if you don't believe it, like
Minister of Defense.
Yeah, if you could suspend judgment for, like, I ask you, Michael or Destiny, if you guys could suspend judgment for a moment and just like, okay, let's just pretend that it's real. Okay, let's just pretend that UFOs are real,
like you
it's a
do,
global phenomenon. They're
you. Let's all be delusional like you are. Okay, let's have that little flight of fancy together. Everybody, fasten your belts. We're going on a little flight of fancy with this moron.
They're exhibiting a technology we don't understand. They don't have any wings. They fly rings around our fastest jets.
Okay.
We have definitive proof this is going on.
Okay.
But we don't have any more answers than that. Okay. Now, if that were true, do you think the people that we put in charge to defend us and protect us, that they want to come forward and disclose that information to us? Do you think?
I think one.
Thanks, Daniel, for coming. Where can people find you? Oh, sorry. Both Daniel and Michael. I'll come back to you soon. They both have to leave like right now, so
Okay,
I just want I want them to both just plug.
I have 2 minutes.
Okay,
go for it.
Daniel, where can people find you? Because you got.
Well, my Substack, danielpinchbeck.substack.com, and courses on liminal.news. Actually, I did a course around UFOs and ETs with a professor, which is on that site, and I really enjoyed this conversation. Happy to do more
on ETs.
This topic.
Thanks,
and
man.
great to meet everybody. And also, my email is daniel.pinchbeck@gmail.com.
You're an idiot. Get out of here. Bye
Bye,
bye.
Daniel.
Get
Bye,
off
Daniel.
the island. Get off the island. You're blocked.
Just a few final thoughts, kind of reflecting on the whole thing. Because we deal with so many different controversial topics in Skeptic, there's always this what's called the problem of residuals. That is, there's always a residual of unexplained phenomenon in any field, not just UFOs and UAPs, but physics. Why can we not unify quantum physics and general relativity? There's all these anomalies, and so these string theory. People fight amongst themselves. I spent 4 hours on Joe Rogan's show with Graham Hancock, and he's got a laundry list of these unexplained anomalies. If you go to the Great Pyramid and there's the Sphinx and there's this weathering that geologists can't explain on the one side, could be older and so on. And he's got 100 like that. And when you look into them, archaeologists can't always explain them. So what do you do with the unexplained anomalies? And I could go on and on. RFK Jr. talks about anomalies in the vaccine system, or climate skeptics say, oh no, the data set that the climate scientists use is flawed because of this anomaly or that. All right, so we're always going to have to live with these anomalies. And in science, that's just the way it goes. No theory explains everything. All we can do is just kind of hope we get the model we have explains the most phenomenon, recognizing we can't explain everything, and we just have to continue. Now, it could be the whole paradigm is wrong. The theory of evolution doesn't explain everything, Darwinian, neo-Darwinian, and so on and so forth. But there's always somebody out there going, hey, what about this one thing right there? You Darwinians can't explain that. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, then you come up with something better. And, that's just sort of how it goes. And we just have to live with that. And the whole point of the hearings, was to try to close up as many of those anomalies as we can. But I'm not at all convinced that this will shut the door. If, the Tic Tac video, it turns out it was X. There's always going to be 100 others. James has 1,000 in his back pocket there. Yeah, but what about this one? And we may have to just live with that uncertainty. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I agree. Everything won't always be able to be explained. Like, we're going to find bones that we can't identify. We're going to find things that are going to be impossible to date. And yeah, those will accumulate over time. But I think rather than... the problem I have is that instead of putting a question mark over things, people always want to put it all kind of in one box, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That there's 10 unidentified things, and every single unidentified thing is actually getting you closer to some other truth that actually has zero evidence for it, because the only evidence for this other thing are all the things in the question mark box, which don't point in a direction, in my opinion.
Yep, good point. All right, bye, everybody.
Bye, Michael.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Michael's didn't he say he's gonna do the front cover of his magazine? They're here, or we've got him. What was that?
Yeah, he wants to. So you're going to hold him to that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So James, you think this is we just broke through?
Oh, no question. No question. No question. None. I've never said this before, because I could see the look of all the senators and congressmen, and knowing David Grush is under oath in his credentials. He said, "I'll show you where they are. I know where they are." Like, How are you not going to call his bluff on that? This is coming out. How do I
Because
know
it's
this?
all theater,
I also
that's
went to
why.
Washington for almost 5 weeks just a couple months ago, and I met with a lot of the people that are working behind the scenes to get this out. They know that it's real, okay? It's just now it's a matter of how do we roll this out? How, and there is a lot of talking behind the scenes. I can assure you this is coming out, and you just wait. When some high-resolution satellite imagery leaks out, that will be happening. First-hand witnesses are going to come forward. That will be happening. They can't put the genie back in the
Cannabis
bottle, man.
heals.
This is coming out.
And because he was under oath and he stated that he submitted names of individuals that are actively working in these special access programs, it would be so easy for them, if he's lying or wrong, to prove that he was wrong and completely ruin his reputation. So it's like, they should just do that. Like, they either have to destroy Russia's reputation somehow, which they haven't done yet, or they need to, tell us what happened when they.
What do you do though if they are at the area where they go and they investigate and it's like, this is the SR 79XX and like I can't reveal anything, and then you're just back at square one, right? Where it's like, oh.
I mean, at this point, they have to tell us if it's secret tech. I mean,
that's not going to happen.
They would never do that. Yeah.
The Intelligence Community Inspector General Thomas Monheim. That's the guy right now the media needs to be going after. We need to get statements from him. He was provided the locations, the names of the programs, the people directly involved with the programs, the first-hand witnesses of the programs, and it's only a matter of time until we get statements from him. This stuff's coming out. I've never said this before. I've never believed that I thought this was going to happen. I really didn't. It's coming out now, and there's no turning back.
Nah, I don't think so. I think in 1 year from now, they're going to be the exact same spot we were in 1 year ago.
Yep. No. I'll bet you $1,000.
If you want, I'll do it. I'll give you. Yeah, we'll do it if you really want to. If
I
you
do.
sanction this,
Great.
if you want to sanction this,
$1,000.
Yeah, I'd gladly.
Awesome.
That'd be a nice dinner too. I'll get some caviar, some champagne.
You ain't
I might
getting
do,
shit.
Chateau
No.
We'll figure-
Destiny's gonna get to have a
Actually,
nice
Michael did a
dinner.
similar bet, which I called, which was he said
Several nice
$1,000
dinners.
if it comes out by the end of 2025.
Well,
what are we saying? What are we saying officially is coming out? Like evidence for extraterrestrial, or
Okay, so I think
If
within
this
a year,
guy
you're
is
gonna be
spending
hearing from firsthand-
$1,000 on a fucking dinner, he's a real piece of garbage, making his money lying about UFOs. He probably goes around he sells books, right? He goes around the world, speaks and shit about this bullshit.
And witnesses, not secondhand witnesses. There's going to be additional people coming forward confirming David Grush's claims, and there's going to be more evidence leaking out, like photographic evidence, things of that nature.
Absolute. Well, so here's the thing. This is always difficult. Yeah, there could be photographic evidence, but it's going to be like a blurry picture in a hangar of a plane that doesn't seem to match any current planes. And then we're going to get into an argument where I'm going to say, well, obviously it's a Lockheed Martin project, and you're going to say, obviously it's a UFO from extraterrestrial origin, and then we're going to be back at because that's how it always seems to go. Yeah.
I'm curious, Destiny, because I've been following this closely, as you know. I'm curious. Does this story matter to you?
If extraterrestrial anything was, even if we found a single-celled organism on Mars, I think it would be the most important discovery in all of human history. The idea that life could start on other planets, it would be the single most more
Bonsai
important than
house.
discovering fire.
Neither will get
yeah,
it
so
in.
I think it would be. I just don't think it's very, I don't think it's very compelling evidence for it. Yeah.
No. Because some people don't. And Destiny, I'm just curious. How many military pilots have you interviewed?
Oh my God.
None so far.
How many generals have you interviewed?
Oh my
4
God.
stars?
He's
Yes,
pulling
and
this
his
on
generals-
Destiny.
None so far.
None? How many first-hand witnesses?
It
have you
doesn't
interviewed?
matter. Destiny is still way smarter than you will ever be, old man. So go boom along.
None yet.
None yet. Okay. And how many documents have you seen from the government? Have you ever gone to the National Archives and dug through Project Blue Book files?
Not that I'm at liberty to discuss. No.
We'll have to do that in a skiff.
No, but seriously.
So I'm just curious. So you've done zero research. You consider this to be one of the most significant stories of our time, and yet you've done not a single shred of research, and you're dismissing it because you've read from the mainstream media that it doesn't exist?
I mean, it's a combination of a priori assumptions. So one being that faster than light travel aliens the communication would be on a whole other level, right? Because they have shifted their paradigm and understanding of science multiple times, right? Because it seems like our understanding around us, we can never even travel faster than the speed of light, which automatically puts us out of reach of basically ever communicating another star system with another habitable planet, right? So we're already right off the bat. Any alien?
But hold on.
Okay.
But Destiny, you're speculating. We have no idea where they come from.
Yeah.
How do you know that they're interdimensional? They're not.
Sure, they could be. Yeah, they could be. They could be. Yeah, they could be all of these things. I don't know, but I have a very hard time believing that if they were to come from another dimension, from faster than light travel, from the dark side of our consciousness, that their number one objective would be to run around bending crops in Nebraskan, cornfields. But
I'm not saying that.
I also don't think they would be crashing their spaceships into the ground.
Yeah, well, maybe we're shooting them down.
Well, James, what do you actually think? Like, why are they crashing? Do you are these
I
just
have no
like
idea.
probes? Like,
Well, so I can't speak on crashes other than 2. Okay, And these two, I've done extensive research. I've gone to Roswell multiple times. I went to the 50th anniversary, and the one distinct advantage of the 50th anniversary of Roswell, it was a lot of attention was happening. There were press releases about it. Roswell there was the congressman at the time, I'll think of his name, Stephen Schiff. And he was talking about the fact that he wasn't able to get access. President Clinton was making inquiries. It was a big deal. The reason why I want to say this is because I went there and I got to meet a number of firsthand witnesses in Roswell. You know, it was that golden period where they were all just about to die. And I got to talk to them, and I got to meet the people that handled the debris in their hands. I got to meet people that were at the crash site. I got to meet people that were involved in the story. It was amazing. And they think there was a thunderstorm. So there was speculation as to how it crashed. There was a massive thunderstorm. There's also, I interviewed a colonel who said that our new radar systems interfered with their navigation. I don't know, it's speculation, I don't know. But that was a very compelling case. And the other case I did was the Varginha case. And the witnesses, and I'm just telling you what the witnesses said, I don't know, I wasn't there. But they said that this cigar-shaped object had a gash in the side of it. Now, how did it get that gash? They all said the same thing. It had a gash and it had this weird white vapor coming out of it. And it was an aluminum cigar-shaped object that was in distress for hours before it collided with the ground. How did it get that gash? Did a meteor hit it? Did it get struck by something from us? Like, I don't know. I don't know. But according to the witnesses, it had a gash. So you can only speculate after that. So I don't know, and I don't know where they came from. I just don't have those answers. But I can tell you that the military themselves did the classification of close encounters of the first, second, and third kind decades and decades and decades ago. In other words, they've established a classification system for different encounters.
Means nothing.
Close encounter of the first kind is when someone has a close encounter with
nothing,
an object that takes
dude.
UFO. Close encounter of the second kind is when, and this is not coming from me, this is coming from our own military.
It
Close
doesn't
encounter of the second
matter.
kind is when the object that
That
is being
old fella
witnessed
better pull out
interferes
his
or
wallet.
interacts with the
God.
environment somehow, whether it leaves imprints in the ground, picked up by radar, photograph.
Such a dumbass.
Remember Richard Dreyfuss' face being burned in Close Encounters? Close encounter of the third kind, is when the witness claims entities associated with the craft. So that was established from reports back in as early as the 1950s. So there have been credible observations from credible witnesses of close encounters of the third kind occupants made. So we have that connection. It's not just objects in the sky. We have reports, credible reports of beings on the ground.
And those classifications, where is that cited?
Oh, it's in Project Blue Book files.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can investigate one of the most compelling cases in U.S. history. Happened in 1964 with a police officer by the name of Lonnie Zamora, and I interviewed his family, his wife. I went to the National Archives, his co-workers. I spent 5 years investigating that case. I went to the National Archives and got never before seen documentation of that, footprints of the creatures corresponding with landing pads. It's a
Footprints of the
fascinating case.
creatures.
Stephen, why do you think that in Roswell, for instance, they would have first, because there's the famous headline of them admitting there was a flying saucer and then they retracted it. Don't you find that a little bit bizarre?
No. I mean, it could have been an error in reporting. It could have been they genuinely thought something. It could have been somebody said something dumb to somebody else. But like,
Well, James knows exactly what happened.
Tell me.
With that flow of events, right?
Roswell was what? How long ago was this?
1947,
70, 80? Okay, so about 80 years ago. Okay.
So James, what was the flow of events with the first front page headline that it was a flying saucer, and then they changing their story?
So there was a rash of UFO reports. If you look back starting in June with the pilot Kenneth Arnold, where he saw a string of unidentified objects while piloting his plane. I think it was Mount Rainier? I'd have to look that up. Oregon. In any case, that made headline news. It was a huge story. They were all on the hunt. There was no ridicule about it. I was like, I can get to the bottom of it. Perhaps it's some super stealth, military project. You could go to any archive and you'll see on the headline front page of every newspaper during that time was reports of these so-called flying saucers. And I believe there was even a reward. And this guy, Mac Brazel, in Roswell, just outside Roswell, New Mexico, Mac Brazel, who's a rancher, came in with pieces of this debris to the 509th. I think he went to the police, and they ultimately sent him to the 509th Bomb Squadron. Now, the 509th Bomb Squadron in 1947 was the most elite hand-select unit in the world, exclusively responsible for the deployment of atomic weapons. This was the best of the best. So for these guys to mistake a common everyday weather balloon for something truly, off-world or whatever, it's just not going to happen. So Mac Brazel brings his debris into the field. They were like, "Holy shit! What is this? This is insane!" And Jesse Marcel and one other guy go out to this guy's ranch. It was an overnight expedition. It's extremely remote. I've been there, and they come upon an area the size of I think it was 10 football fields or bigger of this completely unidentifiable material. Like there were I-beams with hieroglyphic-like structures on it. There were foil that you could not destroy with a blowtorch or sledgehammer material. You could crumple it up and it would take shape again. They were like, oh my God, like this is unbelievable. And they put out the headline that they recovered a flying saucer. They loaded up this debris in a I think it was a B-29 bomber, and Jesse Marcel, and I think it was Colonel DuBose, and a few others were going to fly it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which at the time was the Foreign Technology Division. So anything foreign would go there for an analysis. But they had a quick stop at Fort Worth. Now the story was out. They announced it to the world. This is happening. And when they arrived in Fort Worth, there was an explosion of media on the tarmac. And General Roger Ramey walked up because the media was trying to talk to Jesse Marcel, an intelligence officer who has the debris on the B-29, just sitting right there. And General Ramey walks up to Marcel and says, you keep your mouth shut, you let me handle this. And he grabs debris from an everyday weather balloon, stages a press conference, throws the stuff on the ground, and they have to pose with the fake debris, which is not what's on the airplane on the tarmac right outside. And the story was killed. But 2 out of 3 of those people, and of course half the town of Roswell, came forward on the record saying that the original press release was accurate and that what you're looking at was just an everyday weather balloon, and that the story was killed, and that DuBose came forward on camera, and Jesse Marcel came forward. Jesse Marcel's son, who handled the debris, came forward. People that were involved with the initial press release came forward. I mean, there was hundreds of witnesses.
When you say it was just an everyday weather balloon, is that the assertion for Roswell, that it was just an everyday weather balloon?
Well, now they say it's Project Mogul, but Project Mogul at the time was exactly the same weather balloon, just a bunch of them strung together. There was nothing exotic about Project Mogul at the time. Now later, 10 years later, there was a different neoprene or some other material, but at the time, Project Mogul was exactly the same weather balloon that you're looking at on the floor, except it was a bunch of them tied together.
And then what is the exotic material that we believe was recovered from the Roswell incident?
Well, it was like I was explaining earlier, you've got material that it's foil-like. Jesse described it as you could hold it in your hand, you couldn't feel it. It was so light, and you could crumple it up, and it would magically take form again. But then there were these weird like I-beams and with like purple I-beams with like hieroglyphics and
so like what have we done with that? We've had 80 years to analyze that. Why aren't we making this material?
I don't know what we've done with it. I have no idea. But I did interview a colonel. He's been somewhat a controversial figure. His name is I've got his book actually right here, which I got. It's called The Day After Roswell. Philip Corso. He claims to have seen the bodies. There was a book that came out in '97. It was rushed to print because of all the circus around the 50th anniversary of Roswell, and there were some discrepancies in the book, and based on those discrepancies that were done from his publisher and co-producer, Bill Burns, they kind of tried to debunk him, but apparently he saw the bodies, and he claims, I don't know for sure, he claims that some of this was seeded into different companies that developed the technology that led to, I'm just telling you what he claims. I don't know this to be fact, I don't know, but he claims that it was microchips and super tenacity fibers and things of that nature that made their way into the general public. But again, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
But there's a lot more to Roswell than one might expect. And I could go on and on about the witnesses, but what the official explanation contradicts every single firsthand witness that I've met and heard on camera.
I just find it interesting, Stephen, that you haven't wanted to go down this rabbit hole super deep because you like to go down certain rabbit holes, but for some reason
it's so obvious that it's bullshit. Why should he waste his life on it? He's smarter than you.
But
he's way smarter.
The gaps where
you take all the other guys on this panel and put all their brain power together, and Destiny's smarter than all of them put together. And these morons, these two little brain tanks right here, can't wrap their head around that little simple fact.
There are some atheists will argue that religious people basically use God to fill in gaps in human knowledge. As the gaps close, God's explanation for things becomes narrower and narrower until he's only explaining the things that can never be proven by science. I feel like there's almost like an alien of the gaps argument where all of these phenomena are alien in nature, and then when we research almost all of them, it turns out that almost every single one has not been all of them have not been extraterrestrial in nature. There are still a few that we can't explain. Like Shermer, I think, was explaining earlier that there was going to be some unexplained phenomena that we just can't get a handle on. We just, for whatever reason, aren't able to explain it. And it feels like most of the extraterrestrial investigations kind of start and stop there. Like if we the idea that we've had for 80 years some extraterrestrial material in our possession and we haven't been able to break it down, analyze it, rebuild it. No other country in the world has called us out on it. No Edward Snowden leaks. No Donald Trump gets into the presidency and asks questions about it and figures out what's going on.
Right.
No private corporation. No academic institution.
Right.
No foreign government's intelligence. Nobody is.
Well, but that's not true. You see, what you're doing right now. No, what you're doing is
you're 99% wrong on everything you just said.
Bullshit.
Because the people have come forward. It's like it's not that.
President George George.
Without talking about it, it's different, man. Mentioning it is different than investigating it and exposing it. These guys supposedly had access to it, and they didn't produce anything. Destiny's 100% right, and you guys can try to straw man against him right now, but everything he said was 100% correct.
George W. Bush. Let's see. Clinton talked about it. Carter talked about it.
Talked about it.
Gerald Ford about it.
Talked about it.
Roswell's been leaking out since the 40s.
Wait, so if I were to ask, you said George. So if I were to look up like George Bush quotes on extraterrestrial stuff, what would George Bush have said?
So you'll hear different comments. Like President Carter said he looked into it during his administration, wasn't happy with the answers he was getting. Ford says basically the same thing, that he pushed for congressional hearings because he felt the Air Force's explanation of swamp gas was ridiculous and contradicted the firsthand witnesses. Clinton said he looked into it during his presidency. George Bush, during his campaign, made comments on it that he was going to try to get to the bottom of it. Let's see. I mean,
that's not what Destiny said. What Destiny says, none of them exposed anything. They never offered any information. They never gave any evidence that any of it was true. Not that these guys talked about it or mentioned it. This is so moving the goalposts and straw manning. It's hilarious.
Trump talked about it. His son talked about it. Roswell.
Obama and Hillary talked about it. This was
when you say talked about it, though, like I'm saying
if
discussions relating to the evidence that there might be extraterrestrial things.
Thank you, Destiny. That's what I've been saying for the last 30 seconds.
It goes pretty deep with Hillary.
Talked about, and there are Intel insiders that have also talked about it.
They're like, oh, well, they talked about it.
Also come forward. Believe me, there have been plenty. It's just that the disinformation campaign was so effective, and I can explain to you how that all came about. After the White House, on 2 consecutive weekends in July of 1952, was buzzed with UFOs, and military aircraft, just like the case with David Fravor, were scrambled to intercept these unknowns. They were surrounded. They exhibited a technology that was just light years advanced. They had a press conference. It was the biggest press conference since the end of World War II. And the Intel side put together a sort of intellectual think tank, and they came to the conclusion that you can't deny it, but you can adopt the policy of ridicule. And that was done in 1953, and it was a very effective campaign.
Yeah, if you look at Bill Clinton and Hillary both getting interviewed on Jimmy Kimmel, actually, those are really fascinating interviews because, and Obama as well.
President Obama.
They all three of them take it very seriously when they're talking about it, and they both say that, like, they all say we want to look into it. We're trying to look into it, and they make it seem like they tried and hit walls.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, are the walls because it's extraterrestrial, or the walls because there's some like security reason, right? Like,
right, but that's what's crazy. It's like you have these presidents or like,
but it's not that crazy. Like, for instance, I could be wrong, but like, wasn't a huge part of Obama's campaign ran on shutting down Guantanamo Bay, and I don't believe he touched it. Right?
Yeah, right away as soon as he got elected, he said he was going to shut it down.
Yeah, I thought that was a really big point, especially because of how unpopular Iraq was and everything. But I'm pretty sure he got in there and. Nothing, right? But was it just because he broke a promise, or was it maybe the aliens are holding Guantanamo, or was it just like when you get in your place, you're like, fuck, like there's other shit going on here, I can't really say anything, or like to probe in this area, like it's obviously an extraterrestrial, but it is intelligence related or military related, and you know these applications can't really be discussed publicly, right? Like that could be just as plausible an explanation, and it's happened with other things too. So.
Well, Destiny, I gave you the primary reason for secrecy, and I remember
if the government want more tax dollar, they would show us and say we need more tax dollar to learn about this stuff.
Quite some time ago.
This news that came out is to chum the masses to get some dollar without anything real.
Any governing body cover up what could be the biggest discovery of our time. It didn't make any sense to me. I was like, why? Why? You know, that was one of the biggest issues I had with this story. And it's like, I had this general tell me one time, like, kind of laughing at me, like, you silly little kid, you don't understand how things work. I'm like, what do you mean I don't understand? Like, isn't this the biggest, or wouldn't this be the biggest revelation? Isn't this the story that we're all waiting for? Like,
it's the level of like Copernican.
Yeah, and he goes, that's not how we see it. We have a problem. We have something flying around in our skies that we can't explain or control, that fly rings around our fastest jets. We don't know who it is, where it comes from, or what it wants. And if those objects, like the Tic Tac that Fravor interacted with, had like a Russian or Chinese flag on their body, I'm gonna say tail because they don't have any tail, it would be all hands on deck. Like, it would be the biggest crisis ever. And so that's, people want to know why the secrecy. Well, that is a huge reason why the secrecy. It's more of a question of what they don't know than what they know.
Do you think that society would freak out if they came out and told us, Stephen?
Yeah, but I feel like it would be in the best way, but Okay, I feel like we do. It's kind of a sad facet of humankind, but we do really well when we have something to unite against. So I feel like an alien presence would be a pretty good way to bring the world together to solve some problems. You know, have you? I don't know if you guys have read. You must have. If you're in this area, you've read Ender's Game, right?
I haven't actually.
Oh no.
I've had it in my book.
You
I had it in my
guys
book.
talk
I
about
had it in my
research.
book.
You read Ender's Game? No, but
Is it science fiction?
Yeah, I have to.
I don't read science fiction. My life is science fiction.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
That made the joke. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, but I was gonna say in Ender's Game, that's kind of the part of the whole first book is once they found aliens, all of Earth unites. But like as soon as the aliens are defeated, everybody's looking at turning on each other again. So no, I think that's some kind of shared event like that would be a phenomenal experience, or it would cause all of Earth to collapse in and itself because every conspiracy theorist, every Nostradamus worshiper, every religion would suddenly collapse in on itself and people would go crazy. So who knows? But it would be really interesting. I'll say that.
Well, wasn't it nice, you guys, to see the Democrats and Republicans working together during that? I don't think Destiny. You said you saw little tidbits of the congressional hearings.
Yeah, I saw the one. I know that people freaked out over the non-biologics one, where I don't remember who was asking the questions, but they were asking them over and over again, like, "What did you see? What was it? Was there extraterrestrial?"
When you follow up, watch the AOC clip. I think it's interesting, like how seriously she's taking it with the private contractors, because she's been on oversight committees that have like already experienced and witnessed military contractor abuse. So like that's the area that she's really focused on, and it's pretty refreshing.
I was really refreshed to see the two. Like, thank God. Please, is that what it takes? UAP, UFOs to get us to work together? Like, can we put down our differences and focus on a common goal? Like, can we focus on what matters to us, we the people?
Apart from the outcome of like whatever it is, even just uncovering the misappropriation of funds in the Pentagon, and I mean, like that is such a huge story. If there's funds being siphoned out on like a mass scale, and that's why the Pentagon keeps failing their audits. Like for the past decade, they can never pass an audit. So.
Wait, I thought the reason why is because you can't audit into the Pentagon for obvious reasons.
No, I'm pretty sure that they have
Bonsai
to record
House.
their financials.
I'm gonna PayPal invoice as many millionaires as I can for $100 and see how many send it.
You guys are making me realize I should have plugged in my mic. Sorry.
You sound fine.
Okay, well I've got a mic with a popper stopper, but it's got a USB. I need to get the converter because my new laptop doesn't have a USB connection. So
yeah, I'm dealing with the exact same stuff. You have to get like the splitter for all of the USB-Cs. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've just been lazy, but I got to do that because you guys sound so good, and I'm sure my audio is terrible compared to you.
I mean, I'm looking at a CNBC 2021 why the Pentagon failed another audit. I mean,
wait, what was that? What?
It's just CNBC why the Pentagon failed another audit. It's from 2 years ago, so it's I don't know exactly what it's talking about, but.
Dude, I am so uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is. I'm sorry. I'm just. And I could be wrong. This is something I briefly looked before, but I'm just reading one paragraph of an NPR story in 2021. Despite having trillions of dollars in assets and receiving hundreds of billions in federal dollars annually, the department has never detailed its assets and liabilities in a given year. For the past 3 financial years, the Defense Department's audit has resulted in a disclaimer of opinion, meaning the auditor didn't get enough accounting records to perform an assessment. So my understanding was like the failure of the audit wasn't that like trillions of dollars are going missing; it's that they're not able to complete that audit as much as they want. Well,
it's unknown if it's missing.
Yeah,
maybe it's not.
Yeah. Not to say, by the way, that there is no waste of fraud. I'm sure there probably is some. It's not like the whole budget is like disappearing into a black hole or whatever. Right.
David Grush said that he knows exactly how it's done, how they've escaped oversight. He was like,
he used an acronym. It was like IZAP or something.
I remember. Yep, I know. Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy. The little specifics that he dropped, like, do you just make you want to research it?
He's a physicist. I actually talked to another Intel guy that I've been in contact with, who feeds me
NLRC cheers trendy as Gabberts at Nays
someone that I actually tracked down and begged for the better part of 20 years to get him to meet with me. And this individual said that David Grush is one of the smartest.
I keep thinking they're saying David Grush.
Qualified individuals. And
you guys, I'll be right back. I've got like these serious nose hair issues. I'll be right back.
Oh well, he must have been playing Jedi mind games on them for like years, because he was trying to get access to all the information and just interviewing all these people and trying to get in, and he got denied ultimately.
Could you imagine placing yourself? I mean, a movie needs to be made.
I was just thinking, Christopher Nolan, please take this up, please.
Yeah, because look, I know what it's been like for me when I meet with witnesses. Like, for instance, I have a hard time when I tracked the guy down that allegedly drove the alien around Military X in Brazil. Remember, we identified this individual like a long time ago, and made great efforts for about a decade to just get this individual to meet with us. But anyway, I got to look him in the eyes, hear his story, and I had a really hard time reintegrating back into society because I'm thinking to myself, "Holy shit! I think I just met a guy who drove an alien around. Like, how do I not talk about this? Imagine David Grush, with the top clearances that he had, meeting 40 people that were directly involved on alien spaceships. Just imagine, whether you believe it or not, Destiny, but imagine for a moment what that must have been like for Mr. Grush to meet with over a 4-year span. He was fulfilling his obligation. That's what they put him there to do, right? And he starts to uncover this, and this thing starts to unravel, and he's finding the money trail, and he's finding this, and then he speaks to all these firsthand people that are working on alien spaceships. How do you process that? What do you do with that? How do you even go home and talk to your wife? You can't tell anyone. Like, just imagine what that would be like.
That would be pretty crazy. I definitely, would. I would agree. That would be very crazy. Yeah.
All right. Well, any last thoughts, you guys?
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I have to pay you $1,000 because we get photographs of aliens or alien spacecraft or something.
Okay, wait. Let's clarify that before we go. So if in however long,
he says we're going to be in the same place today as we were a year ago.
Right, so we're picking a year. It's a year time frame.
Yep. So what's the date today, guys?
What is your threshold, Stephen? What do you need? And make it reasonable.
So I actually bet somebody in my subreddit about this exact same thing. I should just find the terms of that bet. But it's that, like, a
Bonsai
credible
House.
person in the government, so not like
No
a random
airflow in the
lieutenant
booth.
or colonel or something, but
It's
like a
'cause
credible
they are
person
making
that
you
has a
feel
first-hand witness
uncomfortable.
account, or,
Ha, ha, ha,
or
ha.
provides, I don't know
Like
if I
being
require
stuck in
it,
after
like
school
a picture
detention
or
with
some type
air
of scientific analysis or something.
shivers.
Like, just
Dude,
something more than...
I'm sitting
like,
here.
What we have.
I feel like nose hairs are puncturing my sinus, right? I feel like icky. I feel like there's humidity, but no ventilation, man. I mean, I don't know, bro. I feel like I need air or something. It's the weirdest thing, and I turn the fan on, it doesn't do anything.
Today. Yeah, in a year, what we're going to have is, I'm going to guess there's
I
going to
don't
be
know
a
what
couple
it
more
is. I
eyewitness
just
people that are
feel
going to come
weird,
out,
man.
and they're going to say, like, okay, well, I worked with a guy who was on the craft, and we saw these things, and that's going to be it. It's going to start and stop there, basically.
But, man.
Okay, that's reasonable. James, you're comfortable with that?
Yeah,
So you,
totally.
yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, I've got the distinct advantage of being in touch with all these intel folks, and you do not. So I know what's coming.
You don't know anything,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
You don't know anything that's coming, you idiot. Nothing's coming anywhere. These guys
Bonsai House.
go into a private
Yeah.
fucking
Like being in a
skiff and go
studio
talk to the
apartment with
senators
LARPers.
and lie, and the senators are like, okay, and we don't believe you or whatever, and then you never hear about it
So
again.
it's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy, baby.
I mean, I hope I'm wrong, so yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, that's
$1,000. I want some of that
To be
action.
honest, it's like,
Dude, how do I get in on that $1,000 action? I want to get in on that bet too. I guarantee you in a year from now, we will be in the exact same position that we're in right now. You will have nothing that offers any more evidence than what we have today of the existence of UFOs, of aliens visiting Earth from another planet.
possible information.
I'm thinking Chateau Lafitte. I've always wanted to taste the Rothschild. I don't know. I'm thinking, what will $1,000 get me? We'll see.
Yeah,
drink
talk a big game, dude.
Only when I want to get wasted, so not often.
Well, this might call for that.
This guy talks a big
All right,
game.
you should watch the phenomenon. Maybe we'll do this again sometime. And
I want to, for the next
check
year,
out James' film because
for the next year, I want to harass this guy, James Fox. It's Jamie Fox. It's easy to remember his name. Go on Twitter, if he's on Twitter, and harass him every day and go, 363 days left until you got to pay Destiny $1,000. What more evidence do you have today? Every day. Tweet him that every day and just make him miserable.
because it's a pretty good like overall synopsis of the space. If you don't want to do like the deep stuff, I would be curious your feedback on that.
Bill, are you trying to convert him?
I'm not
Nick Brown.
even converted myself,
I'll do it
but
with
I'm
you, LOL.
I'm obsessed with all of the material. Like
I don't get involved with any case ever and believe it. I don't. I didn't believe Rua. I didn't believe really Socorro. I definitely didn't believe Virginia. I had a hard time with the flyover of Washington, D.C. I mean, I could just go down the line. Like
I'm not 100% convinced by anything, but like your film Moment of Contact, I cried at one point during that film. Just like I lean toward. It seems Occam's razor is that it's more likely to be true than not true. So I'm not like taking a definitive stance, but that's where I sit on these things. It's like I lean more towards it being more likely that it's true.
More likely that extraterrestrials are true?
That not necessarily extraterrestrial, but some kind of phenomenon is occurring. It's too much. Too many individual credible cases.
Well,
It seems.
God, if you don't mind, gentlemen, I would like to just take 30 seconds because I think this will help both of you, and it certainly has helped me because people always think that I have all the answers, and I just don't. I wish I did. I'm just on this like journey myself, right? And I just happen to share the results of my research with the general public through my movies. And it's great. And
I'm going to open up this side
but
wall.
I'd have to
Give me
say,
some
like, if
more
I was
ventilation. I think
pinned
I can
down
do
and I had to make a statement about what I felt would be the best like explanation for what's happening, I would say this. There seems to be an omnipresent intelligence that has the ability to manifest itself in a whole bunch of different ways. Like, it's nuts and bolts, but it's also psychic. It's global. It seems to interact with us, to read our minds. I can give you countless cases with pilots describing that.
He
to me,
is so
military
weird.
Pilots too.
This guy is so weird.
It has a sense of humor, I'm told, and that it's always like one step ahead of us, and that seems to be why they call it the phenomenon, because it's not like.
Meaning that's literally what they refer to it as internally?
Yeah, it's called the phenomenon. That's where the title came from. We came upon a government document from General Nathan Twining in 1947 where he says the phenomenon is real. It's not visionary or fictitious. It's the phenomenon. And it's global in nature, and it's around us, and it can manifest. That's why witnesses it just came out of nowhere, or it just disappeared. Like, whoop, it was over here, then it's there.
He's an idiot. He's psychotic.
That's it. I mean, there's so many unanswered questions. But I feel like what you were saying, Destiny, I keep calling you Destiny. It's your show, Destiny.
You can call me Steven. You're good.
Steven, I'm sorry. Steven, is that it's so potentially paradigm shifting. The story could restructure the way we see ourselves in our place in the universe, if it's really true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I've been around the world investigating the case, I know that it's real. The question is, what is it? And that, I feel like it's hard to walk away from.
That's how I approach it too. It seems like the base issue, like even regardless of what the outcome is, so many sub issues become resolved by this issue getting taken care of. That's why I focus on it, because it just seems like the implications of it hit everything. So to not be giving it more attention seems like a little bit just backwards.
Yeah, it's like, if true, it's the biggest story of our time, right? The big story, no question. I think everyone could agree with that, and I'm convinced it is. So there we go. I can't walk away from it.
Well, you're an idiot.
Cool.
And you're sad.
Thanks for coming, James. Where can people find you?
I'm at James C. Fox on Twitter. It's my primary. I mean, that's what I do run.
At James T. Fox on Twitter. I'm going there as we speak. I look for Twitter on Bird, and it's an X. I have a hard time finding it. It's funny. James T. Fox. There's a blue check, James T. Fox 3. There's double X.
Nick Brown. James T. Fox.
Dude, let me go back. 132.46.
Thanks for coming, James. Where can people find you?
I'm at James C. Fox on Twitter. It's my primary. I mean, that's what I do run that account myself. Other people run my Instagram and other things, but
it says Jim Jam, James T. Fox, Jim Jams.
Twitter, for the most part, is all me. 99% me. So at James C. Fox, and you can check out the phenomenon.
C. Fox. My bad. Got him. Following. Okay, let's do them. Here we go. What day did this come out? This was put out 4 days ago. Okay, today's the 2nd, so this would have been the 30th. Right? July 30th, right? Because, God forbid fucking YouTube puts a date on a video. 4 days ago. Put the date on it, you idiots. What's wrong with you? And if you do click on show more, sometimes the date does come up. Yeah, it says July 29th. There it is. Great. So let's say 365 minus 4 is 361, right? Am I right? I hope I got that right. just 361 days left until you need to pay Destiny
Nick Brown. Yes.
$1,000 for having no proof of the existence of aliens. Got anything new yet? TikTok. Bro, every time I tweet that, I'm going to be so happy. Let's see, which one do I want? Just 361 days left until you need to pay Destiny $1,000 for having no proof of the existence of aliens. Got anything new
Nick
yet?
Brown.
TikTok.
LMAO.
Dude, we're going to tweet that at him. Every time I remember it, man, I'm going to just copy and paste it for the most part. Or just count it down at him. You know, just 360 days left until you got to pay Destiny $1,000 because still no one has come forward with any additional proof. He's only giving it a year, too, so I'm all over that. I'm really looking forward to it. God damn it. Hearing the conversation go from scientific data to the dude talking about his wife sleep fingering his mouth hole while lacking all self-awareness about how Looney Tunes he sounded was just fucking perfect. That's a 728 thumbs ups message from Willie Orca. Willie Orca. It's nice to not see him debate other streamers or social media personalities. I agree. I agree. More IRL people, please. These podcasters he shacks up with, bro. Some of them just aren't worth his time, you know? Well, I'm glad he got into that. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys did too. How do I want to deal with that? Oh, I'm on the scene here. I see what I'm doing. Get on the scene. Whoa, that's weird. Look at that. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that works for me. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, that works for me. That's great. Oh, my God. Reconfiguration for the win. Loving it. You can hear them cutting the shit out of our roof out front, dude, where that fucking rotten wood was. Big old goddamn sawzall out there. war criminal's wife. I couldn't find a one-word equivalent of that. Michelle Obama. I said, oh, I've got this. Cunt. He liked it. He liked my tweet. Response to what he put up about Michelle Obama. He liked it. Chase Miller. Thank you, Chase. We're following each other. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You just got to know how to spell cunt on social media. It's K-H-U-N-N-T-T, or 2 N's or 2 U's or whatever. It hits. It hits hard. It works. You just got to have faith, man. You got to have faith. Nick, Brant Robinson is flying around that Ukrainian flag a little bit, so we might have to educate him on
Nick Brown. Hell yeah.
We might have to educate him on the ugliness of flags and how they've been used to separate people. Let's do that right now. At Brant Robinson, I just wanted to express to you my personal beliefs around flags. I believe them to be used mostly for nationalism and separating people
Nick
from
Brown.
each
Flags
other,
equals division.
especially during times of war. I hope you agree. Brant Robinson, I just wanted to express to Toy Boat, to UYOU, not YOUO. It's like a UAP. My personal beliefs around flags, or is it my personal belief about flags? See, he's an English teacher, well, a history teacher. I just want to make sure, he's a teacher. I want to make sure that I dot all my I's and cross all my T's. I spelled separating wrong. I believe them to be used. I believe flags. I believe flags to be used mostly for nationalism and separating people from each other, especially during times of war. I hope you agree. Are used. I believe flags are used, not to be. I believe flags are used mostly for nationalism and separating people from each other, especially during times of war. I hope you agree. In addition, I feel that picking sides of battling nations, 1 out of 2. I feel picking sides of battling nations only furthers the war effort, and to actually stop war, we instead need to sit down and discuss our grievances. Is that right? I spelled grievances right? Grievances. Sit down and discuss our grievances as opposed to pointing fingers and placing the blame on our perceived enemy. Perceived? I before E, except after C. Let's call this one 2 out of 2. Brant, I just want to express to you my personal belief about flags. I believe flags are used mostly for nationalism and separating people from each other, especially during times of war. I hope you agree. In addition, I feel that picking sides of battling nations, 1 out of 2, only furthers the war effort, and to actually stop war, we instead need to sit down and discuss our grievances as opposed to pointing fingers and placing the blame on our perceived enemy. Dot, dot, dot. I'd like to say thank you for your...
Nick Brown. Nicely said.
Thank you for your kindness and insights. Thank you for your kindness and insights. Thank you for your kindness and your insights, he says, right? That's his thing. Thank you for your kindness and your insights. Am I doing it right? Let's go over that one more time because he is a teacher. I want to make sure I got this right. Brant Robinson, I just wanted to express to you my personal belief about flags. My personal beliefs?
Nick Brown.
My personal belief about flags. I believe flags are used mostly for nationalism and separating people from each other, especially during times of war. I hope you agree. I find the Pledge of Allegiance to be disgusting. I find anybody pledging their allegiance to a piece of cloth when they should be pledging allegiance to all of humanity is the big problem. I want to add that. Two out of 3. 1 out of 3. Next one. Dot, dot, dot. I want to add that children pledging allegiance to a flag instead
Cannabis heals.
of to all
Keeps the world
of
divided.
humanity is
Nick Brown. Where does he teach?
here in Florida. I spelled allegiance wrong. Allegiance. I want to add that children pledging allegiance to a flag instead of to all of humanity is one of the reasons we go to war in the first place. Just one more. Okay, flags and pledging allegiance to them are yet another form of indoctrination. I spelled allegiance wrong twice. I don't know how to spell allegiance. Is it one L? No. Is it I-E? How do you spell allegiance? A-L-I-G-E-N-C-E? A-L-I-G-E-N-C-E? Anyone? Okay, Google. Allegiance definition. A-L-L-E-G.
Here's the definition of allegiance. Loyalty or commitment of a subordinate to a superior or of an individual to a group or cause.
E-G-I-A. God, I totally had this all wrong. That is a spelling bee word right there. A-L-L.
Bonsai house.
E.
That panel felt like I had to sit on a strange dude's dirty couch.
I-A. insight. It's an insight. It's one of my insights. We'll see what he says. Thank you for your kindness and your insights, right? Is that what he says? Or does he say thank you for your comments and your insights? No, I think he says kindness. Should we listen to find out what he says so I can say it exactly? Just to make it like a super duper killer. Let's see. At Brant Robinson. As usual, thank you for your kindness and your insights.
Kindness and for your insights. Please, Mike. Good morning. Thank you as always for your kindness and for your insight.
Thank you as always. I'm going to put that at the end. Oh, thank you as always for your kindness. It's so funny if I'm going to leave that out. It's not enough room. Okay. I'm going to read through this one more time. Brant Robinson, I just wanted to express to you my personal belief about flags. I believe flags are used mostly for nationalism and separating people from each other, especially during times of war. I hope you agree. In addition, I feel that picking sides of battling nations only furthers the war effort, and to actually stop war, we instead only furthers the war effort, comma. And to actually stop war,
Trendy Nick.
we instead...
Nice final touch, LOL.
And to actually stop war, we instead need to sit down and discuss our grievances as opposed... Grievances, comma, as opposed to pointing fingers and placing the blame on our perceived enemy. I want to add that children pledging allegiance to a flag instead of to all of humanity. I want to add that children pledging allegiance to a flag instead of pledging to all of humanity, I should say.
Bonsai House.
Is one of the
Sign
reasons
off by
we go to
saying
war
go
in the first
Bears.
place. Flags and pledging allegiance to them are just more forms of indoctrination. Love your posts and hope this is taken as a good faith insight. Long live Jambi. Be funny if I finished it with long live Jambi. Should I fix this? The word allegiance here? I can move it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Instead of saying I love your posts, I said I look forward to your posts and hope this is taken as a good faith insight. All flags are bad. Okay, I hashtagged it. All flags are bad. Look at how proud of myself I am right now. Like Leonardo DiCaprio when he sends off that. See how you think about that. He sends off that tweet and don't look up. Oh, it's a good one, right? What's going on here? Market cool off over 24 hours. is actually a really healthy sign for right now. We'll see what goes on there. Also, in today's news, we've got a 4-hour video that we've been live for. So much is going on here. Nick, thank you for the retweet. I'm retweeting your retweet of my retweet. What?
Bonsai House. Another way to tell aliens are BS is that all the craziest things that are uploaded to the internet end up on crazychit.com. There's lots of war videos, but no Martians. Not even the Tic Tac.
Of course not.
Nick Brown. He's pretty quick to respond.
He didn't respond already, did he? No. He is quick to respond, bro. He's on Twitter, bro. Like he's got notifications turned on. Somebody blocked me on Twitter. Nick, who do you think it was? Did you see? And just because they blocked me doesn't mean I can't tweet at them still, and people will still see those tweets. Fucking Steph Zamorano fucking blocked me on Twitter. Oh. You give up? Did we lose Nick? I guess you're not going to respond. Okay.
Trendy Nick. I lost service for a few minutes. Bonsai House. Jen Aniston. Wolfgang Puck.
No, guess who blocked me on Twitter, Nick? Guess who finally blocked me on Twitter?
Bonsai House. Seinfeld. Trendy Nick. Steph. I caught that.
Steph.
Bonsai House. Julia Child.
She blocked me a long time ago. No, dude. Craig from the Convo Couch. Mr. fucking have the conversation. Oh, he disagreed with me so much he couldn't handle it anymore. He had to drop the convo. Convo, we make stuff up couch. He blocked me. Craig Pasta Jardulo. Yo Pasta, at Yo Pasta freaking blocked me on Twitter. MasterCard moves to stop use of debit cards at cannabis shops. Well, you know what, MasterCard? You can go ahead and do that. Everyone uses Visa anyway. So it doesn't really matter. All this means for MasterCard is even more people are going to stop using your shit.
Oh, Craig was my next guess.
Yeah, right? So, are we excited about this? MasterCard is telling, like remember American Express did this years ago when I was in California. We're not allowing you to buy cannabis in dispensaries anymore. Who are you to tell me how I can spend my money? Who are you, my mom and dad? I can't use it on cannabis? It's fine. It's not poisonous, you idiots. What's wrong with the people at MasterCard that they don't understand science? They don't want you guys thinking outside the box like me. That's the problem. You know? A whole army of people like me. Could you imagine? People calling, even the people who think that they're the truth tellers getting called out by me. Like Craig Pasta and Jimmy Dumbass Door. And so many others.
It's BS.
Anyway. I can't read the article. The decision places more strain on cannabis industry, which largely operates with cash and is not uniformly regulated across the United States. The drug is still illegal on the federal level. I thought they took it off schedule. Didn't they deschedule cannabis or something? I guess not. Was that all bullshit? Okay, Google. What's the current scheduling of cannabis by the United States federal government?
According to DIA.gov, marijuana is a Schedule 1 substance under the Controlled Substances
Yeah, because you're calling it marijuana.
Act, meaning that it has a high potential
Idiot.
for abuse. No currently accepted medical
Let's abuse it right now, folks. Concentrated, giant dab. Let's prove her right. I don't want to make a liar out of the Google woman. Let's prove her right. Hiss.
Trendy Nick.
Smoke some of that dangerous cannabis.
Still scheduled.
Dangerous cannabis, dangerous cannabis, dangerous cannabis.
Objects. Dork. Pasta. Is that the trick? Change your name to Nate Toaster.
Nate Toaster. I am Nate Toaster. I'm going to toast me some cannabis right now. Can you believe they have not, you want me to vote for you, Biden administration? Okay, why don't you deschedule cannabis and start calling it cannabis? Then we could talk. We could start with that. You could get Medicare for all. You could stop the stupid war that you're paying for. I mean, where would Ukraine be if it weren't for the United States money? That war would have been finished a long time ago. But we perpetuate it. We perpetuate it. No law regarding cannabis. It's almost 420. Look at that.
Trendy Nick. LMAO at Bonsai House.
Cheers, everybody.
Bonsai House. ChatGPT gave me your new name. Natoaster Maraschino.
I don't like it. God, I sound like a grumpy old man. I don't like it.
Trendy Nick. Thought about trying that ChatGPT. Bonsai House. I asked it to spice up Natoaster for optimal appeal to Gen Z, ha 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 ha. Dude, Kim Iverson is such a freak. I've been telling you guys about what a dumbass she is. Red pillar. But Jimmy Dore fucking has her on. She says that, Billy, remember the whole thing about mosquito vaxes and shit? Yeah. They're really talking about that. She's really taking that seriously.
bleaching the top. Dusty's bleaching the top of his head, leaving the bottom dark. It actually looks good on him. It looks good on him. I'm going to retweet it so you guys can all see that. There you go. Put that out there for your comments. Let's listen to this misinformant Kim Iverson.
Well, this study involved 200 mosquitoes biting humans. I don't know why anybody would sign up for that, but apparently participants were paid about $4,000 to do this, to be bitten by mosquitoes. The mosquitoes gave minor versions of malaria that didn't make people sick, but gave them the antibodies, and the efficacy from those antibodies last a few months. So now you're going to vaccinate the entire world without the world's consent. Researchers say genetically modified mosquitoes will not be used at large to vaccinate millions of people. They say, yeah, right. They say, oh, really? They told us that we wouldn't have mandates with the vaccines either, and yet we did. Why don't you just inject people, you know, with their consent? Use mosquitoes like they're 1,000 small flying syringes. But when asked, well, why don't you just use syringes? To save cost. It's cheaper. So just use these genetically modified mosquitoes. Bull on this. This is bull. They're hopefully not out in the wild yet, but how do they know? This is like the lab leak. Did they account for every single mosquito? Did any of them escape from the lab by chance? You know, I'm gonna be looking at those little flying suckers like, what you got? Is this a mandated vaccine?
Like she just drank a mosquito.
A mosquito in my
That was great.
Help me.
That was freaking.
This is great.
That's good. That's a good video, bro. Oh my god. Fucking laugh my ass off. Oh, God.
Trendy Nick. Haha.
For gas and oil exploration across 23 different states. Under my administration, America is producing more oil today than at any time in the last 8 years. That's important to know. Over the last 3 years, I've directed my administration to open up millions of acres for gas and oil exploration across 23 different states. We're opening up more than 75% of our potential oil resources offshore. We've quadrupled the number of operating rigs to a record high. We've added enough new oil and gas pipeline to encircle the earth and then some. So we are drilling all over the place right now. Under my administration.
Wow. There's Barack Obama. Drill, baby, drill. Ad. Oh shit.
Bonsai House.
They
Queens
changed
to
the
the
way
doctor
they
this
fucking,
morning.
they're hiding ads
Bad
now
news.
on Twitter.
I heard the doctor talking to my wife.
I block them all.
Turns out I'm actually autistic and not Batman.
The bottom of each ad it says sponsored. Now it says ad in the top right corner on Twitter. They changed it. It makes it a little easier to block them, faster to block them. You don't have to scroll to the bottom anymore.
Conspiracy to defraud the United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to impair.
Add. Block. Block. Yeah, it says add now in the top right corner.
Bonsai House. Did you know you can get a DUI on an electric scooter?
Yes, absolutely. You can get a DUI walking down the street. They call it fucking public intoxication. Basically, it's a DUI while you're walking. You know?
Bonsai House. So my city put the electric scooter stands in front of the bars. Bait and switch. Trendy Nick. Can get one on any moving object. Motor, bikes, etc.
Taxes and regulations. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis laying out new economic policy targeting China, taxes and regulations. Here with the details, I want to bring in Yahoo Finance's Rick Newman. And Rick, whether or not this is going to resonate here with voters, that's to be determined. But what did we learn just about DeSantis's priorities here?
Well, he ticked off 10 points in his so-called Declaration of Economic Independence. He said things such as we have to decouple from China. We have to get tougher on China. We have to reshore manufacturing. We have to bring more manufacturing back to the United States. We even have to use the government to guide some of this reshoring of manufacturing to the United States.
So you can't read this one out loud, huh? There's no out loud reading feature. There is on the other one, but not on this one.
Bonsai House. Yes. It has to have an engine. Even electric. Busa boards, one wheels, etc. Like to see them catch me on a drift trike.
DeSantis' war on woke backfires as Disney ends $1 billion spending in Florida. Controversial policies spur convention cancellations, tourism downturn, and struggles for local businesses.
And I sat there thinking to myself, wait,
8.8K. DeSantis lays out economic agenda, takes aim at China. We have to decouple from China. Janine Mancini. Tuesday, August 1st, 2023 at 1:03 p.m. EDT. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' war against the Walt Disney Company has impacted the state's biggest tourism attraction and is leading to a broader backlash that could seriously hurt the state's economy.
Great job, Ron.
DeSantis, a right-wing candidate for the Republican presidential nomination, singled out Disney because of its LGBTQ+ values and inclusivity, which he disagrees with. In response, California Governor Gavin Newsom has seized the opportunity to embrace Disney for its diversity, making his state a more attractive option for Disney's future investments. Don't miss. Billionaires are making their money in the private markets, and this startup is revolutionizing health. Former Disney CEO Bob Chapek opposed DeSantis' so-called "Don't Say Gay" legislation, triggering the clash between the company and the governor. Although Florida is home to other left-leaning companies, they have not explicitly targeted DeSantis. As part of his War on Woke campaign, DeSantis took control of the Reedy Creek Improvement District, the special taxing district for the Disney Resort's land, resulting in legal battles and strained relations with the entertainment giant. In May, Disney made headlines when it canceled a $1 billion project to construct an office campus and transfer 2,000 employees to Orlando. The company also pulled the plug on a promising Star Wars hotel that had only been operational at Disney World for a short time. These actions were followed by pointed remarks from Disney CEO Bob Iger, who criticized DeSantis, branding him as anti-business and anti-Florida. Disney has turned its focus to a new endeavor known as Disneyland Forward. The program is aimed at rejuvenating its 2 theme parks in Anaheim, California. The company envisions Disneyland Forward as a catalyst for significant growth, projecting an annual revenue of $253 million and the creation of more than 2,200 new jobs.
Florida misses all of that.
The consequences of DeSantis' actions are not limited to the Disney dispute. Florida's political climate, characterized by controversial policies concerning LGBTQ rights and race, has led to a growing number of conventions and conferences avoiding the state altogether. At least 5 groups have canceled or moved their events out of Orange County and Fort Lauderdale over concerns about the state's policies. Florida's tourism industry is displaying broader signs of decline, particularly in the Orlando area. The Orange County Comptroller's Office reported a 6.7% decrease in tourist development tax collections for May compared to the previous year, marking the second consecutive decrease since February 2021.
Great business move, Ron.
Hotel occupancy in the Orlando area during May was down by 2.5% year-over-year. Analysts also point out that crowds in Walt Disney World over the July 4th holiday were the lowest they've been in nearly a decade, a trend also affecting rival theme park Universal Orlando Resort. Factors contributing to the decline include families transitioning away from theme parks as the pent-up demand following the COVID-19 pandemic subsided and visitors are displeased about widespread price increases at Disney's theme parks. The combination of political controversies and other factors is creating a challenging environment for local businesses and officials who rely on the thriving tourism sector. The implications extend beyond the Disney-DeSantis feud and raise questions about the long-term sustainability of Florida's tourism-driven economy.
Yeah. Thanks, Ron. You fucking idiot. Great job, man. Great job. Great job, man. We've been live for 4.5 hours. You kids are crazy. What do you want to do, kids? Check the crypto. It's down right now, but there looks like there's a little tick up, so that's good. It's coming from a low spot though. Don't really want to talk about that, just because nobody's really interested in it.
Trendy Nick. Hashtag nay all day.
security's not even chasing after him. That's fucking funny. Wow. This guy's breaking into a store, stealing Gucci stuff. Add. Block.
And also, I would also point out, what does Fox News, News Nation, Newsmax all have in common? I don't know, a little odd for a warm embrace from somebody running in the Democratic primary, but that's neither here.
I think that's a fantastic answer. And
really a great conversation.
Thank you, guys. Much love to you. Thank you.
Candidate for President of the United States, Marianne Williamson. Super excited to chat with Miss Williamson once again on the show. We've had her on a couple times before. Always have a really good discussion, and we're super excited today to continue talking about Marianne's vision for America. She's scared. I don't know if maybe you can't say it, but I will. And also, I would also point out, what does Fox News, News Nation, Newsmax all have in common? I don't know, a little odd for a warm embrace from somebody running in the Democratic primary, but that's neither here. I think that's a fantastic answer. And
really a great conversation.
Thank you, guys. Much love to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne. We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Best of luck in South Carolina.
Add. Block. So funny, I can block ads so much faster on Twitter now. Because it says ad in the top right corner. You don't have to scroll through the whole ad to make sure it's an ad. It's awesome. Block every ad on Twitter, guys. It only takes a second. Stealing content? I want to see this.
And he's a 250,000 subs. This is my footage from my intro that he's using just so that he can copy up like my editing. Like, and no, there's nothing about me here. That was all my footage. And then he just has raw gameplay afterwards. That someone put captions over. Why use my footage in the intro? It's weird. And he's a 250,000 subs. This is my footage from my intro.
Okay. I got it. You have UFO shit was crazy.
A disc-shaped craft hovered over. There was apparently 1 or 2 photographs taken of that.
It was from somewhere else, and not that doesn't mean that it's not some government craft or something, but like this meme that is going around like, oh, we would have footage, or like.
Interior. Precinct 9 interrogation room. Night. Lieutenant Mazzelli, 40s, muscular but grizzled, gazes across the cold steel table, a cigarette dangling from his muscular but grizzled lips. Locking eyes with silk-suited and also grizzled Polly Lorenzo.
Grizzled.
Mazzelli. You didn't think those bodies would ever be found, did you? Well, Chipotle just bought half of Battery Park to plant cilantro fields, and look who they found. Johnny No Falasso. He's getting autopsied by the medical examiner right now, but I think they can skip the autopsy, Polly. Because I'll bet dollars to dickholes the thing that killed Johnny was the 17 bullets in his brain. So how about it? Those your bullets? Polly. You better hope you keep your nuts clean, Lieutenant. My lawyer's gonna have so much fun shredding your badge. You'll think he's Tony Hawk at a badge factory. Damn it. Okay, I really thought I knew where I was going there. Hey all, just doing another pass on Precinct 9, The Whiskey Sour Chronicles, which has interest from several Tribeca adjacent producers. No, not that one. That's the one, the bread company. But they have a lot of bread influence, a lot of dough, so to speak, and have attended the other Tribeca, I think. Or was it Triscuit? It was a try word. I wasn't really paying attention on the call. Anyway, just doing another pass and a bit more research, specifically into modern policing. Because here's some news. I think that may have changed recently. Maybe? Wasn't there some kind of national discussion we had about the police and crime at some point?
Politicians were successful in moving away critical funds to police stations. And now what we are seeing across the country is violence surging. In many cases, city officials put defund the police into practice by voting to cut funding to its respective police departments. What followed was
Fox
a significant
News.
nationwide rise in violent crime.
So cities across the country are seeing a major spike in violent crime now. A scary scene earlier this week in New York City. So to shoot out in the middle of the street during broad daylight.
If you make it impossible for cops to do their jobs, then they can't. That emboldens criminals. If you release criminals before the cops are done with their paperwork, that emboldens criminals. If you only focus on law-abiding gun owners, not the illegal handguns that are being used, you embolden criminals.
Jesus H, crime, really? We cut a ton of police funding, which resulted in a huge spike in violent crime? Seems like something I'd remember, but I don't remember it. But, in fairness, I have been squarely balls deep in those Whiskey Sour Chronicles. So I guess we really screwed the pooch, specifically McGruff the crime dog, who has sadly died from exposure to fentanyl. Just look at this Fox News headline. Burlington, Vermont, reeling from highest number of homicides in decades after defunding police. Checkmate, Antifa! Presuming you ignore the subhead reads, Burlington voted to defund police before reversing course the following year, and that there were never actually any layoffs. But ignoring that aforementioned checkmate, the entire story here is that the number of homicides in Burlington, population 45,000, rose from 1 in 2020 to 5 in 2022. But in 2021, the year of the supposed defunding and cops quitting in droves, Burlington had 0 homicides. All 5 of the city's 2022 homicides took place after the department was undefunded. So strange how this article cites data suggesting the opposite of its thesis. Odd. Oh, so odd. Maybe this one example is indicative of an entire narrative we have been fed over the last 3 years, which might be as fictitious as the gritty, sex-fueled adventures of Lieutenant Hieronymus Mazzelli. Come, detective. Maybe the idea that big liberal cities cut police funding, leading to catastrophic increases in violent crime, cities burning down, and offended cops fleeing the profession with pearls clenched in their meaty fists, wasn't true. If only there was a way to confirm this theory, perhaps through the magic of storytelling. What's really been going on with cops? Interior, studio. Cody, muscular but grizzled, sits in a way to obscure his lack of pants. We will now journey through the recent history of police in America, the narrative of defunding and lawlessness, and perhaps what has actually happened in the years until today. And to see how this narrative developed, we have to go back in time at least 30 years.
For a second night, demonstrations broke out over the death of George Floyd, and again there was violence. Amid the chaos, one man was shot dead. This afternoon, the National Guard was activated to respond to the unrest.
We've just had to run about a block as police moved in. We've been fired at with rubber bullets. My cameraman has been hit. We've also seen tear gas being used. Here we go, they're moving through again. This is exactly what it looks like. Exactly what it looks like. This time, safely.
Oh, sorry, I meant 30 today years, where every year feels like a decade. Remember those days? Remember summer of 2020? My goodness, Trump hadn't even had COVID yet. But months before what would become known as the one fun day, there were a whole lot of not so fun days. In May 2020, the nation was stunned by footage depicting a Minneapolis police officer kneeling on the neck of George Floyd for nearly 10 minutes, ultimately killing him. This resulted in a months-long protest movement, arguably the largest in U.S. history, with demands to rethink policing entirely. Specifically, there were conversations around what police are there for, what amount of physical force they should be allowed to use, and how policing could be changed to stop them from terrorizing communities and leaving people, disproportionately Black and Latino people, dead. Policy proposals to reallocate funding from police departments back to community services were grouped under the banner Defund the Police. And advocates made a pretty compelling argument. Police are unquestionably biased against Black people regardless of the race of the officers themselves, and cities spend an absurd amount of money on police, a collective $100 billion a year and $80 billion more on incarceration. Research has shown that crime in a community is largely a product of poverty, and that adding more cops doesn't really do anything to reduce it. In fact, the best way to reduce crime, research suggests, is giving people health care, access to drug treatment facilities, education, and after-school programs. You know, basic standard of living type stuff. Now, we could just give people these things anyway, independent of police budgets, given the fact that...
Dear Slayer, are you still there on Rumble? Hey,
our
man.
nation's 25th president, Donald John
You guys...
Trump. Great point, Comrade Trump. But if we are...
I never get Rumble chat. And today there's a whole bunch of different people chatted in Rumble chat, which should be on screen, but it's not for some reason. Dude, I clicked on Rumble chat. Why is this so difficult? Dude, I am losing my mind here, guys. Here we go. No, man. Rumble chat. Dude, this is supposed to be Rumble chat and there's nothing there. I click on it and then there's nothing there. This is so weird. Okay, whatever. Whoa, that's weird. I don't know what that does. Dear Slayer. Are you still there, Dear Slayer? Yeah. You are. Cool. Dear Slayer's still here. Cool. Give me a second, buddy. Hold on. I'm glad you're still here. Hold on, buddy. Let's get Cody off screen. We don't need. I was just clicked on this to see what he was talking about. I don't need to watch that. Let me get rid of that here. Give me a second. I'm having issues. I want to bring the Rumble chat on screen, and I had it, and it's gone. Oh, I see what happened. Rumble. What? I enjoy making the podcast. The horrifying results. Okay, wait. Let's just start over again. I got an idea. We'll try this again. I'm just not thinking clearly right now, guys. Oh, hold on. Click on this. Okay, then go. Window capture. Okay. And there it is. Now we just go like this. Live chat. Boflow. And you live in Iowa? You're smoking some good stuff from Michigan and you live in Iowa? Hell yeah. Okay, now let's see if we can get that transparency setting on there. It's blending mode screen. So cool. So cool. Used to live on Singer Island. I could probably make the text bigger. Oh, but then it disappears. I see. Then I have to recapture it. It's okay. It's big enough. I can even make it bigger from here. This is actually... I could just make it bigger right there. There we go. Smoking some good shit from Michigan. Yeah, bro. Hell yeah, you are. Deer Slayer talking in my Rumble chat. This needs a sign. This needs a sign that says "Be nice to your audience." Yeah, I need to be nice to my audience. Because I'm mean. I'm a mean guy. I lash out. I need a constant reminder to be nice. Next question from Rumble. You are nothing but a burnout pothead. Wow, somebody's using the word pot in a negative way. You see how that works, guys? Thanks for proving my point again. This person says I'm crap. Okay, thanks for the view and the comment. And I want to say thank you to all of you on Rumble that came in and said something. I do appreciate that. Most people don't say anything on Rumble chat. I will put the Rumble chat up here on screen. I just, for some reason, forgot. But feel free to, like Deer Slayer, feel free to type. Got some oil stuff too. If we put this on a black background, do you no longer see it? Oh, it looks, ooh, I like that. Look at that, it makes it even more prominent. See that? We do it like this. I like that. Then it really makes your chat, the latest chat, really pops out there. And then we can work on this one right here as well. I think we could do this. And just, you know, move this over here. It's not too much, is it? I can always do this. Go like that. I hope that's not too much. This one might be too much here. This one will do this. Deer Slayer has helped advance the chat to the point where I can do this now. Deer Slayer, thank you for all of the chatting. Nick the Stick, howdy Nick. Look at this. We can really do this nice now. I like it. I really, really like it. I like the setup. Oh, you know what? I don't need all that headroom. Dude. That's pretty cool. I like the setup like this. We can make this other camera brighter and make it even better. We're going to brighten this camera up right here. That's nice, isn't it? Great. Great, man. How long have we been live for? 5 hours? The only reason we're live all this time is because I've had more than 20 viewers the whole time. So I want to say thank you to Rumble for keeping that possible. Right now we've got 22 viewers. 22 viewers that I can count. Psychotic. Live for 5 hours and I've got 22 viewers. So thank you. did you guys want to cover anything or do anything? I mean, bong rip, maybe? Bong rip? What do you guys think? Do I smoke too much cannabis? Do I smoke too much cannabis? No. Do you guys like my song? That was the end. That was the whole song. Let's put in a little bit more. Am I gonna put a little bit more? No stem. We try to get as much stem out of here as we can. We don't want to smoke that. We don't want to smoke that stem. We want to make sure there's no seeds in this bud because the Gorilla Glue comes with seeds. Oh, well, I got one. Bad-ow! And it's a premature looking seed too, but I got one. Good for me, man. I won't be smoking that seed. Hopefully there's no more husks in that bud. It was... Whoa! Dude, was that another seed? Everybody just calm down. Everybody, I'm gonna need light. Stat. Dude, I swear it seemed like another seed like popped out and shot, but I don't see anything. I'm just gonna take my foot and just kind of feel around here. Whoa, what's that? What is that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Holy shit, dude. A viable seed. As I was putting it in the bowl, an actual viable seed popped out. Fell on my floor. I found it with my flashlight. And it's a viable seed. The other one is premature for sure. And you're going to be able to see the difference. Now, I told you that first seed. I immediately said it's premature, right? Look at the difference. I'm good, aren't I? I'm good. Right? When I told you it was a premature seed. Where's my autofocus? Oh. Hold on. Let me turn on the autofocus. Here we go. I was like, that seed's premature. I could tell. But this other one, viable as hell, guys. This premature seed, oops, it could produce a sprout, so I'll keep it. But that one definitely will. That's viable as hell. And I've got, here, look at this. Let me put this over here for a second. I got all of these. All Gorilla Glue. 1, 2. I could be in Illinois in 5 minutes, live on the river. My pal goes to Michigan and brings back ton of goodies, and my age is truly 64. It's the taxes. What happened to the tree you planted, Orange? One's on the table. Look. See them all there in the windowsill? I put, the ones outside are doing good. I've got fences around them so the deer can't come eat them. Actually, one of my fences is down, and I better get over there and fix it, or that orange tree is going to be gone. But I got one to replace it if it is. You guys ready for a bong ripperino? They all of them, yeah, so far all of them are, only one died out of like 30. Or like 2 died. Well, the one died in the cup, you know. And one died outside. Look.
Trendy Nick. Cheers.
Cheers, Nick. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody in the chats. That's everybody on Rumble. There's, wow, guys. Really? Do you guys, what's happening with Rumble, man? You guys, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. There's so many of you now on Rumble, and a whole bunch of you on, just, you know, feel free to talk to me, and feel free to follow the channel, guys. And, you know, if I could do anything to make your podcasting experience better, let me know. You know, I want to see if I can just bring the number up here so my audience members can see. Here, I'll smoke here in a second, guys. I didn't forget. This is just so easy to do now. It only takes me a second to get this. Not bad, right? And that's on the Rumble. And then this is on the you can see the 11 in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And that's across the YouTube channels and the Twitter and the Twitches and all that shit. Facebooks. There's 11 there and 16 there. So there's 27 people watching, guys. So thank you, Rumble. Look, man, you guys on Rumble, I just want to say thank you, and feel free to engage in the chat, man. I know you guys, you know, disagree. I think a lot of you are coming in here and are diehard Trump supporters. You know, we can talk about why you guys are the biggest losers. You know, it's not, I'm not calling you a loser. I mean, you're losing in the political sense. You know, you're going to lose an election, kind of. That's why you're the biggest losers. You guys are in complete denial about it. You know, we need to talk about your undying passion for this guy who just keeps getting deeper and deeper into evidence to prove that you guys are indoctrinated and that you're in a cult. That doesn't make you a loser. That makes you a human being. I'm reaching out to you and I can offer you some help, some understanding. You could still go to the voting booth and vote for Trump. That's not what this is about. I don't care who you vote for. It's about you coming clean with yourselves, man. That's all. Being honest with yourselves. And if you are a die-hard Trump supporter, I want to talk to you. So don't be scared of me. I'm not here to shame you. Okay? I'm not here to trick you. Engage me in conversation. Let's see how far we can get. I'm not trying to prove any points. Okay? I want to help you. I want to help you. I want to tell you how you can vote for Donald Trump and still keep all of your friends. And even though you think you've got friends, trust me, a lot of those people will not show up to help you if you need it. Like if you're moving and you need friends to come help you move your shit, all of a sudden they're going to be all gone. You know, you're not going to be able to call any of them if you got a DUI and you're sitting in a jail cell. None of them are going to come bail you out with money. There's a reason for that, and it doesn't have to be like that. And you can fix it overnight. It's so simple. And you can keep supporting and voting for Donald Trump. Don't call people names. I'm here every day. Yeah, we don't have to call anybody names. Smoke a bong rip and we'll talk, guys. Engage me. Cheers. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers. Deer Slayer in the Rumble. 1959. Nick the Stick in the Rumble. Bonsai House on the other chat over here with Trendy Nick. Again. Cheers.
Trendy Nick. I hop around.
All right, well, if no one's going to engage me, I'm just going to lay it out there for you really quick. It's not complicated. It's really simple. This is how you can vote for Donald Trump. Vocally support Donald Trump and still keep all your friends, even your liberal friends. The ones that'll look out for your children if they turn out to be LGBTQ children. You know? You ready for this? It's good. It's really simple. All you have to do is admit his criminality. Just admit that he broke the law, he did some bad shit. Admit it. You can still support him. You can still be a Trump supporter. You can still go vote for him. I'll love you like a brother. If you can just admit that the guy has broken the law, he's a horrible liar, you can still support him all you want. And you should be able to justify that because you are justifying that. You're denying these facts doesn't change facts, and that's what you're having a problem with here. So if you can admit that he's guilty of criminal acts, not innocent until proven guilty, guilty, it's proven. You saw what he said. You heard him say, we're going to march to the Capitol. You saw he didn't do anything for 4 hours or 2 hours or however long it was while this was going on, watching it on monitors. He didn't do his job. Dereliction of duty. I'm surprised they didn't charge him with that, but, you know, as President of the United States, he had a job to do, and he failed that day. You should be able to just admit that. You know, and then maybe you could get him to admit it. And we all grow as people. You don't have to hate me. You know, you guys, when I call you losers, I just want you to realize I don't mean like loser. I mean, you're the biggest losers. You're losing out on your friends. You're losing out on your relationships. You're losing out on what could be a happier life for everybody, you and everybody around you. Because, you know, it's like somebody who thinks that there's aliens, you know, or some diehard person that thinks they're having a conversation with Jesus Christ and that Jesus talks to them. You know, and you have to kind of like, with that person, you have to just kind of be accepting and be like, okay. But maybe a person who says the earth is flat, and you just sympathize with them because you've known them your whole life or whatever. They're a friendly person. They do anything for you. At the same time, would you do anything for them, or do you trust them? Would you trust them with your children? Someone who thinks the earth is flat, would you trust them with your children? Someone who's at that level of deniability? You know, they didn't molest your kids. The earth's flat. Right? What's the difference? So that's a personal question, man. It's something that you should face. Go look yourselves in the mirror and see if you can stand yourself. Well, we all know, you know, the emperor wears no clothes, man. And you're one of his court, you know, you're on the king's court. It's not about me calling you names. It's not about you being a loser. It's about you losing things in life that you could have just by keeping it real with yourselves. Go vote for Trump. Go support Trump. Go wear a MAGA hat and yell Trump, Trump, Trump. Come in here and type Trump 2024 all you want. You're more than welcome to do that. I support you in doing that. At the same time, admit the reality of the situation. You know, don't be in denial about it, because there's a lack of humanity involved when you can't admit something that everybody else can see with their own eyes. It makes you subhuman. And I don't mean to put you down. I mean, it makes you less of a human being. It makes you a shell of a human being. When everybody else can see some, let's say we're all on a boat and it's taking on water. And, you know, there's 8 of us and you're one of the 8. 7 of us are bailing water and you're standing there in denial. You're not helping. And you're just standing there looking at it and you're going, we're not taking on water. The 7 of us, we're about this close to beating the shit out of you and turning you into shark food. Just look at the water, see it's taking on water, and admit it. You know, even better, grab that 8th cup and help us bail, motherfucker. I don't hate you guys. I just want you to know that. I know some of you come in here with hatred in your heart. You see this title, and you know what? It was a poor choice of words because I have to explain it, and I shouldn't have to explain a title to my audience. They should get that. But I can see how that's totally going to be misperceived as, dude, you're fucking calling us names. I'm a Trump supporter. You're calling me a fucking loser. No, I'm not. I don't mean loser in the derogatory sense. I mean loser in the literal sense. You're losing out on something. You're losing out on the most important thing in your life. That's relationships with other people. And relationship with yourself, keeping it real. So I apologize to all the people that came in here yelling at me based on the title. I apologize. I didn't put enough thought into it, and that's a mistake that I made. It had the opposite effect. I'm glad it brought some of you in. At the same time, I didn't want to bring you in here so you could say something nasty and then immediately leave, which so many people have done already. Man, when this show's over, I'm going to go see how many views it had. I'm going to have a feeling that it had a lot of in and out views, you know, because Rumble's pretty good at tracking that shit. But these numbers right now, man, it's a dream show for me. I'm live 5 hours, man. 5 hours and 20 minutes, and I feel like we're just getting started because I see all these people here. Biden sniffs and feels up kids. Plenty of video. What do you think? How do you think I feel about Biden sniffing on kids and putting his hands on people, and girls and women?
Trendy Nick.
How do you think I feel about that?
I love it when your numbers are up.
Dear Slayer, I'm speaking to you specifically. How do you think I feel about Biden sniffing children and putting his hands on women and manipulating them? How do you think I feel about that? Just you knowing me for the person that I am. You had to guess. You do not have the right to not be offended. That is a double negative if I've ever heard one. I'm confused. I'm confused. I hope you don't like it. You hope I don't like it. You hope I do. What do you think? Dear Slayer, you've been watching me now for several weeks. I think it's been actually a month or two. How do you think I feel about Joe Biden sniffing children and putting his hands on women and positioning them around and whispering and putting his mouth on children? How do you think I feel about it? When you and I are basically in real time right now. So if you had to guess, now I saw what you said you hope, but if you had to guess, this is how that guy really feels about it. How do you think, what kind of a person do you think I am? If you had to judge me. I'm sorry I keep looking at my phone. It's my mom going in and out of the front door talking to the carpenters out there. Dude, I wish I had Covfefe right now. I don't know how many cups of coffee I've had on this show already. Dear Slayer, you didn't answer me. Because I don't think that you and I are communicating completely right now. Now, all of a sudden you said, I wish I had your crypto smarts. Okay. Dear Slayer 1959, this is what I'm going to tell you. Okay? What Joe Biden does to children and women repulses me. Okay? I have a lot of criticism for Joe Biden. And it's not just about the way he sniffs kids. I think that's vulgar, and I think it's pedophilia. That's what I think that is. Okay, I think that's Joe Biden molesting children and molesting women. That's what he does. It's vulgar and it's disgusting, and he in no way should be the president of the United States. Now, isn't that what you wanted to hear from me? Think about it. And I'm going to tell you why the answer to that is no. Because you think I'm liberal. You think I lean left. And you would think that someone that leans left would be blind to the leadership. Because maybe from the opposite direction, somebody might be a little oblivious to the things that Donald Trump is guilty of. Completely guilty of. Inciting a riot, almost ending up in the deaths of Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence. His vice president, Moose Cyber. What's up, bro? I'm sorry I'm not in the chat. There we go. Hey, I'm sorry I wasn't in there, bro.
No problem. I'm used to it.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You don't hear?
Oh, so why aren't I hearing that? Hold on. Discord. I've got to turn it all the way up. Oh, because it's the wrong speaker. Here, I got it. I got this. I'll hear you now.
Well, Jackson, I'm kind of used to it. Even you're not in Discord, else you have me muted, so no problem, bro.
Hey, bro, this is the world's tiniest violin playing My Heart Bleeds for You. You ready to smoke, man?
No, I'm eating.
This is good, bro. I bet you're putting on some weight.
No, I always eat at this time. I've been doing that for the last fucking, I don't know how long.
Okay.
I usually wake up around 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, and take a shower, go out and do my groceries and make my hash. Then I'll make food. And usually I play a little video game so I can get and smoke a little so I can get my hunger going.
Nice.
Well, I was actually really hungry today. So what's up?
So I grabbed a little bud before and I was checking it for seeds because it was Gorilla Glue like this stuff is. It's got seeds in it. And I found a little seed that hadn't fully developed. It was, just a half of a seed basically. It might sprout, it might not. It's really small and it was in the husk. It's kind of weird looking. And I was like, oh man. And I looked through this little bud for any more seeds. I didn't find any. So I was like, cool, I got it ready to put in the bowl. Bro, as I was going to stuff it in the bowl, a seed popped out of it that I somehow fucking missed. And it was a full-on seed. And I was almost sure of it. I heard it ping off of my post like a goddamn golf ball hitting a flag pin. And into my carpet it went. I grabbed my cell phone. I went on the carpet. I looked for it. I couldn't find it. I rubbed my foot over the carpet and I felt it. And I moved my foot over and I saw it with the light. And it was a fully viable seed. And how funny is that? I was going to pack it in the bowl and totally smoke it. It would have been so disgusting and nasty and it would have ruined my day. And it ended up popping out on its own. Like, it literally just popped out as I was putting it in the bowl. So weird. And then there was this whole investigation where I was positive that was a seed. I was like, and after I had just looked through this bud, and I went through it, and just like I'm doing right now, and I looked through it, and I was like, I didn't find a seed in there. Hey, brother. How's it going?
You look like a drummer.
Yeah, because I got my drum cage up.
Is your mom back there?
I don't know where she is right now.
She told me to come in and look for her.
Oh, she might be back in the den area. I don't know. I go searching around my house for my mom, the carpenter. I want to just say, you guys, if you're looking for good sound, these are pretty solid. When I had a problem, they stopped communicating for some reason. I reset both of them with a little pin, which only takes a few seconds. Just there's a reset button on them, and I haven't had a problem since. You turn them both on at the same time, and they connect to each other. So let me just see if it works. You hold the power button on for 3 seconds. Total stereo. So this is the master right here, and it sounds like it's just connected to my phone, and then you just go into your playlists. Go into your playlists. It's amazing sound. And you take it anywhere. And I put it the way I use them in my Jeep. I put them on the floor in front of both, like this. I put them in front of each seat in the front, and this thing wedges against the seat bottom perfectly, and the speakers aim out, and it just fills the whole cabin with music. It's amazing. I don't know how long the batteries last for, but this is only the first time I've charged them because the lights went down 1 level out of 3. It was on 2, and I was like, no, I'll just charge them up again. It says it's a 7.5 recharge time or something on a completely dead battery, I guess. Cyber, bon appetit, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is it that you're eating? I'm kind of curious what you're eating.
Sweet.
It's just pork chops. And some chips.
Pork chops and applesauce.
Yeah. No, it's HP sauce. I'm using HP.
I love HP sauce.
Yeah, I use that a lot, man.
That's good. Sweet. Nice. Tomatoey sweet. It's kind of got like a little kick to it. I like it.
Yeah.
HP sauce. I had a bunch of it in California. I had a gallon jug of it in California.
Now.
I'm sure it's gone. I'm sure it's gone.
No, 400 milliliters. 400 milliliters. I can smoke though.
I'm waiting for you whenever you're ready.
I don't mind smoking now.
Okay.
While I'm eating.
Okay.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers. No longer going cannabis cyber. Nick.
Thank you.
Everybody in all the chats, the Rumbles, Deer Slayer. Cheers, guys. On the hey, look at this. Polar Nights. Cheers. Dabs for days. Cheers. On the kick.
Cheers, bro. Cheers, everybody. And cheers, Nick. Thanks for watching yesterday, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Cyber Reload has a gaming channel, you guys. Go watch him play. Les Peter Guitar Jam on YouTube, guys. Right? Les Peter Guitar Jam.
Yeah.
He's keeping it real. I am not an American, but what is happening in the USA scares the living shit out of me, says Polar Nights. Did that just come through, or is that from yesterday? I think that's from yesterday. I don't have anybody from Kick in the chat. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's their slogan. That's Dabs for Days. That's the last thing he said in the Kick chat. That was a long time ago. Okay, my bad. Now my phone is ringing through the Bluetooth speakers. Now, if you turn off the master, it turns off both. But if you turn on the master, it doesn't turn on the other one. You have to turn both of them on simultaneously. Well, that's the way it works for me.
Is those speakers mono by itself or the stereo by itself? So if you buy one unit, it's stereo or mono?
I don't know. It's got 2 speakers on the front, but I don't know if it'll give you a stereo output.
It is probably stereo then. Or at least fake stereo.
But it says when you get 2 of them, it says true stereo.
Trendy Nick.
Okay. Okay.
Hashtag
Yeah, then it's probably a simulated stereo when you have one unit, even though 2 speakers. It's just delayed by a fucking millisecond or something like that to give the stereo effect. And the other, and when you have 2 units, it's probably 2 stereo. Oh, I don't know. I could use something like that to when I fucking take a shower or something. Oh, Nick, thanks. You're fucking awesome. You're the great. Nick the Great. 20 Nick the Great.
I'm just here for the bongs. I got enough libs in my life, but I'm here every day. I'm not a liberal. Everybody should be like me and be independent. Just be the champion of the truth, man. That guy with the guy that we were watching that looks around at a fake audience. Believe it or not, a lot of what he said I agree with. See, you see, he's a right winger. He's got a narrative, and it's bullshit. But a lot of the neutral stuff he had to say, it makes a lot of sense, and it's not about him being a conservative. You know, that he says, you know, we should all stop blaming each other for the problems we have, and that we should all work together to solve the problems that we have. Of course, but you know, like Cyber said, I said, we all said. I mean, that's just the song Imagine, right? It was Imagine from John Lennon, right? It's just just imagine if we all got along, if we all joined together, if we all stopped, having hatred in our hearts and blah blah blah. And okay, yeah, right, I totally agree with all that stuff. And it seems like that's mostly what he talks about. And then he throws in a little bit of his agenda.
And no solutions. Only naming the problems, and there was no concrete solution to any of the problems, really.
Look from people that are in the middle to bring more people towards the middle.
Yeah, but that's easy to say, but that's what we have to do. But that you have to fucking name the mechanism who will make that happen. You cannot just, that's like, oh, I really want to build a fucking airplane, I have no money, I will never fucking build an airplane. So I cannot fucking name a fucking mechanism to do that, You have to fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You cannot just fucking say it,
Right.
Then it's become pointless, in my opinion, at least.
Rogan is at the door crying. He wants to go outside because they're out there working, and he likes to be around people working.
Jesus Christ, you have been alive for 5 hours? Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah, I've been live for 5 hours and 37 minutes. I haven't taken him out.
I saw that.
He's a little tank. My mom's coming back in through the
But
door.
That's fucking weird because you have not. I'm always looking on YouTube when I'm making my hair and shit. There was no notification popping up for you. The only reason I know you were live right now was because I was refreshing the front page a few times to find something I wanted to look at. At some point you popped up with your live.
Huh.
But I didn't got a notification. The last notification I got from you is 17 hours ago, something like that. Yeah, 17 hours ago. I usually get all your notifications.
I have no notifications.
Okay.
But you know what?
Nope.
I have Trump's name in the title.
Will that do it?
Yeah, but you know what it does for me on Rumble?
A lot of viewers, I guess.
Yeah, bro. Look at my finger. That's Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. I see that. 20 watching. Yeah.
A lot of them
And
came
so then
in.
it's-
A lot of them came in mad and called me names and called me a pothead and said well here they said
I want to bet half of those people who call you a pothead smoke themselves, maybe not every day, but at least on a recreational basis.
this guy says this needs a sign that says be nice to your audience, and this topic blows. I wish you well. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm mean, man. I need a sign to remind myself to be nice to my audience. That's exactly why that's there. That's exactly why it needs that to be there. And this one needs to be here too. No more yelling. Save your voice. See this one? See, no more yelling. Save your voice. These things need to be here, man. I need these reminders. You know, I want to go back in my bedroom and grab my guitar and play my piano and sing Journey. I keep thinking I want to do it. I haven't done it yet. I want to go back there and learn those two solos on that song. It's two songs in one. I like the tone of his guitar too, and I want to figure out what that is. It's a really quick reverb. He's almost like it's in a bathroom type shower reverb, you know?
Like a slap back delay or something.
Yeah, almost. It's so fast you can barely perceive it, but it just gives it like a thickness.
Talking about good sound, remember yesterday I told you I was listening a lot to Manowar the last few days? That is not great sound. Holy fuck. That tone they have is so fucking bad.
It's offensive.
It's great, but
it's offensive tone.
Yeah, it's really fucking bad compared to when you listen to music today, you know, and I don't remember it sounded so horrible, but it's really fucking a piercing, annoying fucking distortion. But the music is great. North Korea hacked another 100 million in crypto.
What did you just say about 100 million in crypto?
Yeah, North Korea hacked that. Hold on, I just saw. I'll give you a link. I just saw the video pop up. Just pop up. Give you a link. But they done it before, right? North Korea, they also hacked United States not that long ago, right? If I remember right.
No, I don't even know what you're referring to, bro. When was that?
A year ago or something like that, right? Some crypto got stolen and got traced back to North Korea.
No, I wonder. Oh wait, do you wouldn't happen to know what kind of crypto it was? Was it Bitcoin?
I cannot remember, bro. I don't know. But I think I remember because this dude I linked you with, he made kind of a lot of those videos, and I'm pretty. Hold on, let me go through his catalog. I'm pretty sure it happened before. Let me search his channel.
Gas was $3.89, says Deerslayer today. My mother and I were just talking about the price of gas. I just went and got some a while back. I noticed it was kind of coming up. I was like, Yeah, I should probably fill up. I gotta let my Cadillac drop to half a tank to put this gas treatment in it. So I'm gonna end up paying a ton for gas. But I put the light on the back of it's a tow hitch cover with the Chevy emblem on it, and you plug the thing into the electrical outlet of the for the trailer hitch. It's the little 4-pin. If your output is a 4-pin, or I got a converter because it was a round one, the 6-pin round. Well, it's 7-pin. It's got the one in the center too. It's a 7-pin connector. I got the thing that gives you either the 5-pin or the 4-pin, and this is a 4-pin. Plug it in. When you hit your brakes, the little Chevy emblem in the middle of the square thing for your hitch receiver, it lights up red, like bright red LED. It's freaking badass. It's badass. I really like it.
2 years ago, the other hack, North Korean hackers steal billions in cryptocurrency. That's 2 years ago.
What just happened now, though?
I don't know. I haven't watched the video. I'll link it to you on Discord. I only saw the headline. I'm eating, so I haven't seen it. I just thought you would be interested. CoinPaid hacked for 37.3 million.
It's been looking like it's gonna rain all freaking day here, and hasn't. It's crazy. I guess it's not gonna. I should have checked the weather report. I got that hood, the soft top on the Jeep all tied down really nice and tight. I got some new Velcro in, ordered some, and
it's not one hack or 100 million. He putting a lot of fucking hacks together who add up to that.
Oh, I got you.
So
yeah, well, that Harmony hack was, I think, 100 million Harmony. I think. Oh yeah, a while back.
That's that Harmony one you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I believe it was 100 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad, man, and that was one of the reasons why, you know, they had to work to improve their security and make their network stronger, and supposedly it's all addressed now, and if that's true, and they're able to prove that, it should mean good things for them, you know. Because they've got a whole team. It's not a meme coin with nobody behind it. They've got a company, and they've got like 30 employees that are all working together to fucking improve the technology and implement what they've promised. It's promising, man. I'm hoping it does really good. I'm just glad it's a thing and not just a meme.
Yeah. Talking about employers, one thing I was thinking about the other day, Twitter have a lot, or X, whatever you want to call it, have a lot of people employed, right? What the fuck do they do except those people who are coders? What do they do? I mean, it's not like sure, there's gonna be some maintenance or shit like that, but how many people need to be fucking employed to keep a site up where it is fucking a user just type something in, you know? I mean, that's I was thinking about last night. What the fuck do they do? I mean, remember Elon Musk, all those people he fired, they have to fucking work overtime and shit. What was they doing? Do you know?
I could assume that they were writing code and trying to work on projects that were places of improvement where they were like, hey man, we want to do something like this, and let's see if we can get a team of you together to write the software that's going to achieve that. Or monitoring for security reasons because, you know, they're facing lawsuits.
Security, that's probably a big thing, security, yeah, you're right about that.
I don't know.
But there was so many thousand people employed, right? You don't fucking need 1,000 people to write code to fucking Twitter. It's not a fucking video game who keep fucking evolving over time, you know?
Well, I think that was the whole point, though, was so that it would keep evolving, was to be competitive in the, you know, social media. I mean, Twitter doesn't have Twitter Shorts. They don't have little 15-second clip videos, like a section. They probably should.
Okay.
You know, they could work on something like that. They need competitive. I think they need to stay competitive, man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm totally just guessing.
I think Elon Musk's idea was it to turn it into like WeChat, right, in China, where everything is one app. All your payments is through WeChat. All your communications is through WeChat. Everything is fucking through WeChat. He want that to happen, I think, and that's a fucking bad thing.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's
one
real
app,
bad.
That's a fucking disaster. Yeah, that is a fucking disaster.
That's really bad. We know when we're just watching it, it's like a train wreck, and you want to say a train wreck in slow motion. No, it's not a train wreck in slow motion, and it's not a train wreck in regular time. It's a train wreck like all sped up, really super fast, bro.
Accelerating, man.
Yeah.
Big time.
Oh man, it's happening so fast. This train wreck's happening really fast, and we're on the train.
Yeah.
How's that for an analogy?
Holding on for our dear life, like those two black dudes in that Capri all night.
We're in the front of the train. Watching it all happen. What's up with Kick? It's not showing me any viewers. That's weird. 77 followers. Time live 5 hours and 52 minutes. Rumble 215 followers. Let's refresh that. Nothing changed. 6 thumbs ups. Whoa, how'd that happen? 4 thumbs downs. Having 4 thumbs downs on Rumble. More thumbs ups, please, on Rumble. I'd appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Let's combat those 4 thumbs downs. Oh my god, dude, it's telling me 280 people have watched that Rumble video.
Oh, nice.
Cyber.
Huh?
280 views on Rumble on this video.
Yeah, I said nice.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
My mouth real full.
It probably just thought it was noise. Well, this cushion allows me to sit here. That's my superpower. I'm on a nice seat cushion. It's like my cape. It lets me fly. My magic flying cape. Deer Slayer's got to go. Got to go. That's funny. We've only been here for hours. Hours. Ryan, you want some hours? Hey, Ryan, you want some hours? Ryan, you want some hours? All right, my people and my friends, 24 of you watching. I don't know what to say.
You guys rock. I know what you have to say.
Say what?
You guys rock.
Oh, you guys rock. Yes.
Yeah.
Follow Les Peter Guitar Jam on YouTube. You guys. Cyber Reloads channel. It's LES. Les Peter Guitar Jam. Les Peter Guitar Jam. It's all one word. Make that a thing.
Right now I'm playing some Remnant 2, if anyone's interested in that. It's like really good.
Remnant 2.
Yeah, like Dark Souls, just with guns. Really good.
Yeah. You guys are phenomenal. I will see you on the next show. Make sure you give me thumbs ups. Appreciate those. And subscribe to the main channel on YouTube. It's got 25,000 subscribers. Make sure you subscribe to that one. And then, of course, the Kick in the Rumble and A's Garden. Don't forget to follow over there on those two, on the Kicks, on the Rumbles. Hit the follow. Turn on notifications on all of it, on your phone, whatever, email, so you get notified when I go live next. This is a long show, man, 6 hours. I don't know when I'm going to go live again. So maybe I'll tweet something at you guys from @Nays Garden and let you know what's up. All right? Thanks for watching,
We
guys.
no more. You X. We'll have to exit.
I'll have to exit.
Not exit, but you have to exit.
No, nobody doesn't even know. We don't even know what we're saying anymore. I got to exit,
No.
guys. I'll exit.
It's so
And everyone's like,
fucking
I know.
far out,
I
man.
know.
Oh my god.
He's such a moron, dude. No one, bro, there's a long time ago when I first started telling people that Elon Musk is an idiot. And they're like, people were getting mad at me and they stopped following me. I could tell you one person in particular, I got really upset. They stopped watching my show because I said bad things about Elon Musk, right? And what I said was, he's an evil person because he redesigned the charging port on his Tesla cars so that you couldn't charge them at all the other charging stations that were already out there. And that all the other cars couldn't charge at his station. You would need a special adapter.
Wow. That's kind of like Apple with their fucking clocks and shit. Jesus fucking Christ, that is so off consumer friendly as you can fucking be.
That's it. The one contribution he made, his invention, was he redesigned the charging port. So there you go, idiot.
He's a fucking prick. Jesus Christ.
Now there's 27 of you crazy people. And okay, it's going away now. All right, good. People left. It's all right. 25 people. This is unheard of numbers. I'm going to put Trump in the title on every time I go live on Rumble from now on. The biggest losers are the diehard Trump supporters who play dumb and blind.
Yeah.
Don't play dumb and blind, guys. That's all we're saying. Just, you can vote for him and support him. Don't play dumb and blind. Just be honest. He broke the law. He incited a riot. He supported it after he incited it. People got killed. Other people could have gotten killed. It could have been much worse. And he should answer to that, and you should be honest about that. And go vote for him. All right. That's the message. You guys take care. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Cyber Reload.
No problem, bro.
All right.
Glad to be here.